Hello. Is my mic working? My mic is working. Let me check to make sure. Let me know if this sounds too high. I'm using a different mic today, so should have checked this beforehand. Rob. Let's see here. No, I think that's pretty good. Should be good. Thanks for being here, everyone. So, yeah, I did a little live stream in the car earlier today. Didn't work so well, so late night last night as well. Again, it's weird. I'm having the best time of my life finding out I'm going to be a father for the first time. So my personal life's going really well, but to see the country and all the terrorism and things like that we're seeing going on, it's truly despicable. And, you know, I knew it last night. I was talking to friends, and I knew with the Trump supporters showing up, you just know. It's so predictable to know what the left's going to do. They back you in a corner. They do this with everything, right? They back you in a corner. They yell at you. They scream at you. They use violence. They attack you. They do everything to you. And then as soon as you start to do 1/10 of what they do or try to defend yourself, they scream that you're the aggressor, you're the terrible person, etc. That's what the left does. So it's okay for them to bus people all over the country to communities, to burn those communities down, to beat shop owners. 32 people, 33 now have died as a result of the riots. All of that was okay. It was all okay. The police shouldn't stomp them. People shouldn't defend themselves. That's all okay. But as soon as Trump supporters want to rally somewhere like in Portland, they're like, you can't do that. That's asking for trouble. They're terrorists coming in there. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Dan Pete, and thank you, Dan the Man. Yeah, Jay Bishop. That was the guy who was murdered's name. So it was predictable what was going to happen. And here's the thing. Here's the deal that the left says. Show me an instance. Anyone, please show me. Show me an instance, and there might be one or two. I'd actually be interested to see, where you had a left-wing speaker, Obama or Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton, or, you know, I went and saw Cornel West, who's a left-wing speaker. You know, all sorts of left-wing speakers that used to come to my campus, other campuses that would speak at town halls, things like that. Show me an instance of Trump supporters beating the people trying to get in there, harassing them, screaming at them, blocking their vehicles so they couldn't get into the rally, harassing them like after the RNC, screaming them, surrounding them, attacking police, throwing things at them, throwing urine at them. Show me an instance. In 2016, when we saw violent clashes between Trump supporters and left-wing supporters, show me one time where it was the Trump supporters showing up to a Hillary Clinton rally. When did that happen? But yes, what happens is they are allowed, the left's allowed to show up, harass you, beat you, scream at you, surround you, block you, make sure that you can't get in. They can do that. That's fine. They can burn down your building. They can beat up shop owners. They can shoot at people that they stop in traffic. All of that's legitimate. They can come from over state lines to do it. No problem. That's peaceful protesting. But Trump supporters waving a Trump flag, oh, you can't do that. That's agitating. That's asking for violence. That's what that is. I would call myself Christian, yes, hacking prodigy, though I don't talk about it a lot. I don't go to church. I believe in being Christ-like. Hey, everyone. What's up? 6079 Freebird. How's it going? So I knew it last night. I was talking to my brother-in-law and some friends, and, you know, I was like, uh-oh. I could see early in the night, like 8 o'clock Eastern time, I was like, well, Trump supporters are gathering. Now, look, I'll talk about this in a second, but I was like, here we go. It's going to kick off. My left-wing friend, I have left-wing friends, by the way. Some not very reasonable, some very reasonable, and they're on the left. And I was talking to one of them today, and I said, you don't have to worry. You could freely express your political beliefs anywhere in this country, and you don't have to worry about violence. But if I put a MAGA hat on in many areas of this country, I should expect to be beaten severely. If I'm trying to go to a Trump rally, depending on where I'm at, there's a good chance that I'm going to be attacked. I could get fired for expressing my political beliefs. The chances of you getting fired on the left, very, very small. Though it could happen, and that would be heinous as well. I could be chased out of restaurants for my political beliefs. I could have politicians from the opposing party like Maxine Waters, like Ayanna Pressley, like AOC, say that you should make sure, chase them when they're in restaurants. Don't leave the unrest stop. I'd be shot and murdered for wearing a MAGA hat. I could be stabbed for wearing a MAGA hat. If I'm a conservative that tries to speak on campus, I could have acid thrown in my face. All of that's true. And my left-wing friends, it's like, well, I don't know if this is a big deal. You don't live that life. You don't know what that's like. I got people from my debate, Saturday night? Friday night. It was Friday night. Oh, I'm going to get kicked off Twitch now because I, in a non-bigoted way, repeated the same sort of language that a transsexual person said to me, and I repeated it. And said, I don't have a problem. They said, you have a problem with someone teaching a boy they could wear a dress? I said, no, I don't have a problem with a man reading to someone in a dress. I have a problem if it's sexualized. That turned into, I was a bigot that hated transsexuals, and a bunch of people reported me to get me kicked off Twitch. You don't have to worry about that if you're on the left. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about your social media presence being canceled because you've engaged in wrong thing. Don't have to worry about that. So then when you see, it's always, it's antagonism when someone wants to put a Trump sign up. If someone wanted to wear an Obama shirt or a Che Guevara shirt or a hammer and sickle shirt, that's cool. That's all cool. But a Trump shirt, that's a hate crime. I've showed you on this channel many times. Remember when I did the piece about way back when? I have more subscribers than I did then. But one of the issues I was talking about incessantly was the Covington situation as it was going. And I did this video from the New York Times. It was an article that they did. I did a video on this article where it was talking about the Black Hebrew Israelites. That was the adult black racists that were yelling at the kids, yelling homophobic slurs. By the way, what happened to that? What happened to the left caring about gay attacks? Remember when Jussie Smollett was supposedly attacked and it was the biggest story in the world and then it was a lie? But then we just saw a bunch of Black Lives Matter supporters chasing Brandon Straka, a gay right-wing person, calling him all sorts of slurs for gays, slapping at them, slapping their phones out of their hands and stuff. Homophobic slurs being issued at them. Videotape of it, not like Jussie Smollett that was made up. We have videotape. You can see it all. Not a word, not a peep from all the people that, Trump was going to lock up gay people. But now, when the left's attacking gay people, no problem. No problem at all. Black Hebrew Israelites want to yell gay slurs, doesn't matter. They'll be defended by a Native American man who said they were telling those kids harsh truths, and the media will go all in protecting them. Anyways, this New York Times article, it was quoting anti-terrorism experts and people from the Southern Poverty Law Center, and it was like, well, the Black Hebrew Israelites are a little threatening, but they're not that bad because blah, 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 blah. And then the last line, I remember this vividly, the last line in that article was, understand this though, their hatred isn't as intimidating as seeing a MAGA hat is for black people. You get that? The Black Hebrew Israelites, whose Florida chapter was charged, the founder of it was charged with 14 murders, including the beheading of someone. That's not as threatening as wearing a MAGA hat. That's the real terrorism, wearing a MAGA hat. You see? You see how that works? So the black equivalent of the KKK, that's not as threatening as just your average Trump supporter. And I've been arguing about this since 2016. Is it okay to punch a Nazi? No. It's okay to punch someone if you're directly being physically threatened. But if you say it's okay to punch Nazis, then you're only a short step away from saying, oh, and by the way, everyone I disagree with is a Nazi. That's what's coming home to roost today. That's exactly what's happening. Jay Bishop was murdered last night. The people that murdered him later that night, and I'll try to show you video of this. I will not show video of the murder, though. Cheered about that murder. They said that a Trump-supporting fascist was killed, and they took out the trash. You see, because if you're a Trump supporter, you're a fascist. These people aren't extremists in the sense that they're extremely outside of the mainstream Democrat perspective. They're the heart of the mainstream Democratic perspective. Because when Nancy Pelosi said that you're an enemy of the state, when ICE agents and cops were called Nazis running concentration camps, when Trump supporters were called 10-tooth rubes that were afraid of the brown horde, when the lie is pushed by President Biden, Anderson Cooper, and the rest of the Democrats in the media that Trump said Nazis were good people, which has been debunked by myself and others over and over and over again. And they simultaneously are dog whistling to it's okay to use violence against Nazis. What did you think was going to happen? Now, I defended Bernie Sanders when Steve Scalise was shot by a Bernie Sanders supporter. I pointed out the hypocrisy, which we again see today, of the both sides argument. When Trump said both sides had good and bad people, everyone went nuts. But then when Steve Scalise got killed, or shot, I'm sorry, he wasn't killed, and Republicans were shot at, did the Democrats say, we condemn just one side? No, they condemned both sides. When Charlottesville happened, Trump was horrible for condemning both sides, which both sides were violent. And there were good people on both sides. But what Joe Biden's statement say today? The poll numbers aren't looking good for old Joe. So, he didn't care about the people getting murdered. He didn't care about the riots. He didn't care about the people losing the businesses. They just had a convention 2 weeks ago. They didn't say one word about it. Kamala Harris was on Stephen Colbert saying, yes, it's not going to stop, and it shouldn't stop. It should keep going. It is both hilarious and frightening to see Democrats, the media, and even my friends that are on the left go in 3 days from riots, what riots, to, well, of course they're riots. It's Trump's America. It's his fault. That's what happened. They want you to believe. So 2 weeks ago, they didn't know there was riots. What riots? And now all of a sudden it's like, of course there's riots. Of course. It's Trump's fault. That Trump supporter got shot, that's Trump's fault. That's what they tried to say, by the way, when Scalise got shot. It was right-wing's rhetoric's fault. So the guy that shot Scalise was convinced that the Republicans' healthcare policy would kill millions of people. And that was the Republicans' fault for their rhetoric, according to the Democrats. Now, Joe Biden, he could have came out today and said, last night what happened was the fault of left-wingers. This left-wing violence must end. But instead he said, both sides. And then blamed Trump. And Ted Wheeler said, it's Trump's fault. I don't mind them saying that, by the way. I don't mind a politician generically saying, if someone from their side kills someone, I don't mind them generically saying both sides need to tone down the rhetoric. I don't mind that. What I mind is the very people, it's Joe Biden's central campaign issue that he's spreading that Trump said Nazis were good people, which that whole line was, how dare Trump not just specifically condemn this one group? And then, a week later, when a Joe Biden supporter goes out and kills a Trump supporter, does he say, oh no, it's just our side, I condemn just that side? No, he says it's both sides. The very thing that they've criticized Trump for since Charlottesville. Everything's fine, Chris? Doing all right? Yeah, I'm not worried about the extremists reporting me on Twitch. Whatever. Sorry if I missed anyone else's blase. Jeff, thank you guys for being here. Sneed, what's up? Bunny, how's it going? And everybody, Bunny, you're right. It's become dangerous where Trump... Everybody knew this. Everybody knows the dangers of wearing a MAGA hat or putting a Trump sign. We all know it. Everybody knows it. Except the brainwashed people on the left, or the reality is most of them know it too. They just don't care. They'll lie. Deep down, when you really ask them, you can see, and I'll show you some of the tweets. They think you're a fascist. They think you have it coming. They'll defend, and by the way, let me make something real clear here. This is where I separate from a lot of the people on the right. When Rittenhouse, it looks like he defended himself. And if so, it's egregious. I'm open to see more evidence that suggests otherwise. But from the available evidence we have now from all of the videos, even the New York Times admits that it looks like self-defense. So the fact that he's charged with capital murder is, again, proves that our institutions are dominated by pro-Black Lives Matter interest, a Marxist terrorist organization. So they overcharged to appease the mob. That's what they did. But you didn't hear me saying, oh, these people deserved it if they were, had a criminal history, even if they were child molesters. I have no love for a child molester that inevitably that's killed. But I'm not going to say that justifies the shooting. That doesn't factor into my calculus. Like George Floyd, no matter how heinous George Floyd was, that doesn't mean that what happened to him in the moment was justified. Now, it means we shouldn't be hailing him as a saint. The same with Jacob Blake. But I don't factor in, unless it's like, the Blake thing's a little different because his history was part of the call of the violence and the rapes that he had committed, which would lead to escalations with the police because they're aware of the type of character they're dealing with, right? But you see the point I'm trying to say. But it is worth pointing out that the same people on the left that will shed tears and moan and wail when one of their people, who's a child molester or has a criminal background, physically attacks someone who's running away And then that person has to shoot them in self-defense. And they'll wail and gnash their teeth. Oh my God, mass murderer Kyle Rittenhouse. But then when a Trump supporter's standing there and is murdered in cold blood, they're like, well, he's a fascist. In other words, what they're telling you is, and I've told you this many, many times, supporting Trump and saying words is violence to them. Them beating you with skateboards, pulling guns on you, throwing things at you, and trying to beat you to death with the mob is not violence, it's free speech. This is straight out of George Orwell, 1984. Doublespeak. The truth is a lie. War is peace. Love is hate. Free speech is violence. Violence is free speech. As long as you're on the right side of the aisle. Now we have all the Democrats, their internal polling came out. And like I said, yeah, Aaron, I did see the Rittenhouse lawyers in their statement. And the left's gaslighting you. Like, they control the narrative. This is what's, hopefully, as tragic as all these events are. And let me be clear, again, I don't want one person to die. Period. I'm not stupid. I know we live in a world where violence is inevitable and disease is inevitable. But I don't want to see anyone die. I mean, we're all going to die eventually, but you know what I mean, in tragic circumstances. And I certainly don't want to see anyone die at the hands of a gun. I want law enforcement to be able to do their job. I understand that a mob will not be stopped unless force is applied, but I would like that force to be with law enforcement. It is the left, over and over and over, that has refused to allow law enforcement to do its job. They said the riots weren't happening. They wrote books that said looting and rioting were reasonable forms of expression. They said wearing a MAGA hat was violence and therefore they ought to be expected to be attacked. They said that the police, the riots weren't as bad as they seemed. It was almost all peaceful, so no need to worry about it. They decried when the mayors refused to do anything, allowing Trump to use the National Guard. I cannot be more clear. And let me say, go back. I've been saying this the whole time. Mark it on your calendar right now. I'm telling you this. I said it the other night after that debate. I said, here's a prediction, mark it down. Listen to me clearly. There will be a right-wing Trump supporter who kills someone before the election probably. And he probably won't be justified in doing it. In other words, some nutbag is going to go out and shoot someone. And the media will go nuts. They are desperate to flip the narrative. Desperate. They encouraged the violence and riots because they thought they could blame it on Trump. I've told you the reason that they're censoring conservatives and independent content creators even on the left is their ideas are so bad because they want the destruction of the working class in this country. The only way they could achieve it is to have total control over the flow of information. They only have 95% control. They need 100. They only have 95% control of academia. They need 100. Same with Silicon Valley. Same with the entertainment industry. They want it all. They want all opposition silenced. That's the only way they could win. And so they're dismayed. They thought the riots would help them. Don Lemon let the cat out of the bag the other night after the Kenosha riots. He's like, oh, the Democrats are going to have to say something about riots. What changed, Don? What changed in one night? You didn't care the week before. You didn't care during the Democratic convention. Why now are you talking about riots? Oh, because he admits the polls are showing this isn't good for Biden. And that's exactly why Joe Scarborough and David Axelrod, I think, was one, and Don Lemon said we got to say something about this. And that's why Biden and all these lefties came out and said, yeah, the riots aren't good. Why did it take them so long? Well, they didn't care about the riots. They don't care about the largely inner city black communities that were burnt down. Black business owners, immigrant business owners that lost their businesses, were beaten. They don't care about the 33 people who were murdered. They don't care about the 2 African-American boys in the Chaz zone that the Chaz police shot 30-something times in their car. Then on audio, you could hear them say, he's still breathing, pap, 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 and put 3 shots in. Where's Drew Brees with that kid's name on his helmet? That was the police, too. It was just the left-wing police. It was their security. So it was okay. They didn't care that the people in the chat zone that the mayor called a summer of love then summarily asked people to not cooperate with the police over that murder and asked them to destroy video evidence of it. They don't care. They didn't care at all. Oh, but as soon as it hurts their polling, oh, now we better speak up. They would advocate for the death of every single Trump supporter if they thought it would help them win the election. In a heartbeat. They'd advocate for burning down inner city communities if they thought it would help them win the election. They don't care. At all. At all. They don't care. The only time they speak up is when it's like, oh, this might keep us from getting power? Oh, okay, hurry up, change the narrative. And so now that they had to admit the riots, they already tried it with Kyle Rittenhouse, but the problem is you can see with your own eyes. At the very least, to my friends on the left out there, even if you think Rittenhouse shouldn't have been there and he shouldn't have had a gun, throw all that aside. It is clear this is not an... I think that it obviously looks like self-defense, though I'm open to more video evidence coming out. However, it's clear that this isn't an open and shut case. So to see the left immediately start gaslighting, he's a terrorist. Why didn't Trump denounce him? My God, he's a mass murderer. He's a killer. Can you believe that? Blah, 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 blah. Just like they had to do with the McCloskeys. The St. Louis couple that didn't fire a shot but open carried to defend their property because the police wouldn't. That's what they have to do. They know the riots are blowing up in their face, so they have to say, well, we still don't want the police to protect you, and if you protect yourself, aha, now you're the problem. And that's been the idea the whole time. See, it's not that they just thought the riots would be good for them. They think it's good in the sense that their job is to destroy normal America, middle America, people of all colors. That's why they're for the lockdowns. That's why they're for the riots. But also, they thought they would goad Trump in to forcing the National Guard in. That's what they thought. And then they could say, see, Trump's a dictator. We knew it. We knew he was a dictator. Here we go. And everybody knows that's what was going on. That's why de Blasio and Cuomo and Wheeler and the Wisconsin governor, that's why all of them allowed this to go on. Bowser in D.C., Lori Lightfoot in Chicago. They don't care that people are dying. They don't care that their cities are burning. If it makes Trump bad, they'd let the whole damn place burn down. They'd kill everyone in the city. They don't care. They hate Trump because all they care about is power. And if Jeb Bush would have been elected, they'd have kept their power. If Hillary was elected, they'd have kept her power. If Romney was elected, they'd have kept their power. But they're worried about Trump. By the way, they'd have probably did it to Bernie, too. It's not just a right-wing thing. Even though Bernie's a sellout. So now they changed their tune. But they're desperately, they're probably on the phone. You remember how CNN had Richard Spencer on? Oh, by the way, Richard Spencer, noted white nationalist. You remember when David Duke said some good words about Trump and the country went on fire and everyone was like, oh my God, the KKK likes Trump. The KKK likes Trump. Richard Spencer came out. He's endorsing Joe Biden for president. You know, the white supremacist that CNN brings on is to talk to sometimes because apparently his thoughts are important. Yeah, that Richard Spencer. You know, the boogeyman, the reason it's okay to punch a Nazi. Even though I think he's just a white nationalist and technically not a Nazi. Whatever, I hate him still, but you get the point. He's endorsing Biden. Is the media going to ask Biden what he thinks of that? Is the media going to ask Biden anything? No, they can't be bothered. He's in his basement. There will be a right-winger that legitimately does something wrong. I'll call it out. Again, I understand that all political ideologies have extremists. I am not one that's quick to say, if a Bernie supporter shoots someone, it's Bernie's fault. I defended Bernie on that. But it's clear that almost all of the violence at this point is coming from the left. But more than that, and this is the key point. This is what I don't hear anyone talking about, and it is the key point. It's not even the biggest... My biggest grievance with the Democrat Party isn't even that the majority of these rioters are their supporters. The biggest grievance, and the reason this is the Democrats' fault, and this is the media's fault, is because by claiming that law enforcement shouldn't stop these riots, by either saying there are no riots or it's mostly peaceful or that looting and rioting is a legitimate form of political disagreement, they have set the table that made violence inevitable. That's why. It does not matter if that violence comes from the left or from the right. I have many criticisms with Trump. You've heard me talk about them on this channel. I still think he's the best president in my lifetime, but I'm going to be, especially someone I vote for, I'm going to be a harsh critic anytime they do something that I really hate. So, for example, Trump endorsing the lockdowns, hated it. Oh, by the way, it turns out I was right about that as well. Trump bombing Syria, hated it. And there's other things. But Donald Trump, from day one, said law and order, let's send in the Guard. If the police can't do this, let's send in the National Guard to restore law and order. And every single time he brought it up, the Democrat politicians, the media, academia, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, and my left-leaning friends told me, that's fascism. That's a dictator. You can't do that. Okay. And what did I tell him? So then it's blood in the street. That's what you want. That'll be the end result. If the Democrat mayors and governors are unwilling to allow the police to stop this, then it's vigilantism. And there will be both good actors and on the left and the right, and there will be bad actors on the left and the right that use violence. That's it. It's that simple. It did not matter. When I heard someone was shot and killed last night, I could honestly say, and I criticize myself for this all the time, I'm always like, oh, I hope it wasn't someone that shares my ideological beliefs. And that's a horrible thing to think. Someone just died. And if someone from your if someone who votes the same way as you kills someone, that doesn't affect, that doesn't mean that you share those beliefs. The same's true of on the left. The difference is the left is excusing their violence. No one on the right said what happened in Charlottesville was good. But what happened last night, no one said what happened in Charlottesville. No one looked at that and said, that's Joe Biden's fault. That's Nancy Pelosi's fault. No one said that. But that's what they do when a Trump supporter dies. It's Trump's fault. He was a fascist. He was a Trump supporter. But last night was the first night I was like, someone died. I don't even care which side each person was on. I don't care. Because it's the Democrats' fault. Well, one, I don't care because it's a tragic loss of life. But second, as far as why this happened, you already knew why it happened. You knew before it happened. You know there's going to be another death. It's going to happen. I don't know if it'll be tonight or tomorrow. There'll be another. I know it. I don't know if it'll be a Trump supporter shooting a Black Lives Matter shooting a Trump supporter, or if it'll be a Trump supporter shooting at a Black Lives Matter person but killing another Trump supporter. We already saw that happen with Black Lives Matter. It doesn't matter. The reason that it's allowed to happen is because it was encouraged by the Democratic Party. People like Ted Wheeler. That's why it happened. I don't care if 45 Lies on YouTube's a bot or real. It doesn't matter to me. Let me check the chat. What's up, Jojo? Thanks for being here. Yeah, I saw the CDC numbers. We'll talk about that in a bit. God is love. What's up? Oh, I know that Trump was over a barrel, but that doesn't matter. This is true. Rez, and I'll talk about this on COVID too. I talked about this at the time. That doesn't excuse Trump as far as I'm concerned. Resin saying on Twitch, if Trump didn't endorse the lockdowns, the Democrats would have impeached. So he was already impeached once. The Democrats were going to say it was Trump's fault no matter what he did. So he might as well have done the right thing. Like, I no longer buy that excuse. Well, if Trump did this, the Democrats would go crazy. It doesn't matter what if Trump's son builds Legos, they're going to accuse Trump of doing something wrong. It doesn't matter what he does. They're going to say it's his fault. So he needs to, if that's ever factoring into his calculus, what the Democrats will say about it, he's making a huge mistake. Tech industries filled with, all of corporate America, almost all of it, overwhelmingly filled with liberal extremists. Yeah, you could put 45 lies. If you're a mod, JoJo, you could put him in timeout or something. I don't care. He's not adding anything to the conversation. So that's the important point. I just want you to remember right now, I'm predicting, and I'm telling you, when it happens, I will call it out. There will be a right-winger that does something heinous during one of these riots. It won't be like Rittenhouse. It'll be a clear-cut case of that shouldn't have happened. And I'll call it out if I see it. I am not dumb. I know they're extreme right-wingers. I hate them too. That's the difference. I'll call it out when I see it. I'm not going to lie and say someone like Rittenhouse is that when he wasn't, when everything I could see in my most objective, fair looking at it almost exactly aligns with the New York Times. Not a radical left-wing or right-wing group by any stretch. Now, if he illegally had the gun and things like that, charge him with the crime. But it wasn't first-degree murder. But I want to let you know, when it happens and the media goes nuts, because they're going to, saying, see, it was all Trump's fault all along. That's garbage. That event was precipitated by the Democrats setting the table for these riots to occur. And now the genie's out of the bottle. With every death will come more anger from the other side. They killed a Patriot Prayer person. They killed a Trump supporter. Now they're going to be pissed. Now everyone's going to be a little more trigger happy when BLM does something. So they'll probably end up killing a BLM supporter, which will piss off BLM. Then they'll kill someone. That's what happens with vigilantism. You morons on the left. And it's 50-50. 50% are like the people I know that are on the left that can't see 3 feet in front of them to realize, can't you see what you're calling for? Community policing? Here you go. I'll bet that Antifa guy that killed the Trump supporter last night felt he was community policing. It was a fascist in his neighborhood. That's what community policing looks like. No judge, no jury. Just because they're terrorists does not mean they deserve to be shot. If they are physically threatening someone, burning down businesses, the right to self-defense definitely applies to them at the moment. But I would not go into Black Lives Matter's houses killing them or anything like that. That's ridiculous. Of course not. They should be arrested for engaging in terrorism when they do it. So that was what was going on. Now, real quick, why is this? Okay, I did a video talking why it was different than Rittenhouse. I'm not going to go through all the factors again. But again, Rittenhouse, it appears, was self-defense. I'm open to seeing more video evidence that this was possibly self-defense. To me, it looks quite clearly like what happens is they approach him, they say, there's 2 people. One says, here he is, here's one, here's a couple. Pull it out. And the next guy says, right here, pow, pow. And it looks like the video that they executed. But with the sound, it sounds like they were hunting Trump supporters, said, here's a couple, and shot. That's what it sounds like. That's different than Rittenhouse running away from violence. Not going to shoot someone, running away so he didn't have to. Then hearing a gunshot, then turning to see a man on top of him trying to grab his gun, then shooting, then having more people beat him with a skateboard and pull a gun on him. And the left is lying to you. That are saying, oh, no, it's the same thing, or something like that. If you're thinking, well, Joe Biden's statement today wasn't that bad, the Democrats' statement wasn't that bad, it was. But if you're saying that, instead of getting into whether or not it was a good speech, let me just ask you this. If Joe Biden and the Democrats feel seriously about the need to end violence from all sides, why the hell didn't they talk about it once at their convention? Not once. Instead, you had Democrats saying the opposite. The unrest needs to continue. Kamala Harris saying it won't stop on November and it'll go long past then, and it should. No, they'll say we were just talking about the peaceful protests. They saw the riots. You saw them. I saw them. Even if you were going to take this, even if they were going to say this, right? They could have said this and it would have been better than nothing. Kamala Harris could have said, listen, 99.9% of these Protests are peaceful. That's garbage. But she could have said that. However, there have been some instances of violence, and I strongly condemn that. And ask people to take to the streets and protest, but please don't engage in violence. But they didn't say that, did they? They didn't acknowledge that any violence was coming from that side. Not once. And they saw it. They knew. I said this in 2016, talking specifically about the Bernie supporters. When the Bernie supporters were intimidating, harassing, and mobbing people, and it was against Trump supporters on the right, the Democrats loved it. They said they're just expressing their First Amendment right. But what happened as soon as the DNC convention happened? You remember? Bernie supporters were furious in 2016, and they felt Bernie got screwed. So they were outside, and they were lighting American flags on fire, and they were harassing people. And the Democrats in the media and on stage, like Sarah Silverman, were saying, this is despicable. Stop it. This can't keep going on. As soon as 1/1,000,000th of the violence issued at Trump supporters every day is pointed at them, all of a sudden it's, look at Lori Lightfoot. Well, you can't protest around my house. I have the right to protect my family, she says. CNN gets the vapors anytime they show up to a Trump rally and people flip them off and say you're fake news. But they think it's okay for Rand Paul to be surrounded with his wife while cops are shoved around him by violent Black Lives Matter supporters, yelling, say her name, when Rand Paul was the one who wrote the Justice for Breonna Taylor bill. Media had no problem. They were like, that's free speech. Paul's a whiner. Let's see it happen to them. What do you think would happen if a bunch of Trump supporters did that to Anderson Cooper? You think he'd say, I'm not going to be a whiner. Perfectly fine. Chase me out of restaurants like they did to Ted Cruz. I don't care. Like Maxine Waters suggested happen. Let me take a little break real quick. Sorry about that. Work emergency. Oh, I lost people, huh? That's okay. 1 second. I'll be right back. It's just a work thing. I'm off the clock, but sometimes work stuff comes up, so I apologize. It should be done. But what was I talking about? Yeah, that's what... So they're full of it. They're not really apologizing, or they're not really saying they condemn violence. They did the opposite they called for. Also, don't forget, never forget this. Anyone that says Joe Biden's condemning violence. His staffers donated to the fund to get the rioters out of jail, to pay their bail. That's Joe Biden's staff. If he's again, now listen to what this did. Listen to me carefully, where that money went. Are you ready? His staffers did not donate money to rebuild inner city black neighborhoods that were burnt down. They did not donate money to black college funds. They donated money because people who were arrested for rioting in the name of Black Lives Matter needed bail money. So while Joe Biden's out there telling you, I condemn all this violence, his team is paying bail for the very people to get out of jail that did the rioting. Now, does that sound like a sincere, heartfelt, oh yes, I care about the violence? Is anyone in the media going to ask Joe Biden? Kamala Harris's staff did the same thing. Is anyone going to ask them? Just for a second, imagine that if Donald Trump's campaign team had donated to help people that got arrested in Charlottesville to get out. How do you think that would fly? Do you think that when Trump said, I condemn the violence, if someone would have been like, isn't your staff currently donating money to help the people that committed violence? You don't think they would have asked that? But it's Joe Biden. I saw that, Resin. The Hill website and newspaper, yeah, they had an article today that said Bernie Sanders claims that they will mobilize once Biden's elected to make him the most progressive candidate in history. We've seen what it looks like when Bernie Sanders supporters mobilize, like in Portland. That's what it looks like. Or in that ball field where Steve Scalise got shot. That's what Bernie supporters... You remember when Veritas caught them saying, we want to put Trump supporters in re-education camps? Did Bernie come out and say, whoa, whoa, whoa? No, he didn't, did he? He didn't. And that's where Bernie is to blame. I don't blame him if one nut does something. But when you see over and over and over a theme of extremism coming from your supporters, and you don't say, whoa. That's what we see happening. Now, I'm going to go to some tweets, if you don't mind. I'm trying to follow TNC, so I'm not going to show any footage of anyone dying. But I will show... Oh, let me do something. Let me plug in my headphones so I'm not getting feedback. And before I do this, it's important to do a timeline, right? So I have no life, at least at night. So I was watching this unfold in real time yesterday. Let me see what we're at here. 1 second. Huh. There we go. 1 second. I'm going to change this audio for you all. Okay. So, let me explain what was happening. So, the reports were that someone died. Hey, thanks, Miles. I really appreciate it. Here's the timeline what happened. I'm watching, I can't remember exactly what time it was, but there were reports that someone was shot. And then quite quickly after that, it said that they were probably dead. And I'm watching this unfold on Twitter, so I don't have any video at this point. Immediately what happened was, Trump supporters did this. They shot a black man. This was the Trump supporter. The shooting occurred from a pickup truck of someone waving a Trump flag. It was all over. New York Times had a person that tweeted out immediately. Someone's emulating Kyle Rittenhouse. The reporting on the ground said that the Antifa people and Black Lives Matter people on the ground started to circulate that one of their own was murdered, and it incensed them, which caused them to become more violent. And it's the exact opposite of the truth. Now, first off, every single one of those left-wing people that expressed outrage that a Trump supporter shot a black man, all of a sudden they were pretty damn silent when it turned out it was the opposite. That it was a Black Lives Matter or Antifa person shooting a Trump supporter. Then all of a sudden they didn't care. Now they'll say, oh, just one bad apple, right? When it was a Trump supporter, it was indicative of all Trump supporters. But when it was an Antifa Black Lives Matter person, then it was, oh, no big deal, no big deal. So that's the first thing to know about this. Let me see. Thank you for donating, Mounts. You say, if Biden wins, do you think that he can bring the country together? No. If Biden wins, the rioting will stop. So if you want the rioting to stop, you could vote for Joe Biden. Because what's happening is the Democrats are punishing you. That's what's happening. That's why the lockdown, that's why intentionally killing people in nursing homes with COVID, that's why destroying your economy, that's why cheering for the riots, that's why encouraging Trump supporters to be attacked. That's what's happening. The deal they're trying to make with a wink and a nod to you is like, nice country you have here. Be ashamed if something happened to it. Next time you'll learn to vote for us. So if you vote for Biden, the country will seem to come together. Now, you'll still have these kinds of riots and stuff. But all of a sudden, the FBI and Wheeler and de Blasio and Cuomo, they'll crack down immediately. They ain't going to put up with that. Oh, you can't riot against Democrats. That ain't happening. So they'll crack the whip then. And then all of a sudden, you'll see the rioting stop. The media will stop talking about it. And everything will go back to normal. Except one thing. And that one thing is this. Don't you ever vote against the Democrats again. This is the most important election because they've engaged in a coup. They've done all the things I said above. And if they get away with it, they will say, great, next time we'll do it 5 times harder. That's what we're going to do. Next time they'll send Biden out himself to shoot Trump supporters. They'll probably won't be Biden. But they'll send the candidate. They don't care. They won't care at all. If they think they can get away with it, they'll do it. Don't care at all. They'll bug the president blatantly. They don't care. They'll spy on him blatantly. They don't care at all. If they get away with it this time, that's what's going to happen. So, as I was saying, though, yeah, we had all of these people that were, we were outraged when they thought it was a Trump supporter that shot someone. Then they didn't care. Again, I told you, my take on it initially was like, of course this happened. I didn't know if it was a Trump supporter or BLM person that was victim or murderer. I didn't know. I didn't know if it was a justifiable shoot. I knew nothing about it other than I knew someone would get shot eventually again, and it'll happen again. This is what happens when you say, oh, what riots? What? Riots? You force people to take matters into their own hands. Sometimes it'll be people that look like they're defending themselves, like it appears that's what Rittenhouse was doing. Sometimes it'll be people like this guy that shot the Patriot Prayer member. Just ban him if he's not saying anything. So that's the first thing. Then when it came out, obviously, so I want to show you then some of the stuff that happened. So Joey Gibson's the leader of Patriot Prayer. Now, first off, know this. The New York Times said far right-wing person was shot. That's what they said, far right. When the Antifa people were shot, the Black Lives Matter people were shot by Rittenhouse, did they say far left people shot? Nope. When New York Times claims that the person who was shot was far right, what they're doing is winking and nodding at you like, he had it coming. He was far right. There's no proof that he was far right. We also heard them repeat that Kyle Rittenhouse is a fascist or a white supremacist. There's no proof of that I've seen. But they just throw that out there. That's the danger with this narrative, with the critical race theorist, and with Black Lives Matter. Once you demonize your opponents as all racist, you could cover any evil you do by just saying, well, it was to fight racism. Oh, we murdered someone for wearing a MAGA hat? Well, it's racism, so we had to kill him. Oh, okay. New York Times says, yeah, it's sad that there was violence, someone got shot. He was far right, though. Good for him, right? No golden casket for him, right? So, Joey Gibson's the head of Patriot Prayer. Let's see what happened to him. Oops, sorry.
He's calling the police.
They chased him into this gas station. These are mostly peaceful people, I understand.
We have to come full force with the police. This is a riot.
Everybody out of the gas station!
Now, what they're doing is they think that he went out the back, which I think that he inevitably did. And so they're chasing him again. Here's more footage. Mostly peaceful. Here's what led up to it. This is him. Mostly peaceful. That's mostly peaceful. See how that works? They're trying to kill that man there. Get him! There's your mostly peaceful protesters. There they are. See, they were enraged because they believed the lie that one of that guy's group killed one of theirs. But actually it was one of their group that killed one of his. So they killed one of his and then attacked him. You see how that works? Mostly peaceful, though. Most of the people on the ground there are peaceful. It was a mostly peaceful murder last night. Right, CNN? They are brown shirts. Jesse, are you not capable of... Okay, I'll take care of it. I don't know why I have mods sometimes. Give me 1 second, okay? I'll take care of it. Okay. I don't mind people disagreeing, but if you're just spamming nonsense. Right. Now, they could have beat him to death. Let's say they beat that guy to death there. That would have been fine. No problem. They'd have said, well, it was a far right-winger and he had to just take his lumps. He should have known not to be there. Now, if he was armed and as they were beating him, if he would have fired back there, you would have heard about how he was a murderer today. You see? Oops, sorry.
Stand by.
Here's Antifa in Sacramento last night. Let's see what they're chanting. Oh, this isn't exactly.
Stand by.
See how they're holding umbrellas? They don't want the press to see them. Because, you know, every group that's interested in social justice, they want to hide who they are and what they're doing. Because that's what happens when you're really the good guys. You have to hide what you're doing, right? Let's see some Antifa people on Twitter. What do they say? A protester shot a right-wing supremacist, killing him instantly. Supremacist? Where's the proof of that? The far right was abetted by the Portland police all day. Police stopped traffic for them. They guarded them while they arrested people and jaywalked near them. The murder is an extension of police brutality perpetuated for the last 3 months. So the murder's justified. Another Antifa. Looks like the person that got killed was a Patriot Prayer chud. Next, a protester was just killed at the Portland protest by a white supremacist. Lies. You can't be bigoted against fascists. The energy here is joyous, dancing, chanting, American flag burns, and this dude has a dope sign. That was after they found out, which I'll play the video for you. After they found out that it was a Trump supporter that was killed, they celebrated. I'll get to that later. Here's the New York Times. Meanwhile, it took 4 days before someone decided to emulate Rittenhouse. That was after most of the Twitter knew that it was a left-winger. That's what the New York Times was tweeting. Here, let's hear the audio. Now, do you remember when Rittenhouse killed someone? Do you remember that it looks like it was in self-defense? But do you remember all the people on the street that were there with Rittenhouse protecting their business? Do you remember them laughing and cheering because people died? Do you remember that? I don't. Let's see what Antifa did. once they found out that a Trump supporter was the one who was murdered. Let's see what they did.
Attention! If you're not angry, you're not with me! Everybody needs to realize what's going on in these streets. Our community can hold its own without the police. We can take out the trash on our own. I am not sad that a fucking fascist died tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry. You gotta hear the...
Y'all are...
Hear that? Hear that cheering? We could take out the trash. I am not sad that an effing fascist died tonight. That's the group that killed him. Celebrating on the streets that they murdered someone for their political beliefs. Celebrating it. Now ask all your, at least my tough guy Facebook friends that are on the left, that are like, ooh, I'm unhappy about these Rittenhouse memes. Here's your group. How's that looking? Looking good, huh? That's what they did. They murdered someone in cold blood and then cheered about it. But Antifa doesn't exist. They don't exist. There is no left wing. What violence? That's Trump's fault. That violence is Trump's fault. It was the Trump supporters' fault. He should know that he's not welcome in Portland. Why would he come there? Now, yet, let me say quite clearly, before this, yes, the Trump supporters tried to come in, and inevitably what happened is they were stopped by the Antifa Black Lives Matter people. And then violence erupted. Were there people in the Trump supporter camp that was behaving poorly? Probably. The difference is, every single time it's Trump people trying to gather, they're attacked from outsiders, and then there's bad actors on both sides. Show me when you see people supporting Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama that are descended upon like this. It could have happened once or twice. This is a regular occurrence. Just look at D.C. after all the people leaving Trump's speech. Show me people ever leaving a Democrat convention being attacked like that. Show me. And so what they do is they say, we're allowed to beat the shit out of you. You're not allowed to freely associate. Maxine Waters said it. Chase them wherever they're at. Don't leave them gather in public. Carlos Maza said it from Vox on Twitter. Throw milkshakes at them. Make conservatives afraid to gather in public. That's what they do. They attack you. And then if you gather, they're like, you knew we were going to attack you, so it's your fault for gathering. That's the argument. It's the old, that woman knew wearing a short dress. She knew it, that she was asking to be raped. It's that old argument, that I thought we dispensed with as incredibly immoral years ago. So now we're just supposed to, Wheeler said it. I'm sorry, no, it was one of the council people in Portland. I think I have her statement saved we'll get to later. She blatantly said it. This is part and parcel now to life in Portland. It's Trump's fault. You knew this would happen. You can't be gathering here. Trump supporters can't come here. I've been showing you videos from Portland for years now. Them stopping people in the street, attacking them, beating them. Cops do nothing. Mayor does nothing. Over and over and over this happens. Patriot Prayer gets a permit. Antifa descends on them and beats the crap out of they beat the crap out of each other. Over and over and over again. And so now it's gotten so bad that the left's position is, of course, it is violence for you to support Trump. And you are not allowed to do it in public. And if you do, we can't help but beat you and shoot you. We can't help it. So it's your fault. I saw Dinesh D'Souza said, it would be like JFK getting assassinated and the media saying, well, JFK got assassinated in the JFK administration, so it's his fault. It's Biden supporters engaged in all the violence. They burn down stuff and then say, well, Trump's the president, so it must be Trump's fault. Imagine if Charlottesville happened under Barack Obama. Imagine if some white supremacists killed some black folks and Obama was president. Do you think one person in the media would have been like, well, it's Obama's fault that a bunch of racists killed a black man because he's president. It happened under Obama, so it's his fault. You think that's what they'd be saying? But when Trump supporters get killed, it's their fault. It's Trump's fault, and it's his supporters' fault. That's why the Trump supporter got killed. Jeff asks, how do I think Trump will win? Who knows? I think that he should win in a landslide if this keeps up. But again, I'm not holding my breath because the cheating that we'll see. I talk about this all the time. Never underestimate. They're literally killing people and cheering for it with COVID. They're literally supporting riots. You don't think they're going to cheat in the ballot box? You don't think that scandals, the likes of which you can't even imagine, aren't going to appear between now and November? So I don't know. Who knows what'll happen? But yeah, he should win the way things are going. All right, let's go some more. And there's so many of them. Tim Pool says, the only difference between the man executed last night in Portland and Kyle Rittenhouse is that Kyle ran and defended himself. Absolutely true. If Rittenhouse would have ran and wouldn't have had a gun, he'd be dead just like this guy. And the left would be saying he deserved it. I thought this meme was good. Never forget, Democrat mayors sent SWAT teams to shut down churches and barbershops, but let looters and Antifa burn down cities. This was an interesting little thing I saw. I don't know what this is from, but I think you guys will like this. So just listen and see if this reminds you of America today.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, when certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable buildups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind.
Does that sound familiar? The left, without skipping a beat, talk to any of your left-wing friends. Kyle Rittenhouse was a white supremacist. Patriot Prayer is a far right-wing white nationalist group. There's no proof of either of that. None. None at all. Yet they say it as if it's truth. Totally true. Trump supporters are fascists. They say it as if it's totally true. It's always been a Marxist plot or strategy. That I want to come back to.
You're not angry, you're not with me!
The Washington Post and say defund the police does not mean eliminating the police. The New York Times headline, yes, we mean literally abolish the police. I'll get back to that in a second. This is Oakland, California last night. Mostly peaceful protesters. Let's hear what they're saying. Hear them beating things too? Did you hear what they're chanting? Oh man, no video. What's going on? There we go. They're chanting death to America. Biden supporters. Oh, it's just about justice for Floyd. Justice for Floyd. Death to America. Mostly peaceful. They're mostly peaceful. From last night, as I reported earlier, rioters in D.C. are using high-powered lasers to blind police officers. One has now suffered permanent loss of eyesight. Here's someone from Portland last night. Mostly peaceful. Ready?
I didn't hear you. What the fuck did you just say to me?
Oh boy.
Put your mask on properly.
Hey!
Whoa.
Don't do that.
No, don't touch. What are you gonna do?
Walk away.
Walk away.
Leave the flag
The fuck you gonna do?
Leave the flag
The fuck you gonna do?
Get off.
That's right! Motherfucker!
That's right. Walk away.
I am!
Keep going. Keep going.
Keep walking!
Walk away.
Walk away! You fucking Nazi!
I'm gonna record you. I'm recording you.
You fucking Nazi! I don't care he's filming.
Walk away.
Film me. You're
Walk away.
Walk away.
What do you mean what? Because you're a fucking Nazi!
You're white.
You're a terrorist.
Hey,
I'm Jewish!
you want to go live in North Korea?
Bitch!
Traitors!
Why? Oh, why? Why would they think? Why would that girl think Trump supporters are Nazis? Has anyone been saying it? Oh, yes, that's the left wing. That's what they've been saying. That's what Wheeler basically said today. That's what Joe Biden said. I don't have it up, but there was a poll done by Rasmussen that said over 50% of Democrats believe that Trump called Nazis good people. I've said this for years. I remember doing a video on an article from The Intercept, or The Guardian, one of the two, one of the bigger papers in Britain, that said, is it okay to punch a Nazi? Yeah. And I said, they're calling Trump supporters Nazis. I was on this website, Above Top Secret. There were people on there saying, we need to use violence against fascists, and all Trump supporters are fascists. And I said, what kind of violence are you going to use? And he said, well, at first we'll just use our fists and blunt weapons. But if it looks like Trump's gaining too much power, then we'll have to kill them all. And left-wing people on there is like, well, he doesn't really mean that. He's like, no, I do. And they were like, well, you can understand the circumstances. Understand the circumstances? Kill all people from the Republican Party? All people that millions of people that voted for Donald Trump? And there's a context where that could make sense. This isn't a glitch. You convinced people that Trump and his supporters are Nazis. Their position, once you believe that it's okay to punch Nazis, which is a mainstream view, and once you believe the mainstream media that Trump supporters are fascists or Nazis, or that Trump said that Nazis are good people, and therefore anyone who supports him must think Nazis are good people, then this behavior makes total sense. It's totally predictable. There's like 3 political groups in this country. Republicans are 1/3, Democrats are 1/3, and then people that are independent or indifferent or in other parties, whatever. That makes up about the other 1/3. This is obviously a rough exaggeration. When one of those groups, 1/3 of the country, their leadership says, yeah, that other group's a bunch of Nazis, and it's okay to use violence against them, that's a recipe for disaster. That's what we're seeing. I, again, was the only person I know in the country that said this, and I've been saying it for 5 years. The problem with Black Lives Matter and Antifa is not that they're violent extremists. They are, and that is a problem. But their real power comes from they are defended by almost every institution in this country. And I said, if you think they're violent now, wait and see how much worse it is once they start to get cracked down upon by either the police or by Trump supporters or right-wingers that have had enough. Why? Because you don't need to engage in the most heinous violence. You'll do it because you're sick, because you're cynical, because you're a fascist, because you're a terrorist, you'll engage in the violence. But for political strategy, you don't have to use violence if you have all the power. The violence comes when you're not getting your way. And so in Portland, they'll burn things down and that, and everyone's like, well, but at least they're not killing anyone. Why? Because no one's fighting back. Just like the wife beater is unlikely to kill his wife until she fights back. He's happy to just beat her. But once she fights back, oh, now it's on. That's what's happening. So when everyone cowers in a ball, they say, we'll just beat you around. We'll burn your building. We'll knock you unconscious. But if you lift a hand to fight back, now we're going to kill you. even have to physically fight back. You just have to not cower to the mob. Now they can kill you. It's okay. And who gets the blame? Trump. The far right guy that died. Because the New York Times set up the pins. Trump said Nazis were good people. His supporters are racist. Right wing's at racist. Far right extremist. Then when one dies, they say, oh, a far right extremist died. Let's get some more. Portland leader blames murder of Trump supporter on white supremacy. The reason that Black Lives Matter and Antifa people are killing Trump supporters is because white supremacy. Here's Antifa crowdfunding defense, bulletproof vests and things. But Rob, Antifa's not an organization. Oh, look, she says that. By the way, I'm not sponsored by any groups. Look what she says. Tonight, our city's shaken. Last week, this is after they killed someone. This is what they're putting up. They're crowdfunding after they killed someone. Last week, we crowdfunded 40 ballistic vests and 18 ballistic helmets, 11 to 5 of which were on the streets tonight, unfortunately, and that's not enough. Donate to here. Typically, the time on this is 2 to 3 months, but we buy in bulk to cut down significantly. It still takes weeks. We got incredibly lucky this week. And again, I want to make this clear. I'm acting under the specific guidance of the people of color community leaders. This is not sponsored by any group. You see? You see how the leftist, the average leftist, does the bidding of them? Antifa's not a group. There's no group behind this. There's nothing going on. It's just, some individuals. So you can't blame Antifa. Black Lives Matter is not a group. It's just individuals. There's no leadership. They're crowdfunding their defense weapon. I'm sure they're crowdfunding. You think all that money's only going to shields and not the weapons they're using? Joe Biden released a statement, right? Joe Biden released a statement saying he's against all violence. Here's what Joe Biden said the other day. Ready?
And recommending that you should be deployed to, quote, dominate your fellow citizens for exercising their rights to peacefully protest, and threatening if governors didn't do something, the president would.
You see that? Joe Biden was very critical of Trump when Trump said, what are these mayors and governors doing? Why don't they stop the riots? I want to send in the National Guard. Joe Biden goes, can you believe Trump threatened to send in to stop these peaceful protesters? That was Biden a couple weeks ago. Now he's condemning violence. What violence, Joe? You were against sending in law enforcement to deal with them. Oh, your polls changed. I see. But take him seriously. He's against the violence. Kamala Harris her team already helped fund the riots, like I said. Mayor Ted Wheeler says the violence will stop when Trump leaves office, which is straight up terrorist rhetoric. He could stop the violence at any time, but he refuses. He refused the National Guard the day that this man was murdered. Refused them that day. Bragged about it on Twitter, too. That's what he did. Consider this. Last week, Joe Biden falsely spread the far-left conspiracy theory that Kyle Rittenhouse was a member of a white supremacist militia. Today, Joe Biden refuses to name Antifa after one of their rank murdered a Trump supporter. Stephen Miller says, the media are saying this is Trump's America. He didn't do anything to stop it. Also, Wisconsin governor asked POTUS to not go to Kenosha on Tuesday. Ted Wheeler asked Trump to not send in the National Guard. Damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. He sends in the troops, sends in the guard. He's a dictator fascist. He goes to one of the places affected and tries to talk. He's a horrible person. If he does nothing, why are you leaving the country burn, Trump? Paul Joseph Watson says 3 months of straight rioting, burning, looting, murdering, and only now do they denounce violence because the polls are turning against them. That was the 700 people Andy No reports that were chanting death to America. Scott Adams says, CNN just played Mayor Ted Wheeler's statement, but omitted the part where he showed he believes 5 separate CNN hoaxes, and they're the reasons for saying it's Trump's fault, including Trump saying the good people, or good Nazis thing, Trump mocking a disabled reporter, he did not, and other garbage things. Speaker at leftist Kenosha's rally yesterday, which was attended by the lieutenant governor, who's a Democrat. If you kill one of ours, it's time for us to kill one of yours. Hours later, Trump supporter targeted, shot, and killed during riots in Portland. See, it's not like Charlottesville. It's not like white supremacy rallies where it's just a bunch of a-holes that no one likes. You actually have the lieutenant governor there listening to this crap. The Democrat lieutenant governor, second highest executive in Wisconsin, sat there and listened to someone from Black Lives Matter say, we're going to kill someone. And then they did. I want to go through this thread with this gentleman. Oh, no, wrong. Sorry. I don't mean to do that. This is me, Norm Robert. Oh, I wasn't showing you guys. I debated Black Lives Matter people on all these panels that I do. Every one of them told me, no one's literally suggesting to get rid of the police. The group that just killed a man last night, here's their ad for today. It says, Laurelhurst Park, Direct Action March, Sunday, August 38th. No cops, no prisons, total abolition. So I just put, quote, no one on the left is suggesting getting rid of the police, says every Black Lives Matter person I've debated in the last 2 months. Now, let's see what this gentleman called Antifa Technical Support Specialist has to say. He says, they don't have a deadline. They're not asking for it right now. It's a goal they're working towards. They're literally talking about stopping these things at gatherings, or taking steps at gatherings. Abolitionists are fine putting in the work. They just want people to work with them. Your initial statement is loaded. What was my statement? They want to get rid of the police. That's what I'm implying. I say, how are you spinning the statement, no cops, no prison, total abolition, as a call for compromise? They just murdered a Trump supporter last night. He responds, I didn't say that. It's not a compromise. Any steps not in that direction will not be considered. No one running for office doesn't have a plan towards that goal will not be endorsed. And I said, okay, fine. Then how was I misleading? I understand there's a difference. Do I understand that there's a difference between, quote, getting rid of the police and, quote, advocating for the abolition of police, right? I'm poisoning the well. This is the insanity that I deal with, that we all deal with. What the hell are you talking about? Well, saying getting rid of the police is different than saying I advocate for abolishing the police. It is not. Both statements you could say I mean immediately or I mean in 10 years from now. But they both mean the same thing. There are no more police. The leftists lie, Black Lives Matter lies. When they're talking to centrist or rightists that they want to seem reasonable, they go, oh, no, we don't want to abolish the police. And then as soon as they're amongst their own little group, they're like, yes, of course we mean abolish. Of course that's what we mean. And then you have jokers like this that go, no, they don't, but it's different. You don't understand the nuanced difference between get rid of the police and abolish the police. Yeah, I do understand. Both mean no police. Let's just go on a little further with this. I say advocating for the abolition of police is advocating for getting rid of police. The semantic argument defending these murderous rioting terrorists is funny, but not really helpful. He says, as much as you try to frame this conversation to just one thing, I assure you it's far more than that. Is this why right-wingers are so against leftist advocacy of criminal justice? You think we support murder? We want everyone to murder? And he says, also, careful using the term terrorist, is it's right-wing white supremacists that are terrorists. I say, first, I'm aware of how corrupt... Oh, wait, I missed this. Oops, sorry. For some reason, it's not showing up. Anyways. That's not important. I say, also enjoy your Twitter name mentioning you're in a terrorist group, Antifa. I said, was ISIS technical support specialist taken? He says he's not right-wing. ISIS wouldn't be down with him. I said, oh, you only fit in with left-wing terrorists. I don't like them. He said he wants to talk the point. I said, what's the point? You're just arguing semantics. I said, I don't think that all the left is murderous. I think this particular group in Portland just murdered a Trump supporter last night, then beat people, then cheered for that murder. And they are calling for eliminating the police. So the semantic argument seems disingenuous. And then in the end I say, you know, they're Marxists. He says Marxism is pretty effing cool. There you go. That's the caliber of people you're debating. Getting rid of the police and abolish the police are two different things. So when they tell you, oh, defund the police doesn't mean getting rid of the police, when they tell the American voter that and the American voter's like, oh, okay, fair enough. It doesn't mean getting rid of the police. It means abolishing the police. It's different, see? Hey, my name's endorsing a murderous terrorist group that just killed someone last night. But I'll talk about them wanting to compromise and work with people. Mm-hmm. Couple more things. I have to be careful with this story because I have not independently confirmed this. However, I'll just put what's been reported in the news. Oh, here's some other things I said. I remember when Charlottesville happened and the media and the Dems went nuts for a month about how racist that proved the country was. And there was a huge problem with extreme right-wing groups. I assume they'll be saying the same for a left-winger with BLM and Antifa killing a Trump supporter. Correct? Oh, wait, no. They'll downplay it and say it was Trump's fault. Right-winger does something heinous. Left strategy, blame right-wing violence rhetoric and say it was horrible and call out and say it was horrible, and you have to call out just the right-wing violence. Left-winger shoots Scalise, left-winger kills a Trump supporter. All violence is bad. Breaking. This is tonight from 2 hours ago. SWAT on the scene after reports of a shot fired at pro-Trump caravan in Woodland Hills, California. Yep. Apparently, according to the local police or local news blotter in California, there was a Trump caravan and someone started throwing objects at them out of an apartment building and then fired a shot, hitting a car tire. Thank God, not killing. One day after a Trump supporter was murdered, now we see Trump people being shot at again. And now, according to the local news feed, the 3 people that were in the apartment boarded themselves up and the SWAT team was trying to get in. All right. Oh, you like my duck picture? Yeah, it's work thing, so. Sorry I missed a lot of the chat. I wanted to get through that stuff. So, Oh, by all means, Cam, join the chat. Absolutely. Thanks for being here if you're new, Cam. Bill Alexander says, Trump will never win with the mainstream media or Democrats. Trump should just get his base and lefty mayors and govs. Stop this stuff before the public has to suit up. I agree. He needs... Oh, you're welcome here anytime, Cam. So, in a nutshell, the left doesn't want the cops to defend you. They think it's authoritarianism to send in the National Guard if your Democratic leaders refuse to allow the police to protect you. They think your building should be burnt down. They think that rioting and looting's okay. They think that if they come after you, you have to accept your beating and can't fight back. They don't think you're allowed to arm yourself. If you are armed, even if you're running away and you're attacked and you have to use your firearm, they say you're guilty. Even if you're the McCloskeys in St. Louis and your property is broken into and they threaten to kill you and the police refuse to come, it's still illegal and immoral, they think, for you to arm yourself and just open carry and tell people to leave without firing a bullet. Even that's immoral, they think. You have no right to self-defense. It is one of the most... It's the Second Amendment for a reason. The inalienable rights that all people have is you have the right to free speech and free thought. You have the right to defend yourself. They don't want you to have either. You can't, if you're a Trump supporter, you can't gather in public. And you're not allowed to defend yourself. That's exactly the Democrat message. And they'll beat you and they'll spit on you. They'll attack you. They'll burn down your house. They'll kick you unconscious. They'll hit you in the head with bricks. They'll beat your wife in front of you. They'll burn down stores with people in it. They'll shoot security guards while they're looting. They'll stop you in traffic, then shoot at your car in traffic. All of this. And if you're worried about it, it's white privilege. Even if you're the black woman. Remember when the NPR did the story? White supremacists using Black Lives Matter peaceful protests as excuse to run over people with their cars. And then the picture they showed. Only problem was that picture, the NPR, your NPR used, you know what that picture was? It was a black woman who was stopped by Black Lives Matter, who then pulled a gun on her. And so she tried to flee because they were pointing a gun at her. So white people, in the name of Black Lives Matter, pointing a gun at a black woman, and then that woman trying to flee was an example of white supremacists trying to run over peaceful protesters. That's the NPR that me and you pay for. Our tax dollars pay for. NPR. NPR just did an interview with a woman who wrote a book talking about how looting and rioting are actually important parts of achieving social justice. That's NPR. And then my friend Dylan asked on Twitter, can someone explain to me if Trump's president, why are we trying to blame Biden for the riots and the left for the riots? Has Trump said that rioting and looting's okay? The left has. That's why we're blaming them. They don't want law enforcement to stop it. They want to back you in a corner, and then when your back's against the wall and you have to push back, you're the evil one. That's what's going on. So I'm sure we'll talk more about this topic. Right, that's exactly what I joked about this earlier. Do you remember this was months ago. They were pulling down statues every day. Remember? Pulling down statues. Then I think it was in Texas somewhere. And there was a group that was trying to defend the statue. And I was like, here we go. It's going to kick off because we didn't allow law enforcement to stop this vandalism and rioting. So here we go. Now people have taken upon themselves. Again, either the people defending the statues or the people taking them down. There is a propensity for justified violence and unjustified violence to come from either group. But it was made possible by the left that said, no, you have to leave them get out there. This is reasonable free speech to attack people and tear down property. That's reasonable. Well, once you say that, then the other side's going to say, fine, we'll play that game too. No one's going to protect us or protect our property. We'll protect it. And now there's going to be violence. I'm trying to prevent that violence. You want it to occur, or you're so stupid you don't realize it will occur, which is probably worse. But in that, what happened was, there was an incident. It was complicated. They're pulling down things. There's a woman. She keeps shoving into this guy, and the guy eventually, bam, throws her to the ground. Then other guys chase him. Then as he's getting chased, he pulls out a gun and he shoots one of them. And everyone's like, oh, what happened? Well, when you slowed it down, what had happened was, the reason he shot was a man was stabbing him with a knife. And everyone said, he shouldn't have shot. And I said then, this is like 2 months ago, I said, here's what the left's telling you. You know what you're obligated to do? If you're at a rally and a leftist decides they want to stab you, this is what, you're not allowed to run. That's just antagonizing the mob, then they'll chase you. You can't fight back, you can't try to disarm them. You're not allowed to have a weapon yourself. What you do is, here's what happens. Let's see, so we'll use these scissors. Let's say someone's coming at me with the knife and they're trying to stab me in the throat or the eyes. What I'm obligated to do is this. I could turn and try so they could stab me in the shoulder. But I want to help them. I got to make sure. I don't want them to sprain their wrist, or the left wouldn't like that. That would be violence. If I didn't allow him to stab me in the easiest way possible. But I'm a fascist. I'm a racist. I'm a Trump supporter. So I have to do that. It's the polite and just thing for me to do. Please, sir, I hope you don't insist on killing me. Would it help if you just mutilated me? Could I help you do that? Oh, you insist upon killing me? Well, here, let me give you an artery. I don't want you to trouble yourself. I don't want it to be difficult for you. That's what the left wants. That's what they want for you. You should die. Sorry. That's your obligation. And you're like, Rob, you're being ridiculous. Am I? How many of them said Rittenhouse is a killer? What was he obligated to do? Let that man grab his gun and shoot him? Is that what he was obligated to do? Everyone says he wasn't allowed to shoot that guy. He's running from a guy who's coming at him, trying to attack him. He hears a gunshot. He turns around. The guy's reaching for him and his gun. It's not as if the guy... You could maybe make the argument, well, if he was concealed carrying, the guy didn't know he had a gun. Maybe he was just going to tackle him and beat him up. Even that's bad enough. But he clearly saw the man had an AR-15. If someone's trying to it's chasing you down while they clearly see you holding a gun, they're trying to get that gun. It's a life and death situation at that point. Everybody knows this. We all know it. Even if he didn't go for the gun, it is reasonable to suspect that that person who sees that you're armed like that and is still coming at you intends you grievous bodily harm. And the left said he's a murderer. He wasn't allowed to shoot. And then he was getting beat with a skateboard. That doesn't justify him shooting. And then another guy pulled a gun on him. That doesn't justify him shooting. Everyone thought I was joking when I said this, because it seemed hyperbolic. That's literally what huge portions of the left believe. Oh, and he's a white supremacist. Why? Well, he's white. And he seemed to be defending property. That's white privilege. Defending property, clearly a white supremacist. Yeah, Ramon, I think it was you that told me this. That Valsh, who I know is a left-wing, that apparently he was debating left-wing or Destiny, and Destiny was actually reasonable, saying, no, Rittenhouse was self-defense, and Valsh was saying, no, he should have sat there and let them beat him with that skateboard. That's what the left wants. You don't have the right to free speech. You don't have the right to defend yourself. You don't have the right to have the police defend you. You don't have the right. You want to go to church? You can't do that. You go to the casino, you can't go to church. As we've talked about many times. Sponsored by the NFL and Nike and Amazon and Walmart. And every corporation you could think of. Black Lives Matter. Brought to you by them. Brought to you by the Democrats and the media and academia. They can't believe it, by the way. You know how pissed they are in America right now because their own internal polling? They can't believe it. What do you mean Americans don't like the riots? Don't they know they're pieces of shit for us to dominate? Don't they know their place? They're supposed to sit there, accept the riots, blame them on Trump, and vote us into power so we can take more of their hard-earned money. That's what they're supposed to do. What do you mean? Rasmussen shows that Trump's black support is as high as 30%. What are these black folks doing? Don't they know there are pawns? Didn't they hear Joe Biden say if you don't vote for him, you're not black? Didn't they hear Joe Biden say the black community doesn't have diversity? Don't they know their place? That's what the corporations are saying right now. You know, the same corporations that supposedly the Marxists and Antifa and Black Lives Matter hate, but that they pal around with and accept donations from. You know, those corporations. You know, the revolution brought to you by Nike. Colin Kaepernick and LeBron James really want to talk about oppressed people. Oh, excuse them while they do another commercial and make another $1 million from a corporation that uses sweatshop labor. But they're really concerned about oppressed people. That's where we're at as a country. I'm sure we'll talk about this more. Let's transition to COVID. Woo! Whoopee! So 2 things on COVID that are worth talking about tonight. The first is, and it's super difficult for me to understand this because I'm a layman, but it was an article in the New York Times. What this article showed was there's like orders of magnitude that the positive test rates were off. And for someone good to follow on this, go to someone I know named Phil Kerpen, who is the best reporter in the country when it comes to COVID. And that's how you spell his name. He's right there. So I want to go back. The New York Times basically said that the problem is, let me try my best layman's way to explain this. The problem is there's like a sort of sensitivity barrier in order to get the positive test, right? But what happened was the sensitivity of the test was low enough that you could register as positive but still not be infectious. But the way that was being treated was you were infectious, right? And basically, this was off by a huge, like a magnitude of 8 or something like that. So much so that the New York Times is suggesting in the United States as many as 90% of the positives for being infectious were false. Now, do you understand the implications of this? The reason that we had to continue lockdowns and keep them as long as they were, the reason that you couldn't go to your mother's funeral, the reason that you couldn't go to your job, you couldn't go to church, you couldn't go to your friend's wedding. You could riot if you wanted to do that. If you wanted to be a Marxist terrorist, you could do that. But anything else, no. If you were on the beach, the police would arrest you. If you went to the gym, the police would arrest you. If you're my friend that owns a bar down the road, the LCB's there every day making sure, to the point where you can't open back up. How many restaurants closed forever? Bars closed forever. Gyms closed. Hair salons closed. People out of livelihood. Elderly folks whose dying breaths, they couldn't see their family. All of this based off these tests that were 90% wrong. All the fear-mongering. Look how bad we're doing. Look at how infectious this still is. Look at how many people have it. 90% wrong. According to the New York Times. Now you say, Rob, I thought you hated the New York Times. I do. They're a bunch of liars. The point is, even they, who have been pushing the leftist case for the lockdowns to destroy this country, even they were forced to admit. Unbelievable. Actually, the more important story of the two COVID stories this weekend, in my opinion. Now, there's no pushback. Now, there's another thing, and it's worth talking about, and you might not like my take on this. Did you know that there's only been 9,000 people that have died of COVID? Only 6% of the people, according to the CDC, that died actually died exclusively of COVID. Let me tell you what this does not mean. This does not mean only 9,000 people died of COVID. This means on death certificates, only 9,000 and some odd people died exclusively of COVID listed on the death certificate. However, if you had a comorbidity, so for example, if I would die of COVID, it could say died of obesity and COVID. But it was COVID that killed me in that world. So the people that are, I just think it's wrong, the people that are saying it's just 6%. However, now I'm sure you'll like what I have to say, the rest of this. And what I'm going to do is I want to bring up this thread with someone who seems to have, it's the exact same thoughts I had, except this person seems to have a medical background. And it's like, yeah, they're on it. Oh, shoot. I hope I didn't lose this. Oh, boy. Did I not save that? I'm going to feel like a chump. All right, let me see if I can search and find this. Oh no, am I going to have to tell you this on my own from memory? Just give me 1 second, I apologize for this. That's why I need a production person. I can't believe I didn't save this. Let's check again. Real quick, and then I'll just go with it. Here we go. Okay, I found it. All right. let's see if you guys can see this. So this is someone I checked, and they seem to have some sort of medical background, and they're going to explain it, and then we'll talk about it. But I'll just read through their thread because I think it's informative. Okay? Let's do it. El Gato Malo says, this is getting a lot of press, so let's talk about what it does and does not mean. It does not mean that only 6% of reported COVID deaths are real COVID deaths. It means that those without comorbidities have a very low chance of dying. It also means almost no young people die. And that's important because remember, the lockdown is killing, according to the CDC, more young people than COVID is. Okay? The lockdown's a disaster. It's going to, for a decade, we're going to be suffering the economic effects. Not to mention setting the precedent that I said was the biggest fear I had, that the government could take our rights anytime they want. They had no proof that lockdowns will work. They still have no proof that lockdowns will work. Yet this country accepted them, while they lied to us and told rioters that they could go out there and violate the lockdown. How every American isn't outraged at this clear abuse of power is beyond me. Let's continue though. So if you're young and healthy and are not obese, hypertensive, diabetic, etc., you have almost zero death risk. But if you're in one of these risk categories, that rises. Saying it's not a COVID death because you're diabetic is like saying it's not lung cancer because you smoked. Right? You see the point? So if you're diabetic and died of COVID, it would be listed as diabetes COVID, but really it was COVID that killed you. So let's be a bit careful with that claim. I agree. And by the way, you're not going to find someone who's more critical from the get-go. I took heat from criticizing Trump at the beginning over these lockdowns. You won't find someone who's been more critical than me. But I want to be careful and make sure that I am informed and make sure that I'm not reporting falsehoods, because what happens is the other side says, you said that only 6% died of COVID, but that's not true, and so blah, 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 blah. And then they dismiss everything you say. So I try my best to be as clear and honest as possible. He continues, there is zero question that COVID deaths are being dramatically overcounted by using the death with versus the death from categorization. In my best estimate, they're probably reported as 2 to 3 times the real deaths from. Now think about what that means. We have around 150,000 dead from COVID allegedly. If that number is inflated by 3 times, that means in reality we have about 50,000 dead of COVID. That's the flu. That's how many people the flu kills. That's what we're talking about. We lock down over nothing. Let's go on. And this is making the CFR and infected fatality rate, case fatality rate, and infected fatality rate look much too high, but not as overstated as 94% are not real. We simply cannot make that claim using the CDC data. But the idea we need to dig through it with care and figure out what the real deaths were from is important. Totally agree. No other disease or pathology is counted this way. So apples to apples comparison of IFR and CFR to other diseases are impossible. Did you get that? We don't count other diseases this way. COVID is the only death in the history of the United States that we said if you had it, it counts as a COVID death. No matter what. You're in a motorcycle wreck and you had COVID, counts as a COVID death. Never has happened before. Because they decided to do it this way, we now have to painstakingly go through each and every case and determine what was the real cause of death. And the reason for this, his next statement is, this is going to take some doing because all of the incentives are to overcount the cases and deaths. Hospitals, testing companies, etc. all get more money when tests are positive and cases are confirmed. There is a river of public money flowing into this. So everyone will respond to get some. Using PCR tests that are way too sensitive is a big moneymaker. And then he says, for those catching up in the New York Times discovery that the PRC tests are at 40 plus cycles of amplification, I'd like to point out this has been known for ages. He knew this. This guy was calling this out in June. Simple rule of economics. When you subsidize something, you get more of it. And woo doggy have we subsidized COVID cases and deaths. There is no doubt they are overcounted. And it's important that this fact be foregrounded. But it's also important we're honest and don't overstate it. Claims that the CDC data implies that only 6% of COVID was real are simply not supportable. So let's stay on the side of facts. Totally agree. And I really respect that post, and I try to be the same way. I don't just say something, I go where the facts take me. But he's absolutely right. What do we expect to happen? If you're a doctor and someone's coughing and they expire, and you're like, well, if we think they died of a respiratory illness, we get $0. But if we say COVID, we get $50,000. You might be a greedy SOB, so you take the $50,000. Or maybe you're like, man, I am worried about our hospital. It could really use that $50,000. Is it really a big deal if I just say COVID? You can't incentivize this sort of behavior. And we see it. We see, for example, Arizona. If you die within 6 months, or is it 90 days or 6 months, one of the two, of testing positive for COVID, whatever you die from, COVID's listed. So if you get COVID, go through it for 2 weeks, are done with COVID, and then 3 weeks after that, you're at work, and a trolley falls on you and you die, COVID. You're in a motorcycle wreck, COVID. So, BlandbuttSpicy's here on Twitch, and he's going to disagree with me a little. He says, death with matters. The COVID aggravated the underlying condition. How do you know? And then let's go on with what else you say. You say, it's an infectious disease, not a motorcycle death. We have proof that literally in Florida, they considered a motorcycle death COVID. A person wrecked and died on a motorcycle, and they said, well, it was a COVID death because he tested positive. Then they doubled down. They didn't just say it was a mistake. They said, well, maybe he was exhibiting symptoms of COVID, and that's why he wrecked. That's why I'm bringing that up. Because this sort of crap is happening all the time. Because if you're a hospital and you say, they get more money because there's an incentive to contain it. If we don't contain it, we're screwed and get even worse. Okay, but once you incentivize it, then even if they aren't cases, they're going to say they were because they have a financial incentive to do so. What's my point? Just seeding more doubt? That didn't get us. What does that get us? Did the nitpicking help us have lower death rates? Did the nitpicking help contain? Well, tell me this. 3 years from now, when we find out that suicides increased by 400%, that child abuse cases explode by 400%, that substance abuse deaths went up by 400%, that depression and suicides as a result of those financial depressions went up, when we see tens upon tens of thousands of people dying from that, will you say, oh, I'm glad, it was still immoral for people to question whether the lockdown worked. We should have just accepted everything they said. Will you still be saying that, Bland? Is that what you'll be saying? The CDC came out and said more children, more people under the age of 18 have died as a result of the lockdowns than died from COVID. You still saying we shouldn't question it? What good is it to question it? Leave the little buggers die, right? That's what you want? Is that what you're suggesting? What is our suggestion for us? I'll tell you in a minute. We don't know how many people died as a result of the lockdowns. I'm about to show you someone who's researching this and is doing pretty damn good with it. But he hasn't released all of his methodology yet, so take what he says with a grain of salt. But let me say even his numbers are going to be off, and let me tell you why. Let me make one case before we get into this study. How many people died as a result of the lockdowns? When the lockdowns were the explanation in Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Michigan for this. We have to have lockdowns. We have to lock everything down because we're so worried that COVID's going to be so explosive that they're going to overwhelm all of our hospitals. So because of that, if some elderly person gets COVID, we can't afford to put them in a hospital because the hospitals need to be fresh and ready for all the young people that get the disease. So we'll put them in nursing homes instead. 70 to 80% of the deaths in Pennsylvania, New York, Michigan, and New Jersey were from nursing homes. Our Democratic governors locked the most vulnerable population that could be affected. Again, the numbers I just showed you. Your chance of dying if you're young, particularly without a comorbidity, are almost zero. Almost zero. It's the elderly that are horribly at risk. And so what did we do? We intentionally put COVID patients in with the elderly. And then the maniac Democrats that did that then point to those deaths and say, see, that's why we needed to lock down. Look how bad Trump did. They killed people intentionally and then point to the deaths and say, see, we were right. Look, people died. So how many of the COVID deaths were from that? Now, you can't say all 70% because no doubt some people in nursing homes would have died. 20%, 30%, 40% more died. And we're not talking about a couple thousand people here. The people that the CDC says died in nursing homes, you're up to like 50, 60,000. We could be talking 30 to 40,000 dead because Democrats intentionally put COVID patients in nursing homes. All because we needed to lock down without question. All because we couldn't question the experts. And then you come on and you say, what good is it questioning this? What does it help us? Well, they just murdered 40,000 people. That's why it's important to question it. Let's say this, Bland. What if this is the case? What if we find out, and this isn't even a bold prediction, what if we find out that masks basically don't do crap? Or rather, let's go even less than that. Let's say masks help somewhat, but they're not perfect, which is basically the argument that Fauci and the CDC are making. What if we've gotten lucky so far, right? And it looks like things are winding down, but in reality, the mask, it's only like, we'll say 50% effective. But what they still recommend, the mask is only tertiary. The first and most important thing is the social distancing, right? This is what we're told. But what if CNN and the New York Times and the Democrats and everybody that's endorsing hundreds of thousands of people to go out there and protest for Black Lives Matter, and they're saying, it's okay, they're wearing masks. What if they're wrong? Now, what if all of a sudden we have some super carriers out there, and now hundreds of thousands of people, all protesting for racial justice, end up getting COVID? And what if 5% of them die? Then what? Will you still say, why did you question this? The experts said it was okay. The experts said white supremacy is more of a threat than COVID. So if 20,000 Black Lives Matter supporters die, so be it, right? Can't question the experts. No, Bland, that's not the argument. This isn't like seatbelts. He says seatbelts aren't perfect, so don't wear a seatbelt. That's not what we're saying. That would be like saying the expert saying, hey, wear your seatbelt, and then if you drive 140 mile an hour, as long as you're a Democrat, it's okay. You got a seatbelt, so it's fine. No, it's not. The seatbelt's a safety device. You still have to be a safe driver. But what the experts are saying are, oh, go out, please, go out by the hundreds of thousands. Not you Republicans, not you that want to go visit your grandma, not you that want to go to church, not you that wants to go to work, but you can go out to protest. You can do that. Because the mask, so it's cool. Until it's not. Now, you know, Bland, you know that it's horseshit. You know it. I know you're smart enough to know this. I know you are. You know that that's garbage. You know how you know this? Because if the mask was 100% effective, or near 100% effective, there would be no more lockdowns. They would say, okay, open up. Everybody just wear a mask and open up. Go, good. But they're not doing that. Dr. Fauci even said, I'm telling you not to go in any large crowds. He wouldn't mention protests by name, but he said don't go to any large crowds. So if that's the expert the Democrats are telling us to look at, how can they be endorsing the March on Washington the other day there with 50,000 people with Al Sharpton? Standing shoulder to shoulder. You say the protesters need to chill the hell out. Doesn't change Trump's incompetence. Where's the testing plan? Ignore the questions. What the hell are you talking about, the testing plan? They increased tests massively, and then when they did, you and all the Democrats said, oh, look, more people are infected. You touted and touted and touted these tests that were pushed by these left-wing experts like the CDC, and the tests were wrong, as the New York Times just reported. Was Trump supposed to develop the test himself? Now, having said that, and you could check my videos, you could check my Facebook posts. We should criticize Donald Trump, the Republicans, and the Democrats for not having more funding for testing. Absolutely, totally agree with you. 100%. But Trump doesn't control the purse strings. Congress passed trillion-dollar spending bills, and they couldn't include spending in there for adequate testing? yes, I agree. There should have been better testing. The testing we had that everyone told was the gold standard that the Democrats said it's so important, it's so important. My God, more people were testing. Look what's happening. Was 90% wrong. Is that Trump's fault? You're full of it. People aren't taking it seriously. Masks work. It's established science. You would have said 2 days ago, it's established science. These tests work. Oh, wait, they didn't. And there are plenty of people that are criticizing masks. Sweden's public health expert came out and said it's dangerous to wear masks. Why? Because people were not listening to social distancing orders because they were wearing masks. And the masks were only slightly effective. And so the net damage from telling people to wear masks was worse because people wore the mask and then violated the social distancing. If the tests are wrong, who's in charge right now? Obama? No, it's Dr. Fauci and the CDC. I agree, they're garbage. What, Trump should be blamed because the CDC and Dr. Fauci that the Democrats told us we needed to listen to and shut down were wrong? You don't think that Obama... It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right. Trump, who wanted to shut down the country, we were told, use New Zealand as the model. What's the first thing New Zealand did? Barred travel from China. Trump tried to do it, and the Democrats said he was a racist. Trump was talking about the series of COVID in late February, and the CDC, and the Democrats, and the media were all saying it's nothing to worry about. And then as soon as they could exploit Trump, they said, oh, okay, now it's something to worry about. Now, I just read you evidence that the CDC is grossly inflating the numbers. You say they're not. I say they have an incentive to. You're like, great, it helps contain it. I showed you that the worst states by far are Democrat states. Somehow it's still Trump's fault, though. Just like with the riots. On one hand, if Trump did something, if Trump went in and said, look, you Democrats aren't allowed to do X, Y, Z in your state, they would have said Trump's a dictator. But when Trump listens to Cuomo, listens to Whitmer, listens to Tom Wolf, these Democratic governors that say, stay out of our business, it's our state, and then they lead to all these deaths, then that's Trump's fault as well. Let me see here. So this person who calls himself ethical skeptic, Kirpin, who's been the best person reporting on this, says he was almost spot on. He said it would be 2/3. This is what he says. Is this up? Let me see. No. By my estimate of the Big 14 comorbidity drawn from the NCHS database scraped from 8th of August, I'm projecting that 72% of COVID fatalities were a pull forward of those that would have died later in the year. Our 11-week shortfall deaths of 39,591 confirms this track. 20 weeks remain. Okay? Now, here's the chart. And this is difficult to explain, so I will try my best. His argument is basically as follows. That basically we have a certain number of people that die every year, particularly the elderly, of the types of things that you see listed here that are listed as comorbidity. Alzheimer's, cerebrovascular, respiratory illness, diabetes, heart failure, etc., etc. So people die of that stuff every year. And we have sort of this line, which is the average fatalities that we have by week from all of these different illnesses in different years, right? So the average fatalities here. So you can see, for example, in this particular year, though the colors are off, that actually the average fatalities were worse than what we see this year. Right? From all of these diseases. Now, what he's looking at is the excess fatality. So this is the best way to check, and this is what I suggested. How do we know what's really a COVID death? Well, what you could do is, let's say, and this is going to be, obviously these numbers are BS, but let's say we look at the United States and say, in the month in the years 2012 through 2019, in the month of June, on average, 100,000 Americans died in the month of June on those months. So if this year 200,000 died, there's probably a good case something changed. And so that would be a good idea. Maybe 100,000 people died of COVID. So what you do is you take the XX deaths, but you then subtract the deaths that were caused by the reaction to COVID. So, for example, we know more people are going to die if you lock down. More people commit suicide. More people don't get proper treatment for diabetes, for heart disease, for strokes, because they couldn't get into hospitals. I myself told you the story of my brother who had severe epilepsy and needed brain surgery and could not get it because of COVID. And then he had a severe seizure, went to the hospital. The hospital only kept him for like a half an hour. Even though traditionally he had seizures for up to 4 hours at a time. They kept him for a half an hour, sent him on his way. When my mom picked him up, they had to get him out of there because COVID, even though there wasn't one COVID case yet in that county. So they sent him out of the hospital, which was empty. Sent him out, and 10 minutes outside the hospital, he has a terrible seizure, falls, shatters his collarbone. That type of crap was happening everywhere. So here's the number that died exclusively of COVID, 45,000 something. All conditions, 118,000. And then with tertiary conditions, 53,000. So the total net COVID fatalities they're saying are 163,000, right? His argument is that many of these deaths that are in excess, we are going to start to see in the future lower deaths than average. Because what happened was COVID killed people that had these conditions that would have died on average anyways, like you could see from this graph. And so his prediction, which is starting to live up, is calling the pull forward effect. So this dotted line is the actual pull forward effect that we've seen for 11 weeks. This gap, the deaths that we see, are the deaths from the overreaction. So in other words, do you see how this line with these deaths, do you see how it peaks here? Right? Compared to all these other 2015 through 2019, this is COVID, we're being told. And then it goes here, here, here. Now it's starting to look like the rest of the years. So the deaths we're experiencing at week 22, 23 through 32, they're about what we experience on an average year. It's just we had this glip here. Granted, it wasn't as big as over here, but we had this glip here, right? His argument is it would really be this dotted line if we didn't have the lockdowns. Now, let me leave him further explain it. He says, remember that the third stat is still growing. The virus was dangerous. Human agency, as it turned out, was even more dangerous than the virus. This is why an ethical skeptic opposes methodical agency, not wrong answers. Those who oppose the latter are our greatest danger. So he says, put another way, there were 45,000 deaths from COVID that were just from COVID, right? 118,000 of the people that died from, if you add these two numbers up, that's the total people that are dead from COVID. So 150,000 something. So 45 of them died because of COVID and wouldn't have died otherwise. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's 45, and that's a big deal. Don't get me wrong. That's 45,000 people that died that wouldn't have died if we didn't have COVID. So they died because of COVID. However, 118,000 of these deaths would have died anyways of other causes during that time. But we had an additional 47,000 die because of our reaction to COVID. And well, the way he's getting this numbers and he's going to release this study is that he went over and over through all of these people that are going through the death certificates, that are looking at the reason people died and looking at the causes on average. And you could do this. I did this the other day. You could see that the causes they listed. And many of them are people that died from things like heart disease. People that died from heart disease that weren't diagnosed with COVID. Right? So like if normally 10,000 people a month die of heart disease, now 20,000 died. But they didn't have COVID. Why? Why did more die? Because of the lockdowns. So more people died as a result of the lockdown than died of COVID. That's this person's argument. Now again, we'll wait and see what happens. But there is zero proof that the lockdown saved anyone. In fact, the states that locked down the worst had the worst death rates. Despite what the media tells you about Florida and Texas, they all did way better. Countries that didn't lock down like Sweden did much better than countries that super locked down like the UK. Peru had the harshest lockdown in the world. It's now #1 for deaths per capita. BlandbuttSpicy says, your only hope for re-election is more riots. Once people realize how bad the Trump administration messed up, your goose is cooked. That's hilarious. Yeah, the Democrats did much better. I mean, I just find it hilarious. Trump messed up. Why? He didn't have adequate testing, so that's on Trump. Okay. But the Democrats putting COVID positive people in nursing homes, that's also on Trump. But we know, Bland, you're really giddy that people die. You hope a bunch of people die from COVID. It'll help your party. We know that that's what you're hoping. I don't want the riots, neither Trump. Trump's doing everything he can to quell the riots. What would I do? Trump did make mistakes. There's reason to criticize. But the mistakes he made aren't the mistakes you think he made. They're the opposite. Trump's mistake was going along with the Democrats, and he should be criticized for that heavily. But I ain't going to vote for a Democrat who wanted him to do worse. Here's what we do. And let me give you, here's what we should have did. And let me give you, and I've said this 100 times on my show, but whatever, for people who are new. Anyone in the chat want to answer this real quick? You hear that a virus is coming. It spreads through the respiratory system. It's supposed to be really bad. I don't care what your background is. You're a pool boy, you're a waiter, you're a chef, you're a musician, you're an artist, you're a carpenter, you're a welder, you're a truck driver, you're a teacher, you're an epidemiologist. I don't care. Any of you listening right now, please give me the answer. All right, you ready? Here's the question. Virus is coming along. You're worried about it. Who do you think's most likely to be affected the most by it? Go. Let's see if I can get at least 5 people to answer. If you had to guess a group of people, some group characteristic that would be most affected, there's going to be a virus. Who's most likely to die from it or suffer bad consequences? Anyone? If I could get at least 5 answers, I'd appreciate it. Okay, we got 1 on Twitch. Anyone else? I wonder if people even listen to me while I'm talking. Everyone's just chatting with themselves. Okay, we got 4. So Tigard says elderly and young. Yep, that's what I'd say. Vincher Automori says elderly and immune compromised. Yep, that's what I said. Free Thought says elderly. Strange Time says elderly with conditions. Gray Man says poor. Not a bad answer, but definitely the elderly. Poor, definitely. Poor and homeless. Elderly people says Kevin Curran. People with underlying health issues. BlandbuttSpicy says black, but that's because you believe in critical race theory. Okay, so all the people that said elderly, can you type what your job is? Are any of you, so Strange Times, Kevin, Free Thought, Vincher, are any of you epidemiologists? Can you type what your career is? The dead, says Blase. I also said the elderly, or the really young. Landlord, says Tigger. Landlord. Really, not an epidemiologist. Okay, Tigger. Electrician for Free Thought. Okay. Anyone else? Who else did I ask? Kevin Curran, what's your career, if you don't mind me asking? If it's too personal, you don't have to. Vincher. I could go with just landlord and electrician. So let me ask the rest of you this. Rob's construction, says Kevin. Let me ask you this. How did a landlord, an electrician, and a construction worker know more than the leading health experts of this country? How'd they know more than Dr. Fauci? How'd they know more than Health Secretary Levine in Pennsylvania? How'd they know more than the Health Secretary in New York and in New Jersey and in Michigan? Would someone answer that for me, please? How's that possible? Construction workers, electricians, landlords, they know more than our CDC, more than our health experts. Can someone answer? Tigger says common sense. Yeah, exactly. Now, if average people know more than our health experts, why are we listening to the health experts? Especially when they've been wrong at every point. We heard Dr. Fauci say at the end of January, coronavirus, nothing to worry about. We heard them say, oh, it's a bad idea to try to stop people from coming from China. We heard them say, don't worry about getting a mask. Masks don't work. Now they say you have to wear a mask. They do work. Sorry, we lied to you intentionally. We heard Dr. Fauci say that the state we should model ourselves after is New York, that has the second highest per capita death rate. Now, these are all experts that the Democrats tout. And then the coup de grace, we had all these experts in these Democrat-ran states that do this for a living. They're not electricians. They're not construction workers. I work in the healthcare field as Joe Schmo making $15 an hour now. I don't have any health expertise. Human services. I just work with people with autism. I can't prescribe medication. I don't know crap about diseases. How did I know more than them? When they said, so we all said, okay, the most vulnerable population's the old or the poor, basically people like poor, old, very young, people with comorbidities. Yeah. Now, where are you going to see the biggest concentration of those people? Poor, old people with comorbidities. Nursing homes. Easy. Still not rocket science. Average person could still get this. So can someone give me a plausible explanation how you're sitting around, let's say you're in New York and you're a health team and you're sitting around, a bunch of impressive people, experts, 6-figure incomes. You've been geared up for this your whole life. Oh my God, it's a pandemic. It's an infectious disease. Now you got to make some important decisions, right? And you really care about the state. And you're going to do everything you can to make sure that we get through this. Okay, you're sitting down with your team and you're like, okay, the disease is coming. Who's going to be the most vulnerable? And I'm assuming they would come up with a similar list that we had, but they'd be like, oh, old people, people immune compromised, people with comorbidities and things like that. Yeah, those people, yeah, I agree. So we all agree, old people? Yep. Okay, great job, team. Now, what's going to be our plan of attack? Yeah. Secretary Levine over there. Yeah, I have an idea. Well, we've acknowledged that old people, correct, are the most likely to suffer the worst consequences from this. Yes, we did. So I was thinking this. What we should do is, let's get people that have the disease, and then we'll lock them into nursing homes with these old people. And then the old people will be healthiest for that. That's a great idea, team. We agree? That's how to keep the old people healthy, right? Make sure they're in constant contact with COVID, right? Oh, and then I have a better idea. The people that are the most healthy, right? Like young people that have, young adults, people with strong immune systems, let's isolate them. Let's make sure that they can't be in contact with anyone. So we'll put COVID in with the people that are most likely to be affected, and then all the healthy people will make sure that they can't go anywhere, right? Makes sense? Brilliant. That's a brilliant plan. Yeah, that's great. Yep, makes sense. Still there, Spicy? You know what the left's argument is? Right now, we actually have the Department of Justice that's looking in for civil and criminal cases against New York and Governor Cuomo for putting COVID patients into hospitals. Now, at one point, it was over 70% of the deaths in New York were from nursing homes. But don't worry, Cuomo fixed that too. You know how he fixed that? They no longer count people the same that die at nursing homes. Now what they do is, if you're in a nursing home and you get COVID, they take you out of the nursing home once you're about to die and put you in an ambulance. And once you're outside the doors, if you die in the ambulance pulling out of the parking lot, guess what? It's not a nursing home death. Yay! Isn't that great? They did it. $60,000, 70,000 people died in nursing homes of this. The numbers are unbelievable. You have more people that have died over the age of 85 than under the age of 85 from COVID. This is a disease that, when it comes to people under the age of 25, is less lethal than the common flu. We have to lock down healthy working people when we know that they're not really at risk to die from this any more than a regular disease. And the argument now is, but they could come in contact with the elderly. From the same people that intentionally put the elderly in contact with COVID. So when they were putting the elderly in contact with COVID, they were like, that's perfectly reasonable. But we have to shut down America to make sure that other people aren't in contact with them. And then scumbag leftists say, look how many people died. Oh my God, we were right to shut things down. Trump really botched this. Oh boy, look at all those people who died in nursing homes in Pennsylvania, in New York, in New Jersey, in Michigan, where the Democrats ordered the COVID people into nursing home. Boy, Trump botched that. BlandbuttSpicy, you would have been the first person screaming if Trump came in and said, no, I'm not going to leave the states make their own decision. The feds are taking over. Holy cow, he would have been impeached immediately. That is still what he should have did. So he does deserve criticism for that. But his criticism was trusting the Democrats. So for the Democrats to say Trump messed up, he might have screwed up, and he did, and he deserves criticism. But he didn't intentionally kill old people like the Democrats, and I think that's worse. Now, the last argument is, oh, someone subbed? Thank you. I can't see if people were subbing. Thank you so much to anyone who subbed or donated money. I really appreciate it. Now, the last question I have for you is, we agreed, electricians, construction workers, human services people, landlords, we all knew. So you have to ask yourself this. Do you think that the scenario played out like I said? Do you think they didn't know that the elderly were most at risk? Do you think they did know the elderly was most at risk, but thought that putting COVID patients in with them would be good? In other words, do you think that the premier health experts in this country are dumber than electricians when it comes to infectious diseases? Do you think that? I don't. I don't think that. And that leads to one explanation. If it's not stupidity, it was intentional. And that's the truth. The same Democrats that are cheering on riots, that are cheering on Trump supporters being killed, intentionally killed elderly people. And while they did it, they said if you were concerned about your rights or your economy or your ability to visit your family or your ability to go to work or your ability to go to church, if you were concerned about all that, what was the attack they used on you? I remember because I was livid in March when this came out. What did they tell you over and over again? What was the rationale? If you don't accept what the experts say, you want grandma to die. I was told that over and over and over by people that were killing grandma. I want you to think about this scenario that's happened tens of thousands of times. You're an old man or an old lady. You've come towards the end of your life. You know, if you're in a nursing home, you might have some good golden years left. Maybe you get to see your grandkids and stuff, but you know, you're coming to the end of the line. It's a sad fact of reality. By the way, it's an issue I care deeply about, and I actually think that we live in a crappy throwaway culture, and that if you can volunteer to some nursing homes and stuff once this nonsense is over, I really do recommend it, because it can mean a world of difference to an older person that maybe doesn't see their family as much. But anyways, so you're older and you understand. Now imagine this. And it probably occurred tens of thousands of times. And I just want you to really picture this. And I'm not joking, and I'm not just trying to picture this. You're an old person, and the only thing you have to live for is seeing your family, right? And then you're told you can't see your family because of this virus. You can't see them. And you're like, oh, well, I hope this gets over quickly. That's okay. And they say, but you can't, your kids can't come here and your grandkids can't come here because they might give you the disease. Okay. And here's your new roommate. Oh, they have the disease. They just got out of the hospital with it. Wait, what? Then you get sick. And you realize your nursing home killed you. And as you're laying there with a week or two left in your life, the last thought that goes through your head is, my kids won't even be able to see me at a funeral. Tens of thousands of times that happened in Democrat-controlled states. Intentionally murdered, took away the last great moments of people's lives. Devastated children, devastated grandchildren, devastated these old people. That was the last thought that went through their head. Murdered. And those people that did that, have the goddamn audacity to tell the rest of us that they're morally superior, that we need to trust them. And every time I bring this up to some scumbag Democrat that's like, oh, Trump screwed up. You know what they say to me? Well, that's just one little issue. One little issue? It's the issue. People make mistakes. Things fall through the cracks. We should hold leaders accountable. But intentionally sentencing people to death while you're out there screaming, if you don't agree with me, you want grandma to die? And then pointing to those deaths that you caused as reasons to lock down and ruin regular people's lives? It may be the most disgusting, despicable thing that's been done in our country since slavery. And all the while it's cheered on by the morally superior media and Democrats. Fauci says Cuomo wrote a book about how awesome he was. The Democrats were like, the man should run for president. He had the best response. His state has the second highest per capita death rate. In my state of Pennsylvania, while grandparents were being sentenced to death by Governor Tom Wolf and his Health Secretary Levine, you know what Secretary Levine did? She promised all of us, don't worry, testing will be really good at nursing homes, so don't worry about it. It'll be good. That's what she told us. And then while she told us that, you know what she did? While she was ordering COVID patients into nursing homes, while she was assuring the state that the nursing homes would be protected, you know what she did? She removed her bomb from the nursing home. That's what she did. That's the Democratic Party. Sorry to hear that, Chris. I'm sorry to anyone that went through that. But I think about my grandparents, you know, my grandma had Alzheimer's. My brother's in here, he knows. We used to visit him like 3 times a week in the nursing home. And then my grandma passed away from Alzheimer's, and then my grandpa. And I just can't imagine the horror of being left alone like that. Think of the great things that those elderly people did in their lives, and to be brought down like that. Alone, scared, killed by the very people that were elected to protect you. Murdered. And nary a peep from our media. They're celebrating it. They're happy. I don't know why there aren't riots right now over that. Now, I don't condone riots. I don't. But if people get this upset, you don't think... By the way, disproportionately it's affecting black people and elderly black people. Where the hell's Black Lives Matter on that? I don't care that these Democratic governors in the systemically racist institutions sentence their black grandparents to death. They don't care. Well, I can't get them political points. They're voting Democrat. So screw those older people that died if they were black. Who cares about their lives? Incompetence is one thing. You didn't fund enough for testing. You weren't prepared. You didn't lock down soon enough. Hospitals got overwhelmed. That's terrible. Don't get me wrong. People should be held accountable for those things. But we're talking a different magnitude. Intentionally putting COVID patients into nursing homes, leading to tens of thousands of deaths. And no one cares. It's me. A couple other people. What would I have done? Here's what I would have done. Immediately, I would have said this. I understand that our Bill of Rights are not something to be thrown away in a moment's hesitation. I understand that. So this is what I would have said. I've said, this looks serious. I don't know when I would have said it. I'm not an expert. I don't know. But once I was made aware that this could be a serious virus, this is what I would have said. Our first goal is to look and see who the most vulnerable will be and protect them. Period. Infants? Okay. So we have, daycare centers, got to make sure there's stuff going there. Infant wards in hospitals, got to make sure there's resources going there. Child sick wards in hospital, got to make sure there's resources. Elderly people, some nursing homes, got to make sure there's resources, right? And what that would have looked like was this. Take extra and emergency funding and use it to increase staff so that we could make sure that you had more of a one-on-one relationship with staff. One of the great things about the company I work for is we basically have 3 people that works with my individual. We just rotate. We each work a third of a week, right? So we constantly were like, there should have been better testing, I agree, but what you could have done was taking temperature, making sure that there's no symptoms and everything, but you only have like one-on-one, like one staff per one person as much as possible. And you could achieve that by increasing resources, right? Or shifting resources. So more staff at nursing homes and making sure that they're not exhibiting symptoms. So if someone does get COVID, it's isolated to one staff, one person, instead of staff working with 60 people. So if one of those 60 get it, it gives it to the staff who gives to the other 60. We also could have been increasing facility sizes, transporting people to make sure, look, if we're worried about this, we want facilities to be at 1/3 of operation. So we'll use buildings that maybe were zoned for other things, like hospital wings that we'll put particularly just for elders that don't even have COVID, right? Other living situations, empty apartments and things like that, that we could send home care staff to go to until COVID's taken care of. And at the bare minimum, any elderly person that gets COVID, you put with the best care in hospitals, isolated as much as possible. You don't leave them in the nursing home. That would have been day one what I'd have came up with. Just like that. And I'm not an expert. That could have saved 50 to 60,000 lives alone if I was in charge. Or 95% of anyone else that would have came up with the same damn thing. Protect the old and young. Let's start with that. Okay. Now, what next? What can we do? Let's talk about testing. Let's do stuff like that. I'm not an expert in that. Let's bring in the experts, see what they say. I would have said how many people are likely to be infected. I would have been transparent with the American people. If my experts were saying that we needed to have some sort of lockdown, I would have told the American people exactly why, exactly how long we were predicting, what the measures was, what the threshold was for the lockdown, what the threshold would be for lifting the lockdown, how to accommodate that as many people were working and taken care of as possible during that lockdown. Our government didn't have any of these answers. They had no proof the lockdown would have saved anyone. If I could not have been given definitive proof that the lockdown would have saved lives, you know what I'd have said? No lockdown. None. And then, if we saw areas, like, oh, New York City, it's getting really bad there, then we would have locked down parts of, or all of New York City. But the areas in New York and the rest of the country that weren't exhibiting symptoms like that, we would have tried to isolate from New York City, and we could have done that by directing resources there, sending boats and stuff like we did, sending food and stuff like that, asking those people there to stay locked down for a couple weeks until we could get that under control, and asking other people not to go there. But the more we allow other people to be open and using their rights, the more resources we then have. One, because we're all working, making resources. And second, because we're not wasting those resources on places that don't need them. So for example, how much money do you think the state of Pennsylvania paid to send liquor control board people to my friend's bar 7-8 times during the first 2 months of this lockdown just to watch to make sure he wasn't serving a beer with the cheeseburger? How much money is that lady getting paid that sat there? 80, 90,000 a year? That's where we're putting our resources. We couldn't put resources into helping the nursing homes, but we could pay some lady $90,000 a year to sit outside bars and make sure no one's going in? Well, that's what happens when you just have a one-size-fits-all lockdown approach. I would not have taken a known evil to fight an unknown evil, or a known tragedy to fight an unknown tragedy. We didn't know what COVID would do, but I damn well knew what shutting down the economy would do. I knew the people that would die from that. I knew the lives that would be ruined for that, but we didn't care. We shut down. We still, to this day, have no proof that lockdowns work. To this day. It's like pricking your finger and saying it could get gangrene. Better chop off my arm. I guess you won't get gangrene if you chop off your arm and have it done, sutured up properly. But maybe you only had a 0.5% chance of getting gangrene. And if you do that every time you're worried about gangrene, every splinter you get, you're going to be without limbs pretty damn fast, aren't you? And that's what's going to happen to our country. Aceman X130 says, there weren't hotels and makeshift hospitals in place, so the nursing homes were sent back to patients. What are you even talking about? Everyone admits that the response was way too slow. Rob is literally talking about that right now. Wait. You're not talking to me. Let me see. We should have had more makeshift hospitals. But think about it. Think about what happened. And this is something early on that I talked about, and my friend Todd Bartley, who's a reporter, one of the best reporters in the country on COVID, who's constantly, he gets to sit in the press poll with Tom Wolf and Health Secretary Levine in Pennsylvania. And one of the things we talked about, and I would communicate with them and be like, ask this question. What is the threshold? We went from green to red, or from red to yellow to green, and there was all these different, and this, that, and the other. So here's kind of the order of operations. I'm going to screw up the dates now, but you can go check out my videos in March where I'm talking about this every week. So here's what happened. First, Tom Wolf comes out and says, okay, what we're not going to do is have a one-size-fits-all approach. Because Pennsylvania is basically, like, it's very disparate the way it looks. So on the far east and on the far west, you have Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. Then you got Erie up north, like in the northwest of Pennsylvania. But other than that, it's very rural. There's some slightly big towns, but nothing you would consider a city. Harrisburg, maybe? Altoona? But they're not that big. And most of it's just rural areas like I live in the center, right? So does it make sense in my little community to have the same policy as Philadelphia? Tom Wolf says no, which I agreed with him. And then 3 days later, he says yes. And he locks down the entirety of the state. So at one point, there was one county, for example, Sullivan County, that had two cases and 0 deaths. Why were businesses shut down in Sullivan County? I think in Clarion County, we've still had 2 deaths total, I think. 2 deaths we've had where I live. 2. And we're locked down. Now, we're not totally locked down, but you see what I'm saying. So why does it make sense? And they say, well, here's why. Because it could spread there if you're not locked down. But here's the problem. You're then stretching out those resources. And then predictably stupid stuff happens. Like this. You ready for what happened? Okay. The hospitals were empty. They had to lay people off at the hospitals around here. In some hospitals, a third of the staff was furloughed because they couldn't pay the bills because no one is allowed in the hospital because they were waiting for this wave of thousands of people to flood into the hospitals. Meanwhile, in some of the counties, while the hospitals sat empty, we were putting COVID patients in nursing homes while there were empty hospitals. Because we went with this one-size-fits-all virtue signaling, gotta lock down everything approach. So yes, there should have been more temporary hospitals built. I agree. That's on Trump, Republicans, Democrats, at the state and the federal level. I agree. More could have been done with that. But we're seeing from what I showed you that it turns out that it looks like things are grossly exaggerated. We might be looking at actually about 50 to 60,000 people that died of COVID. And how many of those died as a direct result of nursing homes being forced to take COVID patients? I don't know what the final numbers will be. We'll wait and see. But I do know this, it's not as bad as we're being told. And even if we do accept that it is as bad as we're being told, the policies that we used, the overly strict, it was just stupid. It was like we were strict in areas. We brought the hammer down on healthy people and we're like, you're locked down from everything. And then the most vulnerable people, we intentionally put in with COVID patients. Do I really believe, for example, the DeSantis in Florida, that his team, which is 10 times as few deaths per capita than New York, do I believe it's because they're just that, their entire strategy was that much better? You know what the difference was? You ready for this? This is going to blow your mind. You want to know what the big key difference between Florida and New York was? You ready? Florida didn't put COVID patients in nursing homes. So yes, a lot of people got infected, but their death rate was way smaller. I wonder why. Because they didn't intentionally infect elderly people. But Force Awakens, yes. How many put off important surgeries? My brother was scheduled for brain surgery that got delayed. And then, Chris brings up a good point. Why aren't COVID cases skyrocketing with these protests? Because they're full of it. So with all of that, with everything we just talked about, how disastrous these policies were, then the experts tell you, while they're telling you, and look, listen, there are a few people like me. One of these days, my video is going to be this. You're going to do this. It's going to be me in the corner here, little guy in the corner, like you see. Whoop. And then we're going to watch one of my videos from March, where Trump supporters are in the chat telling me how stupid I am for criticizing the lockdowns in March. Like day 2. And you're going to be like, damn, Rob was on it, wasn't he? I'm not making... You'll see, too, people are like, oh, you claimed it wouldn't be a big deal. No, I didn't. No, I did. I said I have no idea how many people will die. None. I said I refuse to accept the government taking away our rights and intentionally collapsing the economy unless they are completely transparent and answer significant questions such as what is the threshold for how many people will be affected before you're justified in taking away these rights and shutting down the economy? What is the threshold for giving our rights back and opening back up? What is the proof of how many people will be saved by doing these lockdowns? What is the mechanism of, or how the lockdowns will save these lives? How many people will die or have their lives devastated as a result of these lockdowns? How long will a lockdown be necessary in order to have a substantial effect to save a substantial amount of lives? All of those questions should have been answered day 1. And if the answer was, we're not sure, but here's our best estimate, that's better than nothing. Instead, we got, shut your mouth, don't question the experts. That's what we got. And I was talking about the Imperial College model and Neil Ferguson, which led to the lockdowns. And I talked about how disastrous that was. He said 2.2 million people would be dead. How's that looking? Ecom says, can we talk about something else? Probably not really. I'm probably going to be off here at 11, so I don't know what else we're going to talk about. There's 2 stories. Right, and by the way, so I'll briefly talk about something else, but basically not. Why is this important? There are basically 3 stories that I give a shit about right now, okay? The riots and the civil war that's brewing, 1. COVID, the taking away of our rights, the destruction of our economy. And the 3rd would be the coup against President Trump from the intel agencies. They're all the same story. It's a story of the establishment, the elites, whose face is the Democratic Party and the media and academia and Silicon Valley, intentionally destroying working class America. Just like they've been doing for decades. Causing division, causing death, causing economic destruction, engaged in a coup on someone they think will threaten their power. The reason it's so much worse this time is it's an election year, and they are worried that Donald Trump maybe will hold them to account. Maybe not. I've criticized Barr and Durham for letting people off the hook. We'll see. But understand, you have to understand the game that these people are playing in the establishment. They're not in the business of taking chances. They're not in the business of, I hope our side wins the election. That's not what they do. They control both sides. They wanted Hillary Clinton versus Jeb Bush. They win either way. They wanted McCain versus Obama. They wanted Romney versus Obama. They wanted Gore v. Bush. They wanted Kerry v. Bush. They wanted Clinton v. Bush. Dole v. Clinton. That's what they wanted. The establishment. They win either way. Heads I win, tails you lose. Trump and I think Bernie Sanders in 2016. It does not matter if you think, oh, they're really not anti-establishment. The people that run the show were like, we don't know if they're with us. They're not career politicians. Well, Bernie is, but he's kind of a wild card, and Trump's not a career politician. We want people we can control. Now, they had Hillary Clinton, the ultimate insider. They're good there. But people were getting pissed. Populism. That's what Bernie was. Bernie was populism on the left. I hate all the progressive policies, but that's what he was. Trump was populism on the right. Now, the establishment are experts at co-opting movements. Remember the anti-war movement under Bush? How'd they co-opt that? They took a black guy, Democrat, who is the man of peace. So he's black, he's hypocritical. A lot of the anti-war people happen to be liberals that would think that's a very... By the way, and let me say this just for the record. I hate the race stuff. I hate focusing on people based on race and things like that. I despise Obama. However, and if you grew up in the civil rights movement or whatever, and you lived to see your first black president, I don't blame them. Yeah, I don't. It's pretty cool. You know? So I don't blame that. I wouldn't vote for someone because they're black, and I voted against Obama, don't get me wrong. But that first time, I think that would have been special for them, for someone in the black community. So it is what it is. Anyways, just an aside there. But shut that anti-war movement down real quick, didn't it? Man won a Nobel Peace Prize as he dropped more bombs than any president in history. Escalated the wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Yemen. Who knows how many other places. Shut her down. Occupy Wall Street, shut her down. Tea Party, shut her down. So they had Hillary, and you have to have a vent, though. You can't just shut things down totally or it'll explode. The people won't take it. That's what was going on with things like the Iraq, or the anti-war movement. It was getting a little too uppity for them. So you have this release valve. So it's like, here's what we'll do. We'll give them Trump. And I'm sure McCain and Flake and Romney, they all knew what was up. That's why they were never Trumpers. So it was like, we'll give them Trump. They could act like their voice will be heard, because there ain't no way in hell. That guy's so bombastic. He's a TV star. He has no political experience. He don't have a chance. And besides, even if he did, we'll spy on him. We'll get any dirt we can to ruin him. We'll have people leak against him. We'll have people accuse him of all sort of heinous stuff. And the media is 95% on our side. And entertainment industry is all on our side. And we'll call anyone racist that wants to vote for him. So that's why during the primary, they're like, oh, Trump, 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 Trump. And as soon as he wins the primary, they're like, this guy's despicable. He's evil. Blah, 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 blah. Because it was like they knew. We got Hillary. It's in the bag. Except it wasn't. And that's the one chance we have, that they overestimated themselves. They believed their own hype. They believed Hillary had a 99% chance of winning. But you know what their mistake was? It wasn't underestimating Trump. It was underestimating how much people hated Hillary Clinton. That was their mistake. If they would have put up John Kerry, he probably wins. Not that John Kerry's much better than Hillary Clinton, but people hated Hillary. She's so unlikable. She's such a disaster. And she always has been. And so they lost. And they immediately went to work and said, we will not make that mistake again. That's why everything's been turned up to 11. It is a full court press. What the establishment and the Democratic Party are telling you is, you will not vote against us again. We will bury you. We will destroy this country. We'll crush you in ways you can't imagine. We'll do it flippantly right in your face. We'll say you can go to the casino, but you can't go to church. You can go to the liquor store, but you can't go to your mom's funeral. You can go riot and burn things down, but you can't go to work to feed your family. We'll do that. Blatantly. We'll take COVID patients and put them in nursing homes. And then when those people die, we'll go, that's a shame. Too bad about your grandma. Well, we told you. They'll repeat lies to you that are so outlandish. You could look in the video. They say fiery but mostly peaceful protest. You're like, what? Anyone could see it. They say Trump said Nazis are good people. He said the opposite. They said Trump said to drink bleach. He never said it. They talk about Trump eating 2 scoops of ice cream. They just assert people are white supremacists. Kyle Rittenhouse, white supremacist. Patriot Prayer, far-right group. Guy gets murdered. It's instantly being smeared as far-right. They're not even trying. There are Russians under every bed. They seriously had months-long discussions, which still, to this day, Adam Schiff was just talking about this. They blame 12 Russian trolls for putting memes on Pokemon Go for stealing the election. Memes that look like a child made. most of which weren't seen until after the election. They claimed that Russia hacked the DNC server and yet refused to look at the physical server. They spied on Trump to accuse him of getting dirt on Hillary from Russians, and the document they used to spy on Trump was unproven dirt from Russians. It's not just that they're destroying you. It's that they're letting you know. That's what's happening. There's nothing you could do about this. That's what they're saying. And maybe I'm a little crazy, but that's how I look at the world. And when I see this, I take it personally. It's like the challenge is being thrown out there. It's like, Rob and the millions of people that are like you that see this. You can't do a damn thing about it. Look at your friends. Look what we did to them. They hate you now. All these things that you see are clear lies, that are clear garbage. They totally believe. That's the power we have. You might be able to see it. What are you going to do about it? You're a racist now. You're a scumbag now. Your friends don't even want to talk to you. Not all of them, but... We're going to go after Roger Stone. We're going to call CNN. We're going to have a dozen or two FBI agents show up with AR-15s, drag Roger Stone out of his house in his underwear for the crime of supposedly lying to investigators. Meanwhile, the investigators, Comey, Brennan, Clapper, McCabe, Weissman, we're going to blatantly have them lie on camera, on transcript, so that you and every other American could see. And we're going to laugh at you as they walk free. And then they're going to get hired by the news agencies that you're supposed to trust to tell you how much of a piece of crap you are. That's what I see. And then I do these videos. And look, it's probably not the best. Like, I'll probably run for Congress again at some time. Is it the best for me to sometimes be getting a little too passionate and yelling? Maybe not. But I have people say, like, why are you yelling? I'm like, why aren't you? Can't you see? Can't you see what's happening? I have friends that I was a Ron Paul Republican. I was against the Iraq War. I was against what was going on in Afghanistan. I was against all these foreign intervention wars over and over and over. Was against all of them. And all these friends on the left that were with me. I used to go to punk shows, Punk Against Bush. I used to listen to Bruce Springsteen tell me how crappy Bush was. Bush lied, people died. And then Obama came. And where was I? It was like I was in this field with all these people like, we're tired of these wars. We're tired of it. We're tired of the elites sending poor people to die, killing innocent people. We're tired of this crap. And then all of a sudden it was like I was in that field alone. I'm like, wait, where'd everyone go? We're not mad about the wars anymore? Nah, Obama's a cool guy. He won the Nobel Peace Prize. Wait, what? Now it was racism for me to be against the war. The same war that I was against 2 weeks earlier. Now because Obama was doing it, I must be racist. What? Now those same people, they went from protesting way more vigorously than me against the war to being silent on the war under Obama to now protesting for Trump trying to pull us out of the war. That's the power of the establishment. And these aren't all dumb people. People ask, why do I talk to people on the left? You want to know one of the reasons? And I don't talk about this a lot. Because I got to check my sanity. Because I have to make sure. What if I'm human too? How do I know I'm not falling for the same crap? So I don't want to be in a bubble. I want to hear the other side just to make sure. So I talk to these people, and I'm right. But it helps keep you in balance. You know, that 6% thing that we talked about earlier. If I was just looking at right-wingers, I might not have caught that was a misstatement. No, don't leave a million words go away. He's a winner. I really enjoy people like that. But that's, so it's when people are like, why do you get so mad? Why are you talking about these things? What else is there to talk about? I go on these debate panels. We never talk about a topic that I'm interested in. Ever. Ever. Should "in God" be in the Pledge of Allegiance? Is toxic masculinity a thing? Should we be teaching LGBT rights? Should we increase the minimum wage? Should we have more high-skilled immigrant labor? Is Donald Trump a fascist? That one okay. I didn't mind talking. Should Christians be allowed to have public office? Those were the topics in the 2 debates I did last week. You know what they don't want to talk about? Was there a coup against Donald Trump? They don't want to talk about COVID. Or rather, when they talk about COVID, they just say, a bunch of people died. You want more people to die because you don't agree with the experts. That's the extent of their analysis. Hey, Ace Man, do you mind being a mod on Twitch? You seem to be on here a lot. Can I even make you a mod? Thanks, man. You don't have to be on all the time or anything like that. But if you see someone like that guy's just cursing or whatever. How do I make you a mod? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, if that Million Swords guy comes back, you know what to do. I don't mind people disagreeing with me, but if people are just going to... And if the insults are funny, that's fine. Use your judgment. So yeah, it's funny to me. People say, you know, and I'm in these, you know, before COVID, I'm doing these videos. And I don't just do videos. I volunteer for, like, Republicans. Not really in my county, ironically. More in Williamsport, way over there, like Cumming. But I'm talking to Pennsylvania politicians, volunteered for Trump's campaign, do stuff like that. And the number one thing I'm hearing way before COVID and everything is like, landslide, Trump's got it locked up. And I'm like, they're going to collapse the economy on purpose. You can go back, watch the videos. I'm saying this. They're going to collapse the economy on purpose. They're going to bring out every possible... I didn't say they would intentionally support riots, which they're doing. And I didn't mention it would be through a disease. I didn't know that. But I knew they'd collapse the economy. I knew they'd do that. They were going to make our life a living hell. They would cheat in the elections. We haven't even got to the allegations part of this yet. So in the next month or two, you'll hear credible allegations of Trump raping people coming through the roof again. That'll come. And then I'm sure that there'll be documents that they got their hands on of Trump connecting with Russia and this and that and the other. And who knows what other scandals. And then they'll cheat at the post, or they'll cheat at the ballot box as well. I don't know if Trump will win. I don't know. But I was shocked at how confident everyone was. I was like, you not understand what we're up against. Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. They're laughing at you. They're laughing in your face. They're laughing. You believe this? Here's what we'll do. We'll kill the dude. And then we're just going to look at them and be like, yeah, he killed himself. What happened was we took him off suicide watch and 2 guards fell asleep and the cameras all malfunctioned at the same time. Yeah, he's dead. He killed himself. %, Rasmussen says that over 50% of Democrats believe that Trump called Nazis fine people. It's over that number as well. Over 50% believe that Russia, or that Trump illegally colluded with Russia in the 2016 election. That's unbelievable. It's unreal. And you have to argue with these people. One of these days I'll go through this. You hear this talking point about actually most terrorism's right-wing terrorism. I've gone through those studies for you. What they do is they play this clever trick where they determine that any instance that's a hate crime from a white person to a person of color is considered right-wing terrorism. So, for example, the synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh will be considered right-wing terrorism. Now, never mind that that person said he hated Donald Trump. Right? Never mind that. Never mind when we see anti-Semitic attacks from the Nation of Islam that are Biden voters, they call that right-wing terrorism. Right? We're supposed to ignore that. That would be considered. In prison, if a white supremacist prison gang kills someone, that's right-wing terrorism because it's a racial hate crime. The measures, some of the groups that the FBI uses to determine these hate crimes are Southern Poverty Law Center, a hate group itself. Constantly we see when people of color attack whites for a racist reason, it's not considered a hate crime, therefore it's not considered terrorism. But if it's the opposite, then yes. They also selectively choose the time frames. So they always start right after 9/11. Isn't that weird? Why would you start after September 2001? What's the importance of starting after that? I wonder why. Oh, because 9/11. So they have to leave that out to say, well, it's the Trump supporters, it's right-wingers. Now, I'm not saying right-wing terror doesn't exist. It does, and it should be quelched. But no one in positions of power defend it. No one. And when the FBI is talking about terrorism, see, it's funny that the same people that were against the Iraq War, and they don't trust the CIA and the FBI there, they implicitly trust them when they're going after Trump or Trump supporters. Then it's all we have to trust them. What it is it's how you define the term. But does the definition matter as much as the action? What if we polled prisoners and saw which side they're most likely to vote for? People that committed violent crime. What do you think the numbers would show there? Does it matter if it's terrorism or just regular old rape or, assault, battery, homicide? Does it matter? Oh, if it's one of those, no big deal. Why is it okay to look at things like that when we could blame it on the right wing? But if I start to look at let's look at other groups. Who commits the most homicides? Oh, can't talk about that. I see it I have one friend, he's a great person, smart guy, not insane. It's pretty moderate. He's a Democrat. I talk to him probably more than anyone about these issues. I just don't get it. I don't get it with him. I don't know what it is. He's still mad that Trump's trying to force the National Guard in. Still mad. If Trump would sign the Insurrection Act, that would be a deal. He would be livid. He'd be like, this is insane. But he basically acknowledges that the Democrats are allowing the riots to occur to harm Trump. And he's like, well, people don't like it, they'll vote him out. And I'm like, okay, fair, but how are you voting, Democrat? How? Now, he hates Trump, and that's fine. But I'm like, how could you? I don't get it. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Oh, man, we got a big fantasy football discussion. Yeah, it sucks, just real briefly on that. Yeah, I love viewer call-ins. I am going to be hanging up here soon, but yeah, I have a Discord channel. If anyone ever wants to chat and you catch me looking at the chat, you can come on Discord with me. Particularly if you disagree. I really enjoy that. But what's up, Sharpie? Chris, Joe, Chris. We got several Chris's. Chris Mayo and regular Chris. It's probably the same Chris, just on two different things. But yeah, Christian, call in sometime. I'll be heading out here tonight, but oh man, Christian, if I let you in, we'll be here till 2 a.m. What is the nature? Can you pick one thing that you disagree with, and we can do it for 20 minutes? Can you type in the chat what it is? It can be anything. I'm not limiting the topic. But go ahead, Christian. Just type the nature of what the disagreement is, and we'll see. One second. Someone might want to call in here, so. Oh, is the Hitler guy back? Yeah, I was accused of having dual citizenship in Israel. Discord. Oh, yeah. I'll give you my Discord, but I'm asking what did you want to chat about? Because it kind of depends on whether or not. Some conversations I'd probably not be down for at this point at night. It depends. If it's something that I've been talking about. Yeah, I've been outside of this country one time in my life, and that was to go right across the border to Canada so I could drink when I was 19. Anything. You said you disagree on some things. Anything. Abortion, economics. You decide. Oh, boy. Do you disagree on the riots, on COVID, on the coup? That was kind of the intel agency coup. That was kind of what I was talking about tonight. That's what I mean. I would be happy to talk about abortion or economics or anything with you. It's just, I really got to be in bed by 11:30. And, like, how the heck are we going to have a serious conversation in 15 minutes about something like that? But there's the link. You can come on for a couple minutes if you want. But I'm seriously done at 11:30. Seriously. I'm not trying to be rude. I just, I can't do it. But you get on the voice channel there. Okay, COVID or riots, that's fine. Do you see? There you go. Hey, man, can you hear me?
You're muted. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
What's
hey,
up?
How are you?
Good. Nice to talk to you, Christian. So, yeah, which one do you want to talk about? The riots or COVID? It don't matter.
I don't really have a strong preference. I was just recently having a conversation about the riots, but I suppose I could do whatever one you're most comfortable with.
Riots is fine. So let me. I know this is crappy to say, but would you call yourself more Democrat, more Republican? Do you Biden or Trump?
I'm an independent.
Independent. Okay. Do you lean one way or the other?
Yeah, I'm probably more of a Democrat than I think I am of Republican.
So you would think we'd probably disagree on the riots. Let's make it as simple as possible. Who's more to blame for the riots, Trump or Biden? The Republicans or the Democrats?
I would say that it's a good mixture of both, but probably the Republicans are more to blame.
And why would you say that?
Well, I generally think that the president sets the tone of the conversation in America, and I'm not a huge fan of how Trump doesn't seem to be interested in providing a thoughtful philosophical or socio-political discussion. He seems more interested in, playing home base and getting his base to turn back out in November, and that's fine if we're talking about, political strategizing with certain swing states, but I don't think that Trump is particularly good at keeping the conversation on either the facts or the apparent nature of reality. So I would find that it seems to be the case that Trump has lowered the discourse to a level to where there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of room for productive dialogue.
So I would push back in this way. First, I don't think that he's not based in reality most of the time. I think that oftentimes what you see is he'll make braggadocious statements that are technically lies, but they're just kind of like, hey, the fish I caught was this big when it's this big. My audience was the biggest, blah, blah, blah. No one respects women more than me. It's stupid, and I agree. It's not my favorite thing. But the fact checkers oftentimes, I think, are disingenuous with the fact checking. But that aside, the idea of lowering the tone of the conversation, this is one of the things that I'm going to heavily disagree on you with. And here's why. I went through 2003 through 2011. I was in the debate community. This is just anecdotal, but I'll get to the actual data and the numbers on this. I went through, and that was the left of the left. It was supposed to be the elite in university. Even though I went to a state school, I participated against Harvard, Yale, military academy, all these places. There were no divisions. I was told over and over, you're white, kill yourself. You're a man, kill yourself. You're a conservative, kill yourself. You're a redneck, hick, loser, uneducated, blah, blah, blah. I was told this all the time. We were in flyover country. I was deplorable. I was clinging to my Bible and guns. I went through classes over and over where I was told that I was responsible for the sins of my forefathers, that I was responsible and somehow inferior because I had toxic masculinity. I went through all of this crap, and never was there allowed to be any pushback. In fact, in the debate community, the only chance you had to win a round was to deny being white. To say, no, that my complexion...
I was a policy debater, so I
Oh, me too,
understand what you're talking about.
What year, I don't care how old you are, but, around what time were you in the community?
I'm 18, I just graduated, so...
Oh, you're okay, cool. Well, I'm 35, so I was still with this... Yeah. Well, if you did policy debate, I'm assuming it's the same. You know what I'm talking about.
It's gotten marginally better. I mean, there is definitely... I mean, I didn't see a whole lot of the apologizing for being white thing. I mean, if that happened, I'm sorry. I don't think that anyone has to apologize for the color of their skin.
Well, so you can see how that's in the mainstream. 1619 Project, books like White Fragility. We have books being written that was discussed on NPR yesterday about the importance of looting and rioting for black community to achieve social justice. This mindset it's been around for a long time in academia, and it's seeped, I see it now with my sister who's 16 and what she's being taught in school. The difference is this. There was no pushback as the culture started and all of our institutions started to become dominated by the left and the narratives that they were pushing and how they looked at working class Americans, particular ones that leaned conservative or ones that were Christian, as worthless, as stupid, as things like that. And they might have had a more eloquent way of talking trash on us, but they certainly talked down to us. And then what happened was when that was ignored over and over by Republicans, by Democrats, by the politicians, by media, by the entertainment industry, when it was ignored over and over and over and over again, it's just like the riots. You can only push people so far until they fight back. Donald Trump is kind of the avatar of being like, we're tired of this. We're tired of being treated like this and being talked down to. So we finally got a guy that's willing to stand up in a crude way, which it didn't have to be crude, but I think it probably did help for people, and was like, we're sick and tired of this. We're not sorry for who we are. We're not dumb, and we're going to fight back. And so now the same people that talk trash and talk down on us for years are like, oh my gosh, do you hear how Donald Trump talks? He's not conciliatory enough. It's nonsense. We needed someone to fight. We would have never gotten to the point where we're even talking about compromise if there wasn't fighting back from the other side.
So I'm not a huge fan of interrupting, so I usually just let you go as much as you would like. I guess I would take two issues with that. The first would be I'm not really part of the crowd of people who are shaming people for whatever they are. I mean, I don't hate Christians, I don't hate conservatives. I just disagree with you on a lot of things. But what I would say is my issues with Trump are not that if you hold to the conservative political or social philosophy, I understand why you may feel as though you have a home with Trump, but I would perhaps go to make the further case and say that Trump doesn't actually represent conservative or Christian values in a way that I think is productive to the conversation. So I think that by supporting Trump now, you'll put yourself in a position to no longer be able to consistently support those conservative Christian values.
Well, as far as conservative values, I would say he's more conservative in the ways that matter than me. Christian values, I didn't vote for Trump for how he is as a person. And I think I could admit that he's an ass. And for example, I take marriage very seriously. The dude cheated on his wife. That's not acceptable. That is a very immoral thing to do as far as I'm concerned. However, for example, I would think one of the most Christian things that you could believe is being pro-life. There hasn't been a more pro-life president. Now, am I supposed to ignore that his policies have endorsed a Christian value, but he's an immoral man himself? I really don't care. In fact, I almost assume anyone that has an elite power status like him or that's the ability to run for president probably has a lot of moral faux pas. But, you know, so I don't understand. Like, and then against that, to me, the reason I voted for Trump had nothing to do with even endorsing conservative values. My dream election was Trump-Bernie because I thought both of them were potential outsiders. And the biggest issue in this country is that we have a government that doesn't work for the average person. And the only way to ever get that government back into the hands of the people is to elect someone, even if I disagree with their policies or their moral character, that at least is a thorn in the side of those that are controlling the conversation, which Trump has done in spades, even if not intentionally. We now know that the intel agencies engaged in a coup against him. We now know that the Democrats are willing to support riots. We now know that the Democrats are willing to put COVID patients in nursing homes and kill them. And all of that wasn't because Trump's playing 4D chess. It's because they can't help themselves. Because they're so loathsome and they control this country and have contempt for the average person so much that they are forced to try to punish the average person because they didn't vote for them.
So there's definitely a lot, and obviously to go point by point on that would be not brief enough in this conversation.
Right.
But what I would say is just generally, I disagree with a lot of the conceptualization that there is the conceptualization that Trump has been predominantly positive for these sorts of values or these sorts of policies. I would disagree with that perception. I would say that Trump has been mostly destructive, and I think that Trump for most of his political career was endorsing the system that you hate so much by giving it lots of lobbying money and providing it with all sorts of different endorsements and taking handouts from it even at times. So what I would say is if the solution to the system is to hire someone who's been quietly endorsing it, I'm not exactly sure if I would agree with that. I mean, I agree with your characterization of Bernie. Like, I think Bernie is I mean, he's not really an outsider, but he's not necessarily in the corporate machine as much as, like, for example, a Nancy Pelosi is. But what I would say is I don't think that the case can be made effectively or with great brevity or strength that Trump is or ever was an outsider that came to tear down the system. I mean, the first thing Trump did was install an entirely corporatist Goldman Sachs administration that perpetuated against the working class, which has been happening for centuries. So it's not shocking to me that was the first thing that he did, was kind of go back to the crony, you know, neocon, neoliberal sort of garbage strategies.
Well, I think Trump did put terrible people around him. I totally agree with that. If Trump's part of the establishment, why'd they engage in a coup against him?
If Trump is part of the establishment, could you demonstrate how that coup happened?
Yeah, for example, can you name a president in history that the entire intel agency investigated and spied on him both before he was president and after?
But I name a so there's two premises in there that I think I would take issue with. Is that anyone was spying on Trump before the presidency and then also during the presidency.
So Trump wasn't spied on. That's your argument?
No, I didn't say that. I said that I wouldn't know how you would demonstrate that to be true.
Well, for example, we know there was a FISA warrant against Carter Page. Just one issue. There's a FISA warrant against Carter Page. The FISA warrant's allowed through a 2-hop rule to intercept all calls and email transmissions from Carter Page to anyone that he talked to, and to anyone he talked to and anyone they talked to.
Did Carter Page leave the Trump administration?
He did, but they had access to all of his documents and phone calls that he made while he was with the administration as well. So they would have directly had access to any phone call or email that Donald Trump made during the time that Carter Page was on there. And if they considered Donald Trump to be someone of interest, or the people around Carter Page to be someone of interest, they could have maintained that. Bill Benny, who was formerly one of the top people at the NSA that developed this system, talks exactly about this. How through the 2-hop rule, all they needed was one person tangentially connected to Trump's campaign to be able to have access to every single document and phone call that Trump made. So that occurred during Trump. That occurred in July. Operation Crossfire Hurricane started. So they were getting those warrants in July, and they kept those warrants going a year into Trump's presidency. Can you name me another president that's happened to?
When you say getting those warrants, do you mean that warrants were legally obtained for getting information from the Trump campaign?
Yes, but they were obtained by illegal lies. The IG report, for example, said that the Woods procedures that the FBI is legally bound to hold was violated over 200 times, and there were 17 direct, incredibly heinous things that they did in lying or covering up the truth in order to get that. Rod Rosenstein personally signed 2 of those warrants. He testified in front of Congress that had the FBI told him the truth and he'd been aware of the knowledge that they were aware of, that he would not have signed those warrants.
So I'll be charitable and say that all of that is true. At what point do we go from the intelligence agencies are biased against Trump to this is why Trump is a good president, or this is why Trump is an effective leader?
Was it just the intelligence agencies? Is our mainstream media supposed to hold truth to power? Did the mainstream media think and celebrate itself as one of the greatest things ever?
I don't think the media has any legal obligations.
No, but the media is the fourth estate, and we understand the importance of it historically, right? And they shape the media. So our institutions are more than just
You wouldn't compel media to be fair to Trump, though.
No, of course not.
Would you say the media?
But that's the point.
Okay.
That's why Trump's so important. I don't need them to legally be compelled. I need the American people to see how corrupt they are. And none of this answers the question. If Trump's the establishment, why did all this happen? Why has the media been so harsh on him? Why was the intel agency spying on him?
I didn't. I think you're. I just think that there's a miscommunication happening. I don't think that I said that Trump was the establishment. I think I said that Trump was endorsing the institutions of which the establishment is built on for the majority of his career.
Okay, that's irrelevant. So if someone takes, for example, that would be like saying, well, you can't truly think that Bernie Sanders is a working class person because he took a bigger tax loophole than Trump. So if he really cared about the importance of taxes and social programs, well, the way he lived his life isn't the case. That's not the way. If
someone funded the building of a bomb and then that bomb exploded and then you said it's not relevant who funded it, I would say I think it's kind of is relevant who funded it.
No, because Trump didn't do anything illegal. He wasn't funding a bomb. If there are tax loopholes and Trump takes advantage of him when he was a private citizen to say, then that's proof that he couldn't be a public leader. Would it have been better if he was Nancy Pelosi and made his money just being in Congress and selling?
About tax loopholes.
Right. So what did Trump do that was so illegal and immoral before he was president?
I didn't say those 2 words either.
Okay. What did he do that was so, whatever words you used, that you think demonstrates that he wasn't fit to lead the country?
So there's 2 problems. I said that Trump was endorsing the system by giving money to corporate-based politicians on both the left and the right who were both completely entrenched in corporatist systems and perpetuating the system that you and I think agree that isn't for the working person. And by investing in those systems, I mean, giving campaign contributions is a choice. You don't have to do it. You don't have to give millions to candidates to bolster their campaigns. You don't have to do it. So I would say that if you give money to a broken system willingly and there's no coercion, then I would say that's an immoral action.
That's ridiculous. Do you think that the wars that our tax money was going to pay for were immoral?
Yeah, I don't
Do you
support,
pay taxes?
Like, for example, the Iraq War. No.
Right. You don't pay taxes?
No, I said I don't support the Iraq War.
Do you pay taxes?
Yeah, I do pay taxes.
So you financed immoral imperialism. So you're not fit to lead.
Yeah. But no, so the different word that I used there was in the absence of coercion.
Okay, but why does that matter? Like, so it's as long as the government says, well, you have to. But it's irrelevant. The point is,
if I were to hold a gun to your head, and say, I want you to make the free choice, either I shoot you or you push this person off a cliff, we would say that isn't free will. That would be coercion. So
did you ever? Okay.
The government says if you don't pay taxes, you go to jail.
Did you ever donate money to a campaign?
No.
Have you ever volunteered to help with the campaign?
No, I don't do that.
Okay. So then you don't have a civic duty. So you're criticizing other people for giving money, but you've chosen to engage in not doing any civic duty when it comes to politics.
No, I don't engage on campaigns that would support initiatives that would kill people overseas. No.
Okay. So you never endorsed any policy or any politician, even ones that are against those.
Yeah, I don't support politicians that are for, like, for example, endless wars in the Middle East.
But that's a clever way of saying, do you support any politician? Let's leave the caveat. Do you support a politician? So you don't. So why would you need that caveat? It seems like It's a very interesting way to frame the question. Do you support any politician? No, I don't support politicians that believe in wars. Okay, do you support any politician? It's just yes or no. Have you supported a politician?
No.
Okay, that's fair. This is easy enough. Well, it seems odd to me to criticize. This is something that you saw with Ron Paul all the time. So because Trump, and as a business acumen, understood that there was a rigged system, and he exploited that system for his company and his personal benefit, that proves that as a leader, someone who seeks to end that corruption, he can't do that.
No, I didn't even get enough chance to make such a complex point like that.
Right. So, okay. So your point's just he gave money to politicians. So what? You made the point.
No,
like you keep saying you didn't make these points. You want me to say the exact words you do. So I guess I could go back and look at the tape. So your exact words were something like this. He gave money to establishment politicians that supported the type of system that I said exploits the poor. Therefore, and then I forget the next part. So you could fill me in on there. Therefore, what? Now, let me write it down because you'll come back later and say, I didn't exactly say that point. You basically said that he wasn't fit to lead or that he couldn't go against the system because he engaged in the system. But give me the exact words so I could write them down and repeat them the next time we talk about it. So he gave money to politicians that endorsed a system that was against the working class people and therefore.
And therefore, he perpetuated a system of which he's now trying to fix.
Okay. So if someone takes advantage of a tax loophole, they would never be able to be elected to fix that tax loophole?
I wouldn't trust them to, and I would say that they are not reliable to make those decisions.
So are you voting?
In this coming election?
Yes.
I'm still agnostic on that. I'm not entirely sure.
Did you vote in the primaries?
No, I didn't vote in the primaries, no.
Okay. So then your argument...
I wasn't a big enough fan of any candidate.
Okay. So then the argument is basically, I don't like any candidates. Fair enough. What is...
Well, I wouldn't... It's not that I disliked all... Like, I would say that...
Give me a candidate you like.
That were presented... Of all the candidates that were presented, I would say that I enjoyed some of Bernie. Like Tulsi was okay on some issues.
Bernie takes huge tax breaks.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm not endorsing everything Bernie's ever done.
Right,
I'm just saying that.
Right, that's what I'm saying about Trump.
Yeah, but you voted for Trump. I didn't vote for Bernie.
Well, I get it, and this is the agnostic's superiority. You didn't vote for anything, so nothing's your fault. Well, okay. But then if the country gets better, nothing's your responsibility either. That's fine. I mean, I guess you could say that. My 16-year-old sister didn't vote either, so I guess that gives her the right to be like, well, your candidate sucks. That's fine. Looking in comparison to the other side, I don't think that you can make a credible argument that the Democrats are better in any of this, particularly when the very Wall Street corporate interests that we're talking about, overwhelmingly 3 to 4 donate to the Democratic campaign. So I'm not claiming Trump's perfect.
With you. Democrats are also corrupt.
Right. I'm not claiming Trump's perfect. So when you said you would favor the Democrats more than the Republicans, why? Do you think that Biden, who's been in politics for 40 years, is less engaged in that system that we're criticizing than Trump?
No, it's mainly social issues. Like I'm pro-choice. It's just like general social issues. I'm much more progressive, and the Democratic Party seems to be more on my side on social issues.
Okay. So we're talking about the riots specifically. You said that they're more of Trump's fault because the way he talks or something like that?
No. The riots point was a tangential point off of the initial point. In the riots, because you asked who I thought was more involved in starting the riots, and I said the riots are happening in general because people are outraged at the system. And then that's why I made the separate point that Trump had funded and endorsed that system.
That's not why the riots are occurring. So I missed that. That's not why the riots are occurring.
Hold on.
Okay.
Wait. I didn't even get close to what I was going to finish with. So
okay.
I'm not saying that Trump is holistically responsible for the riots. That would be ridiculous. What I am saying is answering your direct question, which is who's more responsible, Trump or Biden? And I would say that as a matter of recent history, that you would see that the riots are in direct response to what I would consider to be a lack of leadership on the part of the White House.
That I could not disagree more. So the Ferguson riots, were they responsible for lack of leadership from Obama?
Generally speaking, the Ferguson riots were a response to the lack of leadership from Obama.
I couldn't agree more. The riots are over a group that
Why do you disagree?
Because the riots have nothing to do with a lack of leadership. The riots have everything to do with political Marxist seeking to obtain political power.
No, I just said that the riots were because of Obama's lack of leadership.
Right, that's not a lack of leadership. That's not, right? If I want to overthrow the United States because I hate capitalism and I'm a Marxist, I'm not pissed at a lack of leadership. I'm upset that the leadership doesn't endorse my ideals.
How do we get to Marxism?
Black Lives Matter? They're a Marxist terrorist organization. That's what they are. How's that a lack of leader? So can you name me one Black Lives Matter leader that said, I'm rioting over, or we're protesting over a lack of leadership? Can you name me one?
I don't even know any Black Lives Matter leadership.
I don't mean to you personally. Can you point to an article? Have you heard this? Have you heard an anchor on CNN say this?
No, I mean, I don't know of. I'm not trying to be a smartass. I'm not saying that I don't know them. I'm just saying I don't actually know of any, in general.
Well, I don't so you can't. So then you have no clue. You're just assuming. You haven't heard. You don't know of any Black Lives Matter leaders or members that have said we're protesting over a lack of leadership. You just assumed that out of thin air.
No, I don't know any Black Lives Matter leadership. I don't know who leads it at all.
Can you name me a person that seems to endorse the idea of Black Lives Matter at the leadership level, at the follower level, someone who's a custodian at a place where they might eat for pizza? Anyone that could say the reason that we're protesting is a lack of leadership.
Oh, Mandisa Thomas. She's the president of Black Non-Believers.
Let's get her name. How do you spell it?
Mandisa, Mandisa, and then Thomas. I mean, I know her personally. Does that count?
It doesn't matter if you know her personally. And you've heard her say, it's not because of police brutality. It's not because of poverty rates in the black community. It's a lack of leadership.
To what I said.
No, you said the reason was
it's a multivariate equation. To attribute it to one thing would be ridiculous. I'm saying that's a component of it. Is the
right? But when I asked you for the reason and you gave one reason, my implication would be that you gave that reason because you believe it to be the central reason.
Oh, I mean, the central reason's not super relevant. I would say that you could name a bunch of reasons why something is happening, and sure, police brutality is one of them. A lack of leadership is another.
Well, that seems to be arguing in bad faith. I mean, if you ask me something and you were like, why do you think this occurred? And I give you a reason, and then 20 minutes later in the conversation I say, oh, that reason's not even one of the important ones. I just was talking about that reason for some reason.
I didn't say it wasn't an important reason.
But is it the central reason?
No, I would say the two central reasons would be institutionalized racism and police brutality.
Okay, so then lack of leadership, that's below those.
Yeah, I would say lack of leadership is more of it's not necessarily a function of any particular other subset. I would say that lack of leadership is kind of a permeation. It seems to be making these issues that already pre-existed Trump a lot worse.
Well, these issues are garbage. The systemic racism and critical race theory is absolute cultural Marxist drivel. It's used by racist and racial grifters.
Why are we talking about critical race theory?
Because that's the type. I don't care if you said it. That's where this idea of systemic racism comes from. You just assert that systemic racism exists.
You're talking to me.
What's that?
I also didn't assert that it exists. I said that's what Black Lives Matter is protesting.
Right. Okay. And that's why I'm saying why they're protesting it, because they have these beliefs that come from this place, like the 1619 Project, like leaders in Black Lives Matter that endorse things like critical race theory. That's where they're getting these ideas of systemic racism. It doesn't matter if that's where you believe they're coming from or if you even believe it exists. That's where it's coming from.
What would be more interesting, talking about what Black Lives Matter leaders talk about while they're not here, or talking about what I believe in?
Well, you said the reason they're rioting, the fundamental question was, who's doing a better job or who's more responsible for the riots, Republicans, Democrats, or Trump or Biden. You said Trump because of lack of leadership. Then you say, but that's tertiary to the real reason is systemic racism and stuff. So I'm about to tell you, well, this comes from critical race theory that is embraced by people on the left, like the Democrats, that are out there saying things like looting sometimes, to fight systemic racism, sometimes rioting and looting is justified. And they said 99% of the protesters are peaceful while ignoring the riots. So the fact that the Democrats are actually pushing the ideology that's leading to the riots would make the Democrats more responsible.
I'm so lost. Like I do agree that the Democrats are in favor of the idea of systemic racism existing. I agree.
So you're lost in the idea of, if the Democrats say this is a system,
I'm lost by the kind of pseudo gish gallop that's happening right now. Like I can't address all these points at once.
It's not a gish gallop. It's real simple. One side says the country's systemically racist and violence is justified to fight against it. The other side says no. I say the side that says that is more responsible for the riots. That's not a difficult point.
The other side says that violence is bad, systemic racism doesn't exist, and police brutality isn't an issue.
That's not totally what they're saying, but they do say.
And I would agree that's not totally what the Democrats are saying either. On the other token,
but I haven't heard. Okay, so show me. Can you show me one prominent Republican saying that police brutality doesn't exist?
I can name like 3 Republicans off the top of my head.
Okay.
Like Ron Paul, Rand Paul.
Rand Paul actually puts it. Let's start there. Let's start there. That's an interesting point. That's an interesting point.
Hold on.
Rand Paul. No. Let's stop right there.
Please.
Why would when you say the opposite of the truth with your first person? Why would I?
Please. No.
Name the next 2.
I thought you had asked me. I thought you said, can you name me 3 that do think that police brutality doesn't exist? And I said, I can't even name 3 Republicans in general that I know their positions on that.
Well, if you said that it's the right's position that police brutality doesn't exist, yet you can't name one person from the right that says that?
No, I said in general, the right-wing ideology is that police brutality either doesn't exist or isn't a problem.
Yet you can't name one specific incident.
If I didn't say that to begin with.
You can't name one specific incident of anyone on the right saying that, though. But you believe
because all of my examples of that are anecdotal. They're all my right-wing friends.
Okay, well, that seems
I'm not just going to sit here and name. I'm not going to sit here and name 50, 20 anecdotes. I mean, do you think police brutality is a major problem in the United States?
It's a problem. I talk about it all the time.
Seems to ignore the conditioner that I put in front of the problem.
Well, the major was something that you added. That's not what you said originally. You said that police brutality isn't a problem. Police brutality is a problem. It's not a defined. Now we're in a context of. Okay, well that's fine. But now we're in a context of definition of the word major. So how would you define a major problem then? Would we look at would we say something's a major problem?
In the set of all problems, it exceeds 50%.
Okay, then no, it's nowhere near that. For example, 13 unarmed blacks were shot last year by police. 7,000 were killed in black-on-black homicide. I don't think that remotely approaches a major problem if we're not even remotely considering.
Why would we take police shootings and compare it with black-on-black homicide?
Because the implication, first off, we're talking about major problems in the country. So the implication seems to be when we're talking about police brutality, particularly in the way the Black Lives Matter is talking about it, they're talking about it in context of how it affects black lives. And so when we see that literally 13 unarmed blacks were shot by police, but 7,000 were killed in other homicides, that it would seem that this is not a major problem in that specific context of black lives.
I don't get it. Like, usually the black-on-black crime thing is used to imply, and perhaps you're not doing this, that people who are supporting or who are against police violence are indifferent or non-supportive of the thousands of young black men and increasingly black children who are slain every year by gun violence. But the problem with that is that the black individuals who die because of bad community conditions is exactly why I want to see more investment in black communities, to see less crime. Like, It's not that I don't care about these people. The reason why I'm specifically concerned about police doing it is because the same way that I'm concerned with our military, like they take an oath to protect and serve, and I don't believe they're doing either of those two things.
But when we're defining a major problem, one of the things that I think we should look at is the context of how it affects populations of people in this country. And so if we identify, here are things that we find value in, or things that are taking value away from this country, such as problems in specific communities, the inner city community, the black community, and things like that, it seems to then say something would be a major problem. It would have to have a disproportional impact or a big impact in the context of the average black person's life compared to other issues. And it seems that police brutality is way below things like black on black crime, poverty levels in the black community, health issues in the black community, such as, some of which stem from, poverty, but some of which stem through other things like drug use and things like that. And by the way,
it's not like you're not making an unfair point. Like I think that you're actually making a quite good point, which is that there are many problems in the black community, and they are not exclusively caused by police officers and bad policing. And I think that anyone who's reasonable would agree with you. What I'm trying to illustrate I'm not trying to illustrate that the police brutality is the linchpin issue of the.
But you're saying it's a major issue.
I am, and let me explain why. When I think of major, when I think the set of all problems exceeds 50%, what I would say is police brutality in particular is endemic of many other problems and includes those problems: over policing, things like a lack of funding. These sorts of things feed into these sorts of instances of police brutality and independence of those sorts of endemic issues. And I'm not saying systemic, I'm saying endemic, which means ingrained in them.
Right. But that seems to...
So...
Go ahead, please finish.
Yeah, so the only case that I would make on that is that when we see things like police officers killing black men, I'm not saying that because of that we should or do ignore the thousands of other black men who die in other areas. Those are issues that are also very important. The reason why this particular issue is major is because of the contextualization around it, the endemic problems, as well as the uniqueness of police violence, in the sense that police are in a unique position in society to where their first response to danger should be more than a shots fired. It should be responsibility shown, service shown, protection given. Police should be held to a higher standard, a military level standard, where they cannot open fire as soon as they feel threatened.
Okay, but that's the problem is then how you're defining major, as I knew it would be. Because, again, the quibble is you with the right, because you can't prove that they don't consider police brutality a problem. You just think it's problematic that they don't consider a major problem. And then the way you define it being a major problem is that the problems with police brutality are endemic to other problems in the black community, which seem to statistically show up to be more of a problem. But the problem is that that's
the reverse of that.
What's that?
It's the reverse of that. You've almost got it right. It's that other problems are endemic to police brutality.
So then what you're in effect saying is that the symptom is a major problem as opposed to the cause. Or not as opposed to, but the symptom is a major problem as well as the cause. Can you name me one thing in this country based on that isn't a major problem? For example, I could then say, based on that same sort of logic, that actually a major problem that we need to deal with in this country is sugary cereal. And the reason is because sugary cereal is pushed forth by corrupt corporations that seek to keep our children unhealthy and trick them in through advertising campaigns to spending money on products that will lead to them being in poor health, which is endemic to the state of poor people in this country not being able to achieve and to challenge for power in political and cultural systems. So sugary cereal is a major problem. I guess it's
I can't say that I find the analogy between police brutality and sugary cereal to be very apt.
Well, and I can't say that I find the claim when we're talking about 7,000 something people dead in from violence in the black community that the major problem or a major problem is 13 dead at unarmed blacks at the hands of police. And you can't look at this in the context of a vacuum either and say, well, these are all major problems, because this is the problem. This is why we're burning cities down. So we're not talking about black on black homicide nearly enough. We're not talking about poverty in the black community nearly enough. We're not talking about all these other things that occur.
We is.
We as in a society.
Oh, I mean, I Literally today, I saw an entire NBC News article on the effects of localized black community crime. And this is stuff that we would write about before the riots happened, and people would dismiss it.
That's nonsense. It's nonsense. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. Of course that people were writing about that, but it didn't get near the attention nor the vigorous protesting nor rioting that something like George Floyd's death did.
At first I was the president of our conservative club at school, and then I was the vice president of our atheist and humanist club. And before anything went down with coronavirus, before any of these riots happened, we would spend a lot of time talking about the endemic problems in the black community, a lack of education, redlining, things like that. We talk about these issues, and all of these issues got their due, and we would, go out and march and protest for these things, even in the absence of George Floyd. And what I would say is, when we would say that to conservatives, and this is just an anecdote, and feel free to not take this seriously, but they would say, these are problems that just aren't relevant right now. I mean, we have bigger problems like, the deficit, things like that. So what I would say is that I'm trying to take all problems just as serious as I think they need to be taken. And I take issues of black on black crime just as serious as I take issues of police brutality. But I do believe that in this moment, police brutality is a bigger problem.
That's absolutely nonsense. So 13 unarmed, I don't care what your justification is and why you personally think that way, but if you had to talk to the 13 parents of the unarmed blacks that were killed by police, and you did that in one day, then you got to talk to the 7,000 the next day that lost children to black on black violence. Please make the case to those 7,000. Sorry about these 7,000.
This argument only works if I don't. This argument only works if I'm making the case to you that those 7,000 don't matter.
No, it only works if you say that they don't matter as much right now. It's not as important of a problem right now. That's literally what you just said.
Yes, the problem of police brutality is more important right now in the moment than black on black crime.
Yeah, and that's absolutely nonsense. And because of that, because then what that allows to happen is
reasserting that it's absolutely nonsense doesn't change with the fact that
Well, the reason that it's nonsense is because we can see proportionally that's not the case. We can absolutely see that. Second, we can see that focus, the real world impact of that is increasing black on black homicides, because in an attempt to address police brutality as the more major problem, we're leading to conversations that not only demoralize the police, but literally defund the police, which is increasing shootings in places like New York City 117% in July alone. So there's actually more black on black death as a result of isolating and saying these 13 deaths are more important than the 7,000 deaths.
If I were to say, for example, and I'm just curious if your logic is applicable consistently. If I were to say we have 500 instances of shoplifting, and we have 10 instances of shoplifting that exceed $1,000 and 500 that are lower than $10, would you agree with me that making the case that the more shoplifting that occurs in the smaller aggregate should be focused on, as opposed to the 10 that cost more money?
Yes. But the analogy doesn't work well because both situations have the same impact. So in your analogy, you're talking about situations that have different impacts. In my situation, we're talking about dead people. So the analogy of it's not like someone died more than someone else. What's that?
You're right, but the surrounding context is that black on black crime is a result of many other socio-political issues and cultural issues that we could get into, a lack of education, a lack of investment, things like that. But
and police brutality
is a result of all those issues and then some. It has additional qualifiers adding onto it that make these deaths specifically resonate in today's moment.
Let me ask you this. Is police brutality inevitable? Is there ever a way to completely eliminate it?
Provided the police stays the same as it is now, I would say no.
So you think that there is a hypothetical change that could eliminate police brutality?
I would say we could minimize it to a degree that would be satisfactory, yeah.
So what, like only a handful of people dying at the hands of police unarmed a year?
Or if there was any, it would be immediately prosecuted and taken very seriously.
So 13, that's not minimal enough. Still can't primarily focus on the 7,000 homicides because 13 is too high of a number.
I wouldn't say 13 people dying is minimal, no.
Okay, so fair enough. So let's say we implement all these policies and next year 2 unarmed blacks are killed by police. Still can't get around to working on that 7,000 homicides. But focus on that too. That's not minimal. That'd be the argument? Give me the number. Give me the number. Give me.
we shouldn't just focus on police brutality and ignore black on black crime. We shouldn't do that. I never advocated for that.
Well, no, but the point is, which one is more major? So would it still be more major if it was 2 incidents?
It's a problem so long as there's one.
Right, and it's inevitable. We'll never get down to less than one.
We can walk and chew gum at the same time. There's no reason why we can't focus on both.
But the question is, again, let's go back to the central point here. Was your problem with Republicans?
But the center of the national conversation right now is rightfully on police brutality because of the echoes that it has on different endemic problems that also include black on black crime.
Okay, well, I think that when we see, what are the numbers? Something like 500,000 incidents of black on white crime that occurred last year. So, or 2018. So I think, for example, that during the 2018 Bureau of Justice statistics, that an individual black is 47 times more likely to commit a violent crime against a white than vice versa, because those numbers are so much more staggering. I think that all the problems we see in the white community and in the country as a whole are endemic of that problem. And so I think that's the major problem. Can you explain how the Democrats have talked about that?
By the way, I just wanted to fact check your statistics really quickly. Sure. Your black people shot by police is not right at all. Like I have right from supplementary statistic or research departments with a sample size well over the country has the lowest marginal being 235 to 700.
Were they unarmed?
It says number of people shot to death by police who were unarmed in the United States from 2017 to 2020, and then it isolates it by year.
And so that's how many blacks were shot unarmed by police? 200 something?
No, not it's either 235 all the way up to 500, depending on what you consider to be unarmed.
The Washington Post is the study that are the source that most people talk about that have compiled. You can actually click on every single person, so I'll bring it up for you. Depending on when they edited it, there were 13 to 14 unarmed blacks shot in 2019 by the police.
Also, by the way, the police shouldn't be able to shoot you if you're armed either, just for clarity.
They shouldn't? You know that for a fact?
If you are open carrying, the police should not be able to shoot you.
What if you're brandishing your weapon in a threatening manner to a police officer or to a victim?
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
That doesn't mean anything.
Brandishing your weapon is a legal term that can be defined by many different thoughts of legality. And brandishing depends on stand your ground states. It depends on all sorts of different particulars in gun law. What I would say is that if we're going to say that by brandishing a firearm, police officers are given license to kill, I would say that's a slippery slope I don't want to go down. So what I would say is the police should be predominantly focused on disarming, as opposed to...
So you want them to shoot in the leg or shoot in the arm? That's what you mean? Or disarming is stopping them from getting guns in the first place?
I mean, you could stop them from getting guns in the first place.
How? By overpeeling the Second Amendment?
Okay. I mean, I clearly didn't say that.
No, I'm asking how. That's what I meant. How do you stop someone from getting a gun in the first place if they have a legal right to obtain one?
The way that you can address gun crime could be through education. It could be through many sorts of different routes. I never advocated for repealing the Second Amendment. I actually own several firearms myself.
I'm not saying you're advocating for it. I'm literally
the point
asking.
That I'm making, Rob.
I'm asking what would you do? You say we should focus on disarming. How do the police? What are you recommend? What is that? I mean, that's easy. That's like saying you need some sort of real world policy. What does that look like? Focus on disarming. Okay, what? We say less people could have guns? We just talk to people and say guns are dangerous? What's a focus on disarming look like?
The problem that I took with what you said was that after I had said we could focus on removing guns and or we could address it in many other different ways, you had said, is one of those ways repealing the Second Amendment? And my issue with what you said is it seems like that's what you would prefer that I said, because that would be something easy to attack.
Well, why is the first thing I said then shoot them in the arm, shoot them in the knee? Or do you mean disarm as when a cop's in a dangerous situation that they should shoot to disarm, or do you mean that they should be disarmed, like repeal the Second Amendment and have laws that say that they're not allowed to have guns? That was my question. I don't understand what you mean by disarm. Like, you can understand the confusion on that?
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough on the disarm point. What I mean by disarm is not shooting somebody in the face.
So you literally are suggesting, like Joe Biden, that we should aim for the leg.
No, oh my God. What I'm saying is we shouldn't. Our first thought as police officers, and I'm not a police officer, so I shouldn't say our first thought. Police officers' first thought, in my philosophy, should not be that you immediately draw your gun and shoot. It should be disarming, whether that's using a taser, whether that's using other sorts of methodologies, and I'm not an expert on that. All I would say is I take objection to killing people as the first resort.
Is that the first resort? Do we see that often?
Do we see police officers shooting people as the first resort often? Yeah, I mean, of course.
Where? Give me an example.
Look at the statistics right now. Number of police officers.
What? See, this is the problem. You said 250 shot, and that the brandishing the weapon. The thing is, it seems that you're implying, well, the police shouldn't have been able to shoot any of those people. Clearly, there are instances when the police should be able to shoot someone. What study are you about to bring up that says that it was... there were 373 times last year that police shot as a first resort. I'll be very interested to see this study. It's going to say that that was their first resort. I'm shocked if there's a study that says that, but by all means.
I think you misunderstood my point.
Your point was, you said they should use for example, Jacob Blake, the person that was just shot in Kenosha, shot him with the taser, didn't stop him. So the police's first resort wasn't to pull out a gun and shoot him in the face. That wasn't the first resort.
Yeah, Jacob Blake is a poor example, right? Okay. I didn't say Jacob Blake was a good example. I agree that Jacob Blake is not an example of the police being outrageous.
I would guess, and I don't know, so you take this with a grain of salt, I would guess that most of the time that the police discharge their weapon, they probably use some form of non-lethal force first. Whether it be mace, their club, their taser, I would guess the vast majority of the time. And sometimes when they don't use non-lethal force, it would still be justified. Because, like, if someone's holding a gun at someone or something... For example, of the 13 or 14, depending on what number you look at, unarmed blacks that were killed last year by the police, one of the incidents was a police officer was an African-American woman who shot and killed an unarmed man that was choking her to death after she tased him and it was ineffective. Was that an unjust shoot? If it occurred that way. I guess we don't have the video, but you can see there's a hypothetical...
That seemed to be a particularly good example.
Right, but that's the point. So when you say, well, just because they had a gun didn't mean they had the right to be shot. Well, just because they didn't have a gun doesn't mean that the cops didn't have a right to shoot. But we could see overwhelmingly...
If you don't have a gun, the cops shouldn't be able to kill you.
That's ridiculous. So if I don't have a gun, but I have a Molotov cocktail and I'm throwing it at a woman, the cops shouldn't be able to shoot me?
Okay, I misunderstood. If you don't have a weapon, sorry. Okay. I thought by gun we were including all things like that. Sorry. So if you don't have a weapon.
Okay, so what if I'm in a vehicle and I'm trying to run someone over?
Is that a weapon?
You tell me. It's included in the unarmed statistics. At least 5 times last year, that was 5 of the unarmed blacks that were killed by police were ramming their car at people. They considered that unarmed.
So if you have anything or are driving anything and you kill someone with that, you're not unarmed.
Well, even if you don't kill them, right? If you're attempting to kill them or attempting to harm them, right? I mean,
if there is a situation where a guy is standing there or is doing whatever he's doing, right, and he does not have a weapon on him and he's not in a car, because cars are a bit of a special... Vehicular homicide does exist, right?
Right.
It's a bit of a separate case. So if we have someone who's just sitting there, or I guess not sitting there, as long as an individual doesn't have a weapon on them, on their person, I would say the police are not justified in shooting them.
So someone posted in my chat that the universal police use force of contumely is level 1, officer presence, level 2, verbal commands, level 3, empty hand control, level 4, pepper spray, baton, taser, level 5, less lethal, level 6, deadly force. the situation you're describing, right? First up, there are situations where you could be unarmed. Like if someone's unarmed and they're choking someone to death. If someone's unarmed and they're raping someone. Lethal force would be justified in those circumstances. Or do you disagree?
I don't get it, right? An unarmed individual, if someone is actively committing a murder or is actively raping somebody, like, so if it comes down to it, I'm not going to say, wow, you shot a rapist, I'm so disappointed.
Right.
What I am going to say is in the aggregate of cases where police officers are approaching a situation where it's not obvious that lethal intent is possible and it's not obvious that there is a gun, I would say that turning to shooting would be a bad idea. This seems like something we could both agree on.
Well, that's true, but the point is, like, you're talking about this being a major problem, but so far what you're describing, how many police shootings are that? Basically just someone standing there not attacking someone unarmed and they get shot by the police. It's exceedingly rare. Right?
No, I'm not even making the case that there is this massive endemic problem of police officers walking down the streets just mowing down people. What I am saying is there's a fundamental flaw in our viewpoints of what the police should be doing.
Well, I just read you the official police continuum of force. We don't have a system where it says the cops could just pull out their gun and shoot people. That's not what's going on. And in those super egregious cases... Okay, but you're saying
there's no
that
reason for you to keep making a statement because you're not even addressing what I said. So we could go back.
You're saying that there's some sort of major problem, right? It's a major problem. We've identified that, right?
Yes,
and you're saying our thinking on policing is wrong, and it has to do with police shooting in some certain situations. That's your... So what is our thought process that's majorly wrong when it comes to police shootings?
It's because people have the perception, I think you perhaps share this perception as well, that the goal of police is to stop crimes by using lethal force. And if lethal force is not available, then apprehension should be given.
That's absurd. That's the opposite of what I believe. I believe it should be a last resort. And it almost always is.
The problem is that...
But who thinks like you? Who do you think... You think that a lot of people think like that?
I am personally friends with people who have said the police's job is to kill criminals. It is to see a crime and put a bullet in them.
I'm telling you right now, you're hanging out with some insane people. I've never met one person in my life.
Two of them, one of them goes to UW-Madison, the other one goes to UPenn, and both of them are leaders or upper leadership in their conservative clubs.
I would heavily talk to the people in those clubs and tell them that they're psychopaths, that they think it's police's jobs to go out and shoot people to stop them from committing crimes. That is insane. That's insane. And I'm telling you, if that's...
I appreciate that you think that.
Yeah, and if that's how you're basing your view... If that's what you're basing your view on, I think that's...
I didn't say that.
But you're saying it's a major problem. That seems to imply that you think that attitude is widespread.
I think that the attitude that is widespread, aside from that, is that I think that the view of police should be that they should be apprehending people who are committing crimes and letting the legal system, the justice system, decide whether or not they are guilty of the crime.
That's basically... I'm even more liberal than that, but that's basically what we have. That's the status quo. I go further than that. I think that we need to have a return to community policing. I think too often we see that police are revenue machines and that we have all these laws that are terrible, which aren't necessarily the fault of the police, but it's actually the fault of the people that make the laws, and then the police are tasked with enforcing, like some of these ridiculous war on drug laws and other ridiculous laws like civil forfeiture asset laws and things like that. But certainly I think the vast majority of this country, including police, the mayors that are in charge of the police, etc., say that the police's job is to prevent crime, apprehend criminals, and in cases where they go through the use of force continuum, If they try everything on that list and they try non-lethal force and it does not stop the commission of a serious crime and there's a serious threat, then they are authorized to discharge their weapon. But no one's saying that their job's just to go, except I guess the couple people you know, that their job's to go out there and shoot people to prevent crime. And it's bared out in the numbers. It almost never happens. 13 unarmed blacks shot in 1 year.
I already showed you that statistic was wrong.
No,
okay.
You showed the numbers you're pointing out aren't unarmed.
I
will
literally made the distinction between. Okay.
You send me the link.
It's every time that I go to start making a point. It's every time. I'm not yelling. I'm not talking in a way that would suggest that you would need to, railroad me. I'm being as level-headed as I possibly can be, just trying to communicate what I think. And I cited a counter statistic that said that it was much higher than that. And the response that you gave to that was that your statistic is better because it comes from the New York Times, which, I mean, fine. I perhaps my statistic is wrong. But I don't think that it's necessarily... Like, I don't feel like there's a lot of charity happening.
Send the link.
On your end of the conversation.
Send the link. We'll look.
Sure. Just give me 1 second.
Yep.
Well, while I'm pulling this up, I'm curious. When you're talking about things like reallocating police funding to community initiatives, are you pro that?
I think we need to increase, or at least we need to reallocate the funding we spend within the police. I don't think that budget has anything to do with sending money to different community projects. That's a completely different issue. But I think that we need to increase funding for police. I think one of the major problems we have with police is a terrible lack of training. And it's a very important job that deserves admiration. And when we treat them all as systemically racist, we're causing less and less good people to get into the field, which means that there's less and less training opportunities for them, which exacerbates the problem. So again, the exact problem of one of the problems with Black Lives Matter is their solutions to the problem actually make the problem that much worse.
For example,
defunding the police. For example, dismantling the structures of the nuclear family, which is one of the biggest problems in all communities in this country, including the black community.
Of the nuclear family?
Yeah.
Like, why? I'm curious what you mean by that. Do you mean that we should encourage, like, male-female relationships, or?
They said their stated mission on their website is they want to dismantle the Western idea on the importance of the nuclear family and focus more on community family as opposed to two-parent households.
Oh. I know, I'm clarifying, though. By two-parent, do you mean man-woman, or do you mean just any two parents?
I mean, I guess you'd have to ask Black Lives Matter.
No, you just said that you preferred nuclear families.
Oh, I prefer two-parent families. I don't care. If you're asking me personally, I'm incredibly pro-gay marriage. I think that any two parents are better, man, woman. Two consenting adults that love a kid and want to raise them. We have such a problem with foster children and things like that. Absolutely. I think that probably the evidence that we have at this point shows that it's better to have like a man and woman that are married, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to bear out statistically once we get more of an example of, because we've only allowed gay marriage for how many years now. So those statistics might come out to fruit that it's just as well. In fact, it could be that because people in a homosexual relationship have to adopt, that on the aggregate, they may end up being more effective parents because they're not going to have any accidental pregnancies, so they might actually be more prepared when they have children. But yeah, I'm for two-parent households regardless of the gender.
Okay, I mean, that's chill. I can vibe with that.
You know, that's not something that some conservatives believe, but I mean, I actually don't think the government should have a role in the institution of marriage, but if they do, they have no business discriminating based on gender. If you're two consenting adults, you're two consenting adults. Let me see exactly.
There finally some agreement there. Yeah. I mean,
do you have that source? Black Lives Matter.
Yeah. I'm pulling together 3 actually because I want to make sure that it's accurate. But yeah, I mean, one of the things I think I get a lot from people is this idea that, marriage is an institution from God. And, I don't hide this. I mean, I'm an atheist. I don't have sufficient reasons to believe that a God exists, and I think that most religions actively do harm to society. And I really just have a problem with that sort of thinking, that like marriage is an institution from God, therefore the government should sanction it and regulate it. Seems weird to me.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I just lost a sub. Doesn't like the anti-Christian value of gay marriage. Before you leave, person who just unsubbed for me, remember, Jesus said that we're not to judge. It should be left up to the man upstairs. But that's fine. I am who I am. I'm not going to... so that's fine. I don't mind that. I ran for Congress in the most conservative district in Pennsylvania. And that was one of the big things I got pushback on, was being anti-gay marriage, or pro-gay marriage.
I mean, I can dig that you're willing to buck orthodoxy. I mean, that's pretty cool.
But I'm going to be shocked if these statistics of yours are right. I've seen everyone from the New York Times, the Washington Post. I've seen Black Lives Matter organizers. I've seen CNN. I've seen conservative sources. Every single source I've seen cites the 13 to 14 number. I can understand if you had a source that said 17, 18, 19, 250 in the year 2019 unarmed blacks were shot and killed by police. I'm shocked.
Yeah, it seems like these statistics that I'm reading are talking about deaths resulting from police harm, and some of them say unjustified, but I'm not sure if that means unarmed. So I would say that about 17%, it says here, about 70% of black people who died as a result of police harm were unarmed. And out of the total amount of deaths, that averages out to, let's see, 17% of 1,670, which is about 283.
But again, so that's not unarmed shot by police, like, which was specifically the number I talked about. So I still don't think that the number I cited was inaccurate. And then
about 17% of black people who died as a result of police harm were unarmed. The larger share is 1,609. So if you take 1,609 and take 17% from that, which is the unarmed percentage, you get 283.
Right. Again, that's not talking about just shot, which you said my numbers were inaccurate. Again, yours says all causes. Also, I could be wrong, but I thought the entire amount. Like, I would be curious as to how they qualify unjustified. According to what?
No, this one isn't the unjustified one. That was the other one.
Well, send the link.
So this one doesn't talk about it. So it's more than 1,000 unarmed people died as a result, and about a third of them were black.
Okay.
This is from U.S. News. I mean, you could critique the source. I mean.
Well, I'm not going to just say the source sucks. I want to see what it says specifically, because already I think that there was a misunderstanding of me talking about unarmed shot versus you saying unarmed killed by police in non-lethal, or not necessarily by shot, though.
It's in Discord. I sent it.
Oh, I was looking on the chat okay, my bad. Where are we at? Did you just on my channel? Did you send it, or?
It's in general. Yeah.
General. Gotcha. There we go. Thank you. Let's see.
I would almost. Have you ever looked into like arguing for or against religion? Are you ever into that at all, or?
Yeah, I could do that.
Because I am I make all sorts of atheist content on YouTube and things like that, and my main thing is philosophy of religion, and this is good for me because I don't often argue politics, and I appreciate you holding my feet to the fire. It's always awesome.
Yeah, no problem. I would be willing to come on with you and talk about that stuff. I don't think that I will fully concede that by now I'm Christian in the sense that I'm Christ-like. I don't think I'm a biblical scholar. I could give the justifications for why I think it's important to, one, model your life after Christ, why I think that's a good model, and second, why that means that I think that Christ existed and was the Son of God. But by no means am I like some big-time scholar on it or anything like that. But
Oh yeah, I mean, that's fair. I'm also not a scholar of Christianity, so we can find some common ground there.
Let's see. So, oh, your study here. Let me look here. Okay, it says the right first sentence says more than 1,000 unarmed people died as a result of police harm between 2013 and 2019. So that's 6 years. So if we divide the 1,000 by 6, we already get way less than the 200 that you talked about a year.
So let's be charitable. Let's take the 283 and divide it by 6, and we'll get roughly yearly about 47.
Right. I mean, and still, just because they're unarmed, like, what does this mean? Died as a result of police harm, right? This could literally be.
It means that they died as a result of police harm. So the police did something in which resulted in the death of an unarmed individual.
Well, but what if it's like there was a car wreck?
Like the police drove a car accidentally into an unarmed black man?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
okay, wait.
It doesn't seem like...
Here. The researchers behind the project compiled details on deaths known to be caused by police being shot, beaten, restrained, intentionally hit by vehicle, pepper sprayed, tasered, or otherwise by officers on off duty.
Despite the increased attention, only about 1% of police officers involved with these deaths are charged with a crime, and even less are convicted. That's an interesting statistic.
But again, the question becomes, like, how do we know that these weren't justifiable uses? Just because they were unharmed. Like, for example, a taser. Do you think, like, taser or pepper spray was responsible for some of those deaths? It's not a good source because it doesn't give the exact numbers, which I would like to see. But let's say that 5 people die a year from taser use. Now, tasers have been qualified as less than lethal. Should they not be used? People die from them. You know what I mean?
No, I get what you're saying. I just don't think that it's particularly well refuting to the overall point.
But even if we take the high number and say it's 50, even if we say it was 100, we're still talking about in the context of 7,000 blacks that are killed each year in black-on-black homicide. And in fact, a police officer, if the study I was reading, a police officer is something like 14 times more likely to be killed by a black suspect than the reverse. So will we say that there's a systemic problem?
That last statistic?
It's something
Repeat that last statistic.
Something like police officers are X amount of times more likely to be killed by a black suspect than to kill a black person unarmed.
Well, I have a question. Do you think that there's generally more black people than there are police officers?
Yes.
So why wouldn't we use per population instead of overall aggregate?
Because there's less of a victim pool, but there's also, that means that the chances of the perpetrator are actually increased. Like, this is the argument that's used as well when you talk on the difference between violence and crimes, whites and blacks. They say, well, there's less blacks. Therefore, the propensity for black, or there's more white victims. Therefore, the propensity for there to be more white victims means that the numbers don't add up. But the same is true when it comes to police and blacks. Yes, it's true that there's less police, but that means that there's less police to kill. Right? I'll see if I can find the per capita.
Put themselves in a position for that to occur every single day, which means that it's more likely to occur.
I mean, I would guess, I'm just guessing here, but I would guess if I find the number of how many police died, seeing as how there's so many fewer police than blacks, that per capita, that's going to look even worse. The per capita, a police officer's chance of dying from a black person is probably way higher than a black person's chance to die at the hands of police. So that argument actually goes the opposite way that you would suggest.
I mean, it doesn't go anywhere because you just speculated for 2 minutes.
Well, no.
Like, sure, I mean, your speculation may be correct, but we wouldn't know if it was.
Let me see. And I think actually, when you say 14 times more likely, I think that does have to do with per capita. That's why it's times more likely as opposed to just.
I'm saying we can explain exactly why police officers are more likely to die, because police officers are perpetually in the line of duty, which makes those things significantly more. That doesn't surprise me at all. What shocks me is that there seems to be a higher density of unarmed people being shot that are specifically black.
But why would that
seems
be
to be the thing that's
why would that be surprising?
Protested.
The proportion of
because
the likelihood
black people make up 13% of the population.
Right, but they commit 50% of violent crime. So if
that's
blacks
also not a true statistic.
That is absolutely a true statistic. It's absolutely
true.
That's
been well debunked by the Washington Post, Fox News, CNN. That's not true at all.
Okay, I'll look it up right now. We'll go to the Bureau of Justice.
It comes from a Reddit meme.
No, it doesn't. I specifically went to the Bureau of Justice and done these studies myself. You're just factually wrong. You're factually wrong.
It literally comes from a Reddit meme that
says. No, it doesn't. I've never been on. I've been on Reddit like
population.
once in my life. I literally did this myself. I did a 40-minute video on this.
Despite making up only 13% of the population, 50% of the crime, it's basically designed to demonstrate
violent crime
that black people, despite. Oh, okay, interesting.
Yes. Yeah, of course, it's violent crime. They make up. It's blacks are about 2.5 times around there. 2-point-something times more likely to commit violent crime than whites. And that's almost the exact proportion of the likelihood of them to be involved in violent interactions with the police. Why doesn't that make sense? The more violence that occurs in a specific community, the more likelihood there'd be police violence when dealing with members of that community. And actually, the statistics actually aren't compiled well enough to know. My guess would be that's only true of specific inner city communities. So, for example, if you're in the suburbs, I would guess that black violence is way down. So it's less about skin color and more about the community. If you take a bunch of poor people and stack them on top of each other, like in the inner cities, there's more likely to be violence. And when the police are there, there's more likely to be violence, both justified and unjustified, from the police.
So that's a really good take. I would agree with you. Can we get into the history of why there is a lot of black people in inner cities?
Well, that's okay, but that's a fair point. That's the argument to make. Why does this occur? I can't get into it tonight, but I would be happy to have that discussion at length. But here's the issue. That doesn't prove that the problem is policing then. Right? You can't blame the cop if they're going into a war zone that they're more likely to engage in violence.
Hold on. I've made it very clear that I said policing was a symptom.
Right. So then why would it be the major problem? That's what I'm talking about. It's just first off, you said it's not just a symptom, it's endemic, right? But my point is, yes, it's just a symptom. That's why I don't qualify it as a major problem. The major problems are poverty and violence in inner city communities. And the cause for most of those problems, I would argue, are education opportunities being lax. I would argue are single parent issues. The 75% of black children are born out of wedlock. If you only have one parent that's struggling to
solve single motherhood out of curiosity? How would you solve that?
Well, what you do is you stop causing the problem before you solve it. So, for example, in 1962, a Democrat named Patrick Moynihan commissioned a report they called the Moynihan Report. And that report said that it was a national tragedy that 25% of blacks were born out of wedlock. So as a result of that, they started the War on Poverty programs. So what happened was they went door to door in the inner city, government agents, and knocked on doors and said, did you know if there's not a man in the house, we could give you government assistance? So after 60 years of that policy, the number that was largely designed to solve that problem of 25% of black children being born out of wedlock, the number has gone from 25% to 75%. So I would immediately revoke that policy that actually tripled the problem. The best thing we could do for the inner city is the exact opposite of what Black Lives Matter is doing. What we could do is stop as best as possible to focus on race. Understand that there were things that happened in the past that were terrible, but understand that any country could not survive if it continually focuses on sins of the past. Instead, we treat everyone as individuals and understand that blacks, like whites, Hispanics, Asians, are diverse, have differing opinions, and have different cultures and ideas, and they don't have to be one way and have a community leader just because of their skin color. Instead, we work on fighting the problems of systemic poverty and things like that. But if it's true, and it is, that blacks are more likely to be victims of systemic poverty, then problems isolated on solving systemic poverty would disproportionately help the black community. But every single time we focus on race, it makes the problem worse. Every single time. And so that's basically, we adopt the lesson of Martin Luther King and treat you based on the content.
If the reason, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to make sure that I don't lose all of your points.
Right.
So, if the reason why single motherhood is going up in the black community is because of the war on poverty, then why do we see an aggregate equal amount of single motherhood rising in every other community since that time, including higher in specifically Mexican communities?
Because the war on poverty worked through all those communities. It was focused primarily, the start of it was to work in the inner city. But yeah, I mean, you look at poor white communities, out of wedlock, children are born, it's approaching 50%. Higher than that in some poor white communities. Absolutely. That's exactly what's happening.
But what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is that even after the war on poverty, which I think you would agree is primarily focused on African Americans, right. even in the absence of the war on poverty, right now single motherhood is not actually going higher in the black community. It's highest in Mexican and Latino communities. So my question would be, if the reason why single motherhood rises is because of bad social policies like the war on poverty, then why is it that when those social policies like under Reagan were completely trimmed and don't have the potency that they used to have, then why is it that those continue, those rates of single motherhood continue to increase? I would argue that it's because when you have a lack of economic power, you're less likely to stay together because a lack of economic buying power creates turmoil in the family, and you have mothers and fathers fighting over finances. My parents separated because of those sorts of things. It's not completely uncommon.
Yeah, but if that's the case, then why are the numbers worse now than they were when blacks had so much less buying power before the civil rights movement? You would expect then, as the economic viability of black Americans or Hispanic Americans or any group to increase, that would lower the case of single motherhood. The problem is we have governmental problems that incentivize single motherhood. Yes, it does have to do with purchasing power and things like that as well. It's certainly a complicated problem. But the number one cause is incentivizing single motherhood by providing a financial incentive to be a single mother.
I want to buy your argument because I want to solve the problem of single motherhood. I would rather that families didn't, separate. If they could find a way to make it work, I would rather they made it work. I guess the only reason why I can't buy your argument is that single motherhood has risen significantly over the past 20 years. In fact, it's doubled since 25 years ago. And in that time, the war on poverty has only decreased. Like under Reagan, for example, it's only decreased.
But I'm not sure that I'm just guessing under Reagan that it probably did decrease. But I'm not sure that that's true since then. So your argument is that we have less money going into the inner cities from governments now than we did under Reagan, or commensurate with what it was under Reagan?
No. I wasn't making the monetary point there. I was saying that single motherhood has been sharply increasing, even under and then directly preceding Reagan, and after Reagan, there has been no significant attempts to reinstitute the war on poverty.
But there is. It might be under a different name, but we're still providing incredible benefits for single mothers. We're still incentivizing that policy. We're still sending trillions of dollars to inner cities. It might not be called the war on poverty, but there's still incredible amounts of government program that go into those communities. I don't know that the name being the war on poverty was the problem.
What? Do you mean like means tested welfare?
Well, it's not just that. The specific problem is the incentivization of single parenthood. So I'm not talking about just welfare in the sense of for people that, have disability, people that aren't working for various reasons. I'm talking specifically about aid that goes for having children, particularly being a single parent and having children.
I understand what you're saying. I don't think that the statistics bear out your argument.
So your argument is you think that as we've seen an increase in single motherhood, we've seen a decrease in spending for programs for single mothers.
No. I think that as we've seen single motherhood increase as of recently, it's been due to a decline in buying power and a decline in economic mobility for very poor communities. And this is post-redlining, things like that.
Well, right. I know that's what you're saying, but that doesn't show that the statistics don't back up my argument. The only way that statistics...
That was a separate thing, right? So the separate thing, my response to your argument was that if it was the case that single motherhood was a product of the war on poverty and things like those sorts of social programs, we would see that as those social programs increased, single motherhood would also increase. But what we actually see is under administrations like the Reagan era and post the Reagan era, as cuts and slashes are made to these social programs, single motherhood continues to jump and skyrocket.
But that's what so you're saying, that the program currently is cut. That's what I'm saying. You're saying Reagan cut it and it's remaining cut.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's the case. But so your claim is under Obama
is isolated. Even if you I haven't gotten to Obama yet. Under Reagan, it was specifically cut for the 8 years that Reagan was president. And under those 8 years that Reagan was president, the single motherhood rate went up at an identical rate as it did under both Obama as well as Bush. It was a consistently sharp rate under all three of those administrations. Well, so my question is, if it is a result of the war on poverty and social programs, then why do we not see a differentiation between those three administrations?
Well, again, it wouldn't have an immediate effect, right? The way this works is once you incentivize it generationally, it's not just like if you're like, oh, we're not giving you the money, that people stop. Because at that point, people's culture and way of life had shifted. Because we'd incentivized it by the time of Reagan already for 20 years. Or more than 20 years, actually. That was 62.
If that's true, then how? If what you just said is true, then how could we look at single motherhood statistics in light of the war on poverty? If the war on poverty supposedly happened recent enough to where those statistics wouldn't be relevant under your framing argument.
Because initially you would have an initial to get involved in it, and for it to have an immediate effect in the detrimental sense, it would be immediate because you immediately get that money. But to wean yourself off of it,
why didn't it happen under Reagan?
Why didn't what happen under Reagan? The argument is this: it'd be like this. Like if you give someone a drug, they could get hooked on the drug immediately. If you take the drug away, it does. If you're giving them free drugs, they could get hooked on it immediately. If you take it away, they don't instantly say, okay, I'm off the drug. So the addiction could become instant. The getting off of it could take...
Yeah, but if the addiction is instant, then why is it that when it was reinstituted under Obama that it didn't start rising at a higher rate? Like your argument is so messy on the statistics, bro. I wish I could buy it, because like if your argument was true, then we could have actual ways to solve this problem. But the problem is that the statistics at best
I would have to see the numbers. Like, so your implication is Reagan cut this, Clinton never reinstated it. It was just tough luck for single mothers under Clinton.
No. I'm saying that whether or not Clinton did or not, I'm saying that the rate stayed constant. It stayed constant under Clinton, Obama, Reagan. It was still sharply increasing. So if we were to see a difference in policy, like for example, and by the way, Clinton was also cutting social programs. Clinton was like a 90s Democrat, like cut social programs, balance the budget. Clinton had a net zero budget by the end of the time that he left office. Like George W. Bush inherited George W. Bush inherited, I always confuse the two, inherited a debt neutral position, right? So Clinton was also for cutting things. So, but even if he wasn't, right, we see a identically rising single motherhood rate from the beginning of Reagan to what we have right now, and we see all races, not just black individuals, seeing sharp increases in single motherhood. If it is the case that it's the war on poverty, we should see the single motherhood rate fluctuate with how much money is being taken or put into those poverty programs. We don't see that. Therefore, the conclusion would be it's a correlation that it's the war on poverty, not a causation.
See, but I don't know that the statistics bear that out, because it turns out that we're spending trillions of dollars in ways that aren't directly implicated in just being called the war on poverty, because as we take away certain programs, we also institute new programs. So I would need to see evidence that we considerably saw a cut in programs that went to subsidizing single motherhood.
Do you think that Ronald Reagan cut social programs?
Yes.
Okay, so if Ronald Reagan did cut social programs. He cut a bunch of social programs, and that's just who Reagan was. I mean, he was your classic conservative, right? So what I would say is either you agree that Ronald Reagan cut social programs and single motherhood was identical, or you say Ronald Reagan didn't cut social programs and therefore insert follow-up argument.
No, that's the point. If we had 8 years of social programs, but then they were reinstituted, it would take more than that 8 years for the correction to be made. And by correction is not a good word, but for a lifestyle and a cultural shift to be made. If then after that 8 years we went back to incentivizing single motherhood by providing that money, and even if programs were cut, I don't think they were cut to the point where single mothers did not receive any money. I think that would be a misnomer. So if they were making $1,000 a month under Carter, and then they were only making $600 a month under Reagan, there was still an incentivization to be a single mother.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It's not an unfair argument. It's not an unfair argument. Here's the issue that I take with it. If it is the case that single motherhood, if it is the case that that poverty programs are not a predictor of single motherhood until such a time as they can be effective to the aggregate population, which is kind of the argument that you're making. Like, if you implement it when it first starts, it's going to make a big impact, but when you cut it, it's going to take longer to dissipate. What I would say is that would, even if I believed you, that would be an unhelpful metric, because we couldn't determine what was and was not working, because there would be too much variance, too much cloudiness in what was actually causing it, because the best we can get is aggregate predictions on the data. So what I would say is we should find a closer causation where if we directly do this or directly don't do this, we see it go up or it go down. Because the problem with your theory is that even if it is true, we haven't seen any evidence that it's true beyond the first initial war on poverty, which still we'd have to quibble about the numbers there. But my point is that your argument at best, what it can do is say the war on poverty started the problem, and based on preferential induction, it kept happening, right? It continued to perpetuate because of that.
Well, then
what I would say is we need a better metric.
Well, then what would your metric be?
It would be economic buying power for me.
I think so if we had, what was the war on poverty largely designed to do? Increase?
Well, I'm assuming by the war on poverty, you're talking about Johnson's?
Yes. That's when the single motherhood rate, the war on poverty was designed to stop economic disaster that we saw in inner city communities, stop the scourge that they considered at the time of children being born out of wedlock. So we've spent $22 trillion on the war on poverty since Johnson started, and the economic buying power, and that money was largely directed to inner cities, and yet there's less buying power in the inner cities now than there ever was.
Which would be good evidence that because the single motherhood rate is still going up. I mean, that would be good evidence.
Right. So the war on poverty, in general, that's the policy we've been using. The intended purpose was, one of them would have been to increase the economic viability of the inner city, which would be their purchasing power, which is the measure you use. So we've engaged in that policy in some form or another to the tune of $22 trillion since it started, and things have gotten worse.
Buying power is still down, and that's why single motherhood is up.
Okay, so then still, if the causation of the buyer power being bad,
I'm just saying let's just follow it to its natural conclusion.
Right. So if that's regardless of the metric you want to use, but if we say, well, the real metric is buying power, fair enough. And if the largest program we've had to remedy that program has led to that buying power decreasing, then we're basically making the same argument, but just talking about different terms of direct causation.
Really quickly, history isn't really my thing, so I have to Google a lot of this. I'm sorry. I'm a philosophy kind of guy, but I looked up the war on poverty, and what I see here is mostly positive stuff. Like maybe it's a Google bias, but like in the decade following the introduction of the war on poverty, poverty rates in the U.S. dropped to their lowest level since comprehensive records began in 1958, from 17.3% in the year of the Economic Opportunity Act was implemented to 7.8% lower in 1973. They have hold on, wait. So I'm not going to say that the war on poverty is good. I don't know enough about it to make that case. What I am going to say is that it seems like the immediate effect of the war on poverty was not what you said. It didn't seem to make things worse immediately.
But you're conflating poverty with purchasing power. For example, we have less people in poverty in the United States now than ever. Right?
Not with coronavirus, no.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. Outside of that,
for the sake of charity, I'm assuming that you mean before coronavirus happens, all things being, not in a pandemic. You're saying that generally speaking, we have lower rates of poverty. I would, poverty goes down naturally over time because of economic innovation.
Right.
Like that's pretty well understood. But what I'm saying is that I think that my metric of buying power seems to be more useful in predicting single motherhood rates than your metric, because at least my metric is consistent with the data, whereas your metric, we can't even investigate the data until like 20 years from now.
Also, just real quick, I'll see if I can put this on screen. I don't know if you're watching, but I don't know. This says it's from the U.S. Department of Health and the Census Bureau, and it shows kind of the opposite of what I'll show you. You can look for yourself. Here, 1 second. Can you see the graph there? It shows.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Yeah, it shows that since the war on poverty began, we've seen a steady decline. That kind of stabled out after the 70s.
Yeah, the percentage of individuals who were poor by the official poverty standard. Yeah, so the war on poverty, we see after that a decrease in poverty, and then an increase under Reagan, a decrease under Clinton, increase under George W. Bush, decrease under. Oh, sorry, no, I'm an idiot. Increase under Reagan, decrease under George H.W. Bush, increase under Clinton, decrease under Bush, increase under Obama, and then increase under increase under Obama, and then we don't see anything else from that.
So again, the reason I brought this chart was because, we can see that purchasing power over that same time under what was considered poverty has gone down over the last 30 years.
Is this Heritage, by the way?
No, this is Heritage, I think, but they just had the link to the.
Okay, I was just a former debater, and I know all these institutions. I was just curious.
Yeah, why can't I? Oh, I know what I'm doing. I gotta click the one. Yeah.
But the point is, we can see a direct. I should probably do some more research on this, because at this point we're getting into parts of history where if I say too much more on it, I'll likely get things wrong and sound even stupider than most people in the chat think I already am. So.
Oh no, I don't think anyone thinks you're dumb. But no, they probably do, but half them think I had people leaving my channel because I said I'm okay with gay marriage, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. But no, I think that ultimately, so it is true that there are all sorts of problems, but the problem is that we'll never be able to identify these problems and solve them as long as we say that they're rooted in the issue of systemic racism. Right? Because the problem is when you identify, this happens in academia often, what happens is you have these oversimplistic explanations for everything. So for example, patriarchy. The patriarchy is the problem. I'll even give you a specific example. After the shooting of George Floyd, Rush Limbaugh has Black Lives Matter activist Charlemagne the God on his channel. And Rush says, I think the death of George Floyd was heinous. What can we do? What can me and my audience do to push for some real reforms to make sure that something like this doesn't happen? And Charlemagne the God says, dismantle the systemic institutions of white supremacy. What does that mean? And that's the problem I have with these sorts of things, that the more we focus on race as the crucial problem, as opposed to things like poverty and things like that, the worse the situation becomes. And even with the focus on poverty, we have taken away kind of personal agency and the idea that personal responsibility and liberty are actually the two biggest things. The biggest economic growth periods in this country we've seen came when you had more personal responsibility and things of that nature. Instead, what we're doing is we have this mishmash of socialist and capitalist policies that we embrace the worst parts of both of them that end up benefiting corporations. So, for example, you capitalize gains and you socialize losses, like in the 2009 economic crisis. And so I think...
fucking agree there.
Yeah, so I think what happens is, I think that there's an irony that Chase Bank, for example, was accused of predatory lending to the African American community in 2008, and other communities, but specifically the African American community. And in Minneapolis, when the riots started, you saw that Chase was spared. Their building wasn't burnt, even though many others were. And the reason was they put Black Lives Matter signs in the window. And so what happens is we can see that the very institutions that have exploited working class people of all colors are actually able to shirk responsibility and real change by just saying Black Lives Matter. It's how Colin Kaepernick and LeBron James could get rich from a company like Nike that uses sweatshop labor and yet still preach how Nike's a great moral company because they believe in the issue of Black Lives Matter. Well, no one's demanding Nike make positive changes against the actual people they're literally affecting because they're seen. And
yeah, at this point, we agree. Like corporations are shitty, and most famous people have double standards. Like we totally agree with you. Like there isn't too much to disagree with on there.
Yeah.
I mean, like all I would say is that I'm not sure that personal responsibility is the best economic motivator. Like, well, I don't know how you personal responsibility your way out of a pandemic.
Well, that's different. Like, pandemics and things like that are different. And again, we're going to disagree on COVID and what was going with it anyways. But that's different than just a general, there's no emergency situation. Like, for example, it's hard to look at economic policy and things like that while we're in World War II. Like, because that's such an impactful thing that it's really hard to look at, like, the common metrics that we usually use. A pandemic would be something that's similar as that, when, regardless of our potential disagreements on the pandemic, if you have to lock down, which is what we were told, I don't know what economic policies you could have that would be viable. Like, you can't just print money like we're trying. I mean, that's a mistake.
One of them for sure wouldn't be personal responsibility, and that was the case I was making.
Well, no. If we adapted more of an idea of personal responsibility, then we would have told people to take personal precautions better against the pandemic and wouldn't have stripped people of their personal rights as quickly, which would have led the economy not being as poor. So even in that sense, if we approached it from more of an issue of personal rights and personal responsibilities...
I don't know of any personal rights that I've lost since the pandemic has started.
So you're able to go to your job?
Yeah, I mean, I go to work every day.
Yeah, well, tens of thousands of people aren't.
Wait, is it an American right to go to your job? Like, I don't know if that's a right.
Yeah,
if it is, then,
you have a right to... Well, your First Amendment, you have a right to gather, to peaceably assemble. That would include your right to peaceably assemble in an employment place.
I mean, I feel like it's like the government maybe, like, if the government's shutting down businesses, then like okay, but I feel like most businesses are self-shutting down.
Well, no. I don't know where you live, but that couldn't be further from the truth here. I know at least 5 restaurants and bars that will probably never open up again. And you talk to them and they desperately wanted to be open, as did the workers that were there. And in fact, one of the things we see as a result of this, there were all sorts of stories of people that owned hair salons. I can tell you just anecdotally, I know several people that are like, I'm making more money on unemployment right now than I ever have my entire life. I don't want to go back to work. And I know that stories rang all throughout the country. Because not only do you get your regular unemployment, but then you were getting $900 on top of that. Which in an area like me where people are living paycheck to paycheck, that's more than their normal working paycheck. And so, like, again, what that does is that's going to have a net decrease in the economy as people then, the jobs that those people worked at, even if they were allowed to work, they didn't have the employees that wanted to work anymore because we incentivized not working. And, you know, we also shut down these businesses and told them that they couldn't operate. In addition, there were many other rights you lost that you might not have known. For example, if you were in certain states, you couldn't assemble at church, which is specifically illustrated in the Constitution.
You won't get much legwork from me. I don't particularly care about, that.
Well, it doesn't matter if you personally exercise that right. It's clearly an articulated right. Like, if you choose not to own a gun, that's fine.
It's not a right to go to church. It's a right to believe in whatever God you want to believe in.
Oh, no. It is absolutely a right to go to church. Absolutely. You're free to worship any way you see fit, unless it directly...
No, you're not.
Yes, you are. Unless it directly
you're not allowed
affects
to worship in whatever way you see fit.
Unless it directly, physically harms another individual. Why wouldn't you be?
Like spreading coronavirus?
Well, there's no proof that it did. And why would you be allowed to go to Walmart and not church?
What do you mean there's no, like, because church isn't an essential building. What do you mean?
Church is specific. If you were saying that there are buildings...
There's nothing that you do at church that is essential to your well-being.
So you would say then that it's fine to say in the Nevada, the Supreme Court ruling, that 50 people could attend the casino, but the same 50 people couldn't attend church?
No, I don't think that you should be able to attend the casino or the church. Those are both non-essential.
Okay, well, that's not so those are rights that you lost. Because if they said it was a right for you to be able to essential to go to a casino, Then the fact that they said,
if you want to say that I lost my ability to go to a casino, then I guess I lost my ability to go to a casino. I don't really consider that to be one of the core rights.
it is absolutely a core right to peaceably assemble and to worship as you see fit.
Like I see your point, right? I'm not the hugest fan of the government saying, here are a list of things that you cannot do. Like I'm not the hugest fan of that, and I would like to limit those as much as possible. Like I'm not here to thought police or anything like that. But what I would say is, I just don't like when people say, I lost my constitutional right to go to church. But I don't think that you have a right to go with 200 other people to worship Jesus in a church.
You absolutely
I think
have that right. If
I
you don't have that right, then give me a right that you do think you have.
When I read the Constitution.
Okay, so if you don't have that right, if that's not a right you have, then give me an example of a right you do have. Like, give me an example of a right that you have to attend somewhere.
Attend what? No, I said I don't think that the part of the Constitution which talks about religious freedoms, the government shall not infringe upon those religious freedoms. I don't think included in those religious freedoms is the right to go have a church barbecue.
It's a right to worship, to peaceably assemble and worship, certainly included. You don't think the intent of the Founding Fathers was you should be allowed to go, that were fleeing religious persecution? You don't think that part of their intent, talking about religious freedom, was to gather with fellow worshipers?
Most of the Founding Fathers wrote that part of the Constitution to prevent religion from being state-sponsored.
It doesn't matter. Judeo-Christianity was the foundational principle of many of the values of the Constitution.
No, it was not.
Yeah, it certainly was. And not only that...
Name a single part of the Bible that supports freedom of speech.
A single part of the Bible that supports freedom of speech? Let's see.
Yes, or the Second Amendment, or any other part of English common law.
Well,
besides,
so the Bible,
the easy ones, like murder.
So the Bible is rife with examples of people's rights to defend themselves.
Okay, like slavery, for example.
The Bible doesn't
like Exodus 21, where it says, "Buy slaves from the heathen that surround you."
That doesn't have to do with the right to protect yourself. You're just pointing out something else in the Bible that you disagree with.
Well, I mean, I'm saying that because that would be an example of the Bible saying you cannot defend yourself, because you can enslave people and then use them as your property, and you can beat them for 2 to 3 days, and as long as they survive, it's not illegal. So that isn't a right to self-defense, is it?
No, that first off, that's the Old Testament, but that's fine. That's part of the Bible. You can say that. Second,
okay, so the 10 Commandments are in the Old Testament. Do you not follow those?
I follow my interpretation of religions to be Christ-like. That's what religion is to me.
Does that mean to die and be resurrected?
No, it means to try to tell the truth, to try to live in a way in the world that benefits yourselves and others, to try not to be overly judgmental to people, to try to understand that there will be people that have differences, but it's not our role to judge them in this world.
Yes,
to allow people to disagree.
For clarity,
okay.
If you want to be a good person, you're welcome to be a good person. All I'm saying to you is that there is no place in the Bible where it argues for any of the Christian values that you think it does. The Bible is a horribly immoral book.
You might say that, but the way people interpreted the Bible led to the English common law. The people that worship... Yes, the people that worship developed those systems of laws.
The Bible is a horribly immoral book, not because I'm just saying so. It's because the Bible supports things like slavery, stoning people. It goes into incredible detail on how to treat your slaves in a way so that it's not illegal. But even in the legal version of slavery, it's quite reprehensible. Talks about beating them, talks about selling their children. This is incredible. And then you say that the English common law is based on this book, when this book has been used to justify some of the greatest atrocities in human history. And that's not even getting to the fact that Jesus Christ himself, the only attestations we have of Jesus Christ is the attestations that we have in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the synoptic gospels, all of which of those gospels were written 50 to 60 to 70 years after Jesus Christ even existed. We have literally zero good evidence that there is even a Christ-like person to follow. And we're trying to pretend like we can use Christ's example or anything like that to use as a demonstration for why English common law or the U.S. law was based on Judeo-Christian values. Can you name a single value outside of like murder that was taken from the Bible that doesn't A, endorse slavery, or B, endorse some of the most wicked parts of human nature that were written by primitive savages?
So what I can say is this, that I'm not going to be the best person to argue with a literal interpretation of the Bible. Again, I use the Bible to take the premier, I don't know what the word I want to use here, the central character in the Bible, which is Jesus, the Son of God, to say that is how, to me, being Christian means to emulate that character. Your argument that it's
Jesus came to fulfill the law. Jesus said, not a tittle or jot of the law will ever be abolished so long as I walk the earth. He said, I have come to fulfill the Old Testament Mosaic law. Inside the Mosaic law, you can stone non-believers for openly professing a different God.
Well, I'll fully concede that, like, you had the Council of Nicaea that determined what books were going to be canon in the Bible and things like that. Again, I'm talking about the character and the moral standards of what Jesus is and what he represents to me and to many people that worship him.
He represents the old law. He represents the Mosaic law.
To you, maybe not to me. And again, no way, I give you your chance to speak.
He said it himself.
I give you just said you don't even know if he exists. So how do you know what he said?
In the Bible, a quote attributed to Christ is that not a tittle or a jot of the law shall ever be removed so long as I have walked the earth and given you eternal life. He says that the Mosaic law, slavery, things like that, shall be followed to the every tittle and every jot so long as he is Lord. And if you think Jesus is Lord, then I don't know why you don't own a slave.
Because, again, it is about, I'm not saying that I'm taking the literal interpretation of what the Bible is. I'm taking the characteristics that I see in Jesus that should be amplified in the world today, which the central characteristic of Jesus is that of being a truth teller. The people that followed that and developed a sense of a code of morality that ended up being the foundational principles for our English common law. Now, you say, but it was used to justify sort of other things. But your belief set, which I assume is atheism, was also used to justify all sorts of heinous acts.
Atheism isn't a belief set.
Yeah, that's horseshit.
Atheism is the response to a single claim.
It is a belief set. It is a belief that God doesn't exist.
Atheism is the response to the claim some gods exist.
Where's your morality come from?
My morality?
Yeah.
My morality comes from a humanist system of morality. I'd love to explain. It's called axiomatic humanism.
So where
my morality unfortunately does not include my morality. I can tell you first what my morality does not include, and then I'll tell you what it does include, which is my morality does not include the permissibility of slavery and things like stoning based on the say-so of a god. My morality does not include the acceptance of moral pronouncements in the Bible based on nothing but either faith or justifications that are given extra biblically.
Okay, where does your sense of morality? I wasn't asking your code of ethics. I could talk about my code of ethics all day. I asked where it comes from.
My morality comes specifically from what is best for the well-being of human beings and what reduces the suffering of human beings.
According to who?
Myself. It's preference.
Okay. So then if I think the best... if I adapted that policy, I could justify any heinous action myself, correct?
So is yours. I mean, your morality is also based on what you think because you think the Bible is true. God exists.
Okay, so then who are you to judge or to downplay someone else's belief system? If you acknowledge that your belief system could allow to the justification
the moral system you believe in supports...
The moral system you believe in supports whatever.
The moral system that you're attesting to supports some of the most heinous crimes ever available in history. My moral system would not allow for slavery because it goes against the well-being of human beings and promotes unnecessary suffering.
According to you. Your moral system allows you to justify any heinous action as long as you can justify that it's for a greater good. If people adapted
I didn't say a greater good. That's wrong. That's a misrepresentation.
A greater good for humanity.
Not only did I not say that, but your moral system is based on what a book says.
No. Your moral system, so it's not about what's best for humanity. It's not for the greater good of humanity.
It is what promotes well-being and removes the most amount of unnecessary suffering on an individualized basis.
So that wouldn't be greater good according to you. That's a different statement altogether.
Greater good is utilitarianism. I'm not a utilitarian.
Okay, so then anyone could adapt your axiomatic sense of belief and justify any heinous action as long as they believed it fit within your code. So if they thought, why not?
The only way that you get to that is if you didn't hear what I said.
Okay, go ahead. Repeat it real quick, slow.
Things like slavery or the selling of women as property would not be permissible in a well-being suffering framework, as those actions cause unnecessary suffering and do not promote human well-being. That's self-evident to the physical consequences of a physical world, and therefore saying that my moral system permits anything is not only factually wrong, but it ignores the fact that under your moral system, that morals come from, they're ordained from a god, or they are influenced by a god. You have no influence over what that God says, and it therefore is not based on your moral preferences. It's based on that God's moral preferences, and either that God is right because he's appealing to a higher standard of good, or it's whatever that God says, which is just as subjective as mine.
The problem is that you're making a subjective argument yourself on what you would interpret on what would be an undue moral suffering and things like that. So you say, therefore, it would never allow this type of system. I do the same thing.
Slavery is bad?
What's that? Yes, of course I do. But I came through that through a system of my belief in emulating Christ as well. You came through that on just a purely subjective belief. So, for example, you could understand that there could be a person that under your beliefs could say, I feel that it is not morally unjustified to have slaves if I think it's for a goal that it's not causing undue human suffering, because actually I'm owning this slave, which is improving the quality of their life.
Right. Rob. Christ inside of the Bible says, slaves obey your masters, even the cruel ones.
You're right. I don't I don't know how I can make this more clear to you. I'm not talking about the specific, interpreting each passage literally. I don't even go to church.
But if you want to be Christ-like, then shouldn't you follow what he said?
I don't know. If that's the case, then if you want to be moralistic, shouldn't you follow everyone who's developed a belief system that was axiomatic themselves? So if I ever find someone that claims that they were under an axiomatic belief system that says exactly like you, that engaged in some heinous action, could I say, well, then you're held to the standard of that belief system that they shared with you?
Well, hold on, wait. You're still not answering the question that I started with.
No,
if you don't support slavery, what's your justification for not supporting slavery?
My justification for not supporting slavery is that I believe in the characteristics of Christ that said, tell the truth, do not judge people. The idea that we
what
are
does that have to do with owning people as property?
I don't own people as property because I believe the characteristics of Jesus that said that you treat everyone as an equal, that even people that have sinned, that you do not judge. And so I don't take literal the interpretation that I should own slaves. Just like you
judge them, then why could you enslave them?
I don't.
I know you don't. But what I'm saying to you is that the Bible, and I'm not even talking about the Old Testament, even the New Testaments in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Acts, even Corinthians, all of these books are speaking specifically to the idea that slavery is not only permissible, but that God in Jesus wishes for slaves to obey their masters, and they say it explicitly. And you're saying you want to be Christ-like. All I'm asking for you is to apply the same consistent logic and say, if I want to be Christ-like, then what Christ is saying and how he's acting is how I want to be like. And if Christ says in several times in Acts that slaves should obey their masters, even the cruel ones, saying that you don't support slavery is being un-Christ-like.
Not if I don't have to accept that everything that's written directly in the Bible is to be taken literally. By the same token, if I said I wanted to emulate the life of Abraham Lincoln, you say, well, at one point Abraham Lincoln had sex with a slave. Therefore, you endorse having sex with slaves.
No, the problem is that Jesus Christ is claimed to be inerrant. He's claimed to be the perfect Word of God. He's claimed to be the perfect in-breath embodiment of God. Jesus doesn't just claim to be a president. He claims to be the Almighty Savior. If the Almighty Savior is supporting slavery, doesn't that tacitly mean that being Christ-like is supporting those sorts of things?
No, not if I'm not taking the word literally.
How so? If the passage says slaves obey your masters, even the cruel ones, what else could Jesus be talking about aside?
If you
from
die
slaves?
20 years from now, if you die and 20 years from now, someone writes down your code of ethics, and in there they say that you said that we are allowed to own slaves. Would that mean then that if someone said, well, I don't I don't know that that was his literal words. That you would say, no, it had to be his literal words. That's what you would say?
Can you name a single other interpretation outside of what I just said that is valid and fits the evidence?
What if someone put that in there and Jesus didn't say it? There's a certain interpretation.
What if Jesus didn't say it, so you think the Bible is wrong then?
I said that I don't interpret the Bible literally, that I take the characteristics from him that says that do not judge people, to be a moral person, to tell the truth, and that's how I seek to emulate my life. Right.
But you're taking other parts literally, though.
What part am I
taking
taking
the parts
literally?
where he talks about... You're talking about the parts where he says, love thy neighbor as thyself. You're taking that literally. Why aren't you taking the rest of it literally? Why is it like a convenience store where we pick like the Pepsi here, the Pepsi there, but not the Doritos? Like either what Christ says is perfect and inerrant, or it's not.
No, that's not true.
So something
Either
is
what I
perfect
believe
or
in the
it's not,
Bible is
right?
perfect. What the argument would be if I believe that all words written were the literal words of Christ.
If you don't think that's true, then you don't think the Bible is perfect, and therefore the entire religion falls apart.
I don't think the Bible is perfect. And it doesn't matter. I don't have a religion specifically. I have the image of Christ in my head that I've explained to you, and that's what I choose to believe. And I believe that if you don't have...
But you're leaving out parts of the image of Christ because they're not comfortable.
It has nothing to do with comfortability.
Look, man, I was a Christian for the first 17 and a half years of my life. I believed that being Christ-like was helping people because that's what I was taught. And I helped people based on Christ's example. The problem is right now you're being faced with a set of facts that disagree with that worldview. I know that this is not something that is nice to hear. I'm not trying to get you to say that Christianity is stupid, and I don't want you to leave it or anything like that. What I want you to acknowledge, though, is there may be parts of the Bible and things that are attributed to Christ that you have to take a further look into, because what we're doing right now is like a really big like apologist dance right now.
At least acknowledge. It's not an apologist. What you're trying to do is pigeonhole me as your idea of a Christian that you've talked with before, which is not something that I am.
I'm just trying to get you to be consistent with what you've said.
I am being Christ-like as the image of Christ that I have in my head.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the image of Christ that you have in your head does not comport with reality.
But you acknowledge that you don't even know if Christ exists, so how do you know what the reality is? You don't know. You don't think that the Bible is the Word of God, right?
I don't know if Christ exists.
Do you think the Bible is the direct Word of God? Do you think the Bible is the direct Word of God?
I don't know if Christ exists, but even if he did exist, and the Bible is accurate to what he said, then what Jesus has said and what he has endorsed, things like slavery, these things, we should be far beyond calling these things moral.
And by the way, saying to obey your master isn't exactly an endorsement of slavery, right? He also said that
if you say slaves obey your master, if I
it's
were to
it's
say,
not saying you should have slaves or that he condones. He could, like, I'm not saying it's the best statement, but again, the point is, your argument is that I have to take all of the words literally, or I can't choose to.
No, it's not that at all. It's
okay. Then what am I doing? So then what am I doing? What am I doing wrong exactly? So I'm not allowed to subjectively take the character that I put of Christ in my head and leave out parts that I don't like. I can't do that. That's somehow immoral, or that's somehow unjustifiable. But you could come up with a code of ethics completely out of your. It has nothing to do with consistency. It is what I chose. No. Like,
wait, let me
had
explain. I'll explain to you exactly my problem, which is, if we're going to say that we're taking certain aspects of Christ as described in the Bible, and we're going to leave out certain other aspects, that's fine. That's not the problem that I'm taking. What I'm asking for is, how do we differentiate between what Christ says as accurate to his character and what the Bible says about Christ that isn't accurate to his character? How do we differentiate between the two?
When we look, for example, at like mythological figures and other religious figures of the past, we can see that there are central characteristics. So, for example, you could take a character like Gilgamesh, right? And there are tons of stories about Gilgamesh. If you read them literally, they don't jive. It's almost like a comic book, right? If you read X-Men, well, depending on who's writing X-Men, there's all sorts of things that aren't canon that you could look and see that, oh, wait, this doesn't work here, this doesn't work here, right? But you still look at what the central characteristics of the character actually are. There's far more in there about forgiveness, not judging, being beneficial to your fellow man, telling the truth. There's far more of that in there than the one line that he said, you should obey your slave master. Now, you choose to say that all the characteristics that he exemplifies that are positive, and that the people, and you've also ignored the fact that people that believe those characteristics were the ones that develop our legal system and English common law that are so beneficial to us and all of humanity. You say that, no, we can't do that because you choose to focus on one or two lines that you find immoral. Yet you yourself come up with a system, you come up with an arbitrary code that you've taken an arbitrary measure that says this is what this means to me. I think that I would disagree with you, for example, that some of the policies or beliefs that you would have in life would match your own definition of doing no harm and doing the best to allow for whatever the specific code you said was. So it's all...
So my point is, hold on. There's a lot there, and I don't want to miss any of it. When Christ says that slavery is fine, that's one thing that Christ says. And you're right. If I were to say take everything that Christ says within the context of that only, with any other person, it would be totally ridiculous. And I totally agree. If you were to say something ridiculous and I were to say everything that Rob has said in this stream so far is based on that one thing, that would be fallacious and stupid. The argument that I'm making to you is that Christ makes a special claim in the Christian theology. God sends down his son to be the perfect image of goodness itself. This is the theology. So if we wanted to say in any other person that reducing them to one aspect is wrong, I would agree with you totally. No argument there, Rob. You're absolutely correct on that. I think we'd find a lot of common ground there. What I would say is that inside of the Christian theology, there's a special claim about Jesus made that makes it specifically problematic that Christ has any characteristics that we would consider to be reprehensible. Because so long as Christ is claiming to be the perfect ordination of man, the perfect representation of what is goodness, if part of that goodness includes things that we would consider to be immoral, like slavery, or talking like hell preaching, talking about how those who commit sodomy will be going to hell, these things are immoral. And so long as Christ believes them, we cannot believe that Christ is the personification of goodness.
But again, are those central to his character that we see in his character? Again, this would be like saying, you seem to be the one that's saying you have to take a literal interpretation of the Bible or therefore you can't believe any of it. That's what you're saying. I'm not making that argument. Right?
I wasn't either.
That's
Rob.
Exactly what you're saying. You're saying...
We should be charitable with each other, okay? I'm not trying to pigeonhole you or anything like that. All I'm saying to you is that take it literal, take it whatever way you want to. If you think that Christ in some passages is endorsing things that talk about goodness, happiness, I agree. Christ preaches a lot of great things. Christ preaches forgiveness. He preaches things that I think are relevant to society. What I'm saying is that there's other instances where Christ is preaching things that are not good for society. They're reprehensible. And if we take one without the other, I question our ability to be consistent, which is where I say, and this is my position, Christ has plenty of things that are useful. But if we say Christ is the personification of good, then we have to defend everything that he says to be consistent, because the personification of good would have no bad. Can we at least agree there?
No. Because we could agree, I guess, in context of what you're saying, but that's not the position that I'm taking. I'm not saying, I made no such claims of personification of good. The claim that I've made about religion, which I rarely talk about, but anytime I talk about it as little as I do, I say this. I have my interpretation of what Christ is based on what I see as the characteristics that shone through when I read the stories to me, which is don't judge, tell the truth, do what's beneficial to society, make sacrifices to make things better.
I agree with you, Rob.
Okay, right? That's how. That's
Those are good things.
What's that? That's what I've taken.
Those are good things.
Right. Okay. That's what I've taken from it. I've also said I do not care what your religion or lack of your religion is. If you come to those similar conclusions through some other set of values, then that's a good thing. I don't care. Your content, the way you act, is what's important to me, not how you get there. But this discussion,
Rob.
Okay. Well, I don't understand when you're saying, but Jesus said slaves. What does that have to do with what my interpretation is?
The point that I'm making, Rob, is that while I'm not trying to say that because of what Christ has said that you must believe that and that means that you're a bad person. I think you're a good guy. I think we've had a nice conversation so far. We disagree on a whole buttload, but at least we've had this long conversation that I think has been relatively productive. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I wouldn't say that because that would be very disrespectful. What I am trying to say is that if we're going to take certain parts of Christ and say these are good things, I agree with you. There are certain parts of Christ that I would say are definitely good things to emulate. What I'm calling to account is some of the things that no one else takes seriously, which is the bad things. And if you just want to follow the good things, then please keep following the good things. I would much rather you be a good person than versus being a bad person. And I'm glad that you are a good person. What I'm saying, though, is that I'm taking an issue with the general theology and the general axioms that are subscribed here, as opposed to you as a person. So please don't confuse my distaste for the theology, for the religion, with my distaste for you. I don't think you believe those things. I'm just calling for an inconsistency in the theology, not yourself.
Well, but again, I don't see what the conversation's relevant to me then. Yes, I think that people that behave hypocritically, that claim to be followers of Christ, should be called out. The same would be true of any religion or any philosophical belief. But I don't understand what the conversation, the relevance to me is. The way we got into this conversation was the idea that I don't even remember exactly how it got brought up, but I remember the first
that laws were based on the Bible.
That our English common law was based on people that follow Judeo-Christian values. And that's true. That's absolutely true. It's undeniable. English common law was created by people that were trying to give their interpretation of what Jesus would want in a legal system, because they were Christians.
And science was created by Islamic scholars. That doesn't mean that it's inherently Islamic. What I would say is that what we've created in the United States is antithetical to what the Bible says. Freedom of religion. The very first commandment says, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me, for I am the one and only. I am Yahweh, who has given you Yeshua." This is the very first commandment, which spits directly in the face of the First Amendment. Let's go to the Fourth Amendment. Remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. There is no law in the United States that adheres to this commandment. Let's go to the Seventh Commandment.
But what does that have to do? Again, you're making a fundamental mistake. You're assuming that the people that created English common law had to word for word go by the Bible and say our law must be a direct implication of what the Jews' law had in the Old Testament, or our law has to be a direct extrapolation of the laws that Christ talked about directly in the Bible. What they did was much like me. They took the values of how they interpreted Jesus, and they said, through those values of how they interpreted Jesus, they came up with the best legal system in the history of the world, that said that you're innocent until proven guilty, that rather 1,000 guilty men walk free than one innocent man jailed.
The Bible preaches against that, though.
What's that?
Judeo-Christian teaching says that you're guilty until proven innocent.
But that's not how they interpreted it. The people that were interpreting the law to think, how would the personification of the character of Jesus that we emulate to be, what would a legal system like his that was founded on that type of characteristics look like? You may say, well, then they incorrectly interpreted the Bible as opposed to how I interpret it. Fair enough, but it is undeniable that they created English common law, which was the best legal system, and their basis for doing so was their philosophical and moral beliefs that they got through Judeo-Christian values. If your argument's, well, they didn't interpret the Bible correctly.
Here's an illustrative example. If I were to say, I just read Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life, and I feel compelled to commit suicide. Are any of his rules, you should kill yourself? Are any of them that? No, they're not. I mean, Dr. Peterson doesn't say anything about that in his book. If you were to say, I based it on that, and I were to say, it isn't in the book, and you were to say, it doesn't matter, I read the book, and that's what I chose to do, you would say, that's absurd. And that's what I'm saying right now. If you can't point to me anywhere in the texts or the surrounding texts or the societal contribution, anything like that, that says anything about innocence until proven guilty, the First Amendment, if you can't point to me to any of those, then how can we reliably say that it was based on biblical scripture?
English common law didn't have. Our system was based on English common law. English common law didn't have a First Amendment, didn't have a Second Amendment, right? The idea of the core principles of English common law was the idea of innocent until proven guilty, right?
And do you know where that came from?
Where?
Islamic culture, Islamic scientific revolution. It came from there.
I forget, Islam, does that have any connection to Judeo-Christian?
The point that I'm making is that if you're going to say that
there's no connection there, right?
The point that you're making my point for me, though. There is no connection between the religion that causes something and whether or not it's based in that religion.
But if your inspiration for such is, if we say that this code of ethics or this legal system is the best legal system in the history of the world, and the way that people developed those code of ethics was an inspiration through their religion, which came through Judeo-Christian values, for you to say, but I interpret that book differently than how they interpreted it.
Those Judeo-Christian values are not actually reflected in U.S. law.
It doesn't matter. The way that those people interpreted it was. You know how I know that?
Like I said,
that you could interpret it that way.
Do you want to address the analogy that I gave you when I said if I said that Jordan Peterson's book made me want to commit suicide? Would you say that was because of Jordan Peterson's book?
But that's different. It could be. It literally could be. If I watch a scary movie and it causes me to go, and I'm like, that was so scary, I'm going to go kill myself. It is literally true that movie caused me to kill myself, is it not? You wouldn't blame the author and say you're responsible for Rob's death, but you would say...
Exactly, which is why you wouldn't say the Bible is responsible for U.S. law.
No, but it was the inspiration for the creation of it.
You could say it was the inspiration for that person committing suicide.
I suppose you could. That doesn't mean that the book's immoral.
And I'm saying that's wrong, because Dr. Jordan Peterson's book has nothing in it that argues for suicide, and if you draw that conclusion from it, you are wrong.
So your argument is then, when I say the concept of innocent until proven guilty, your argument is there is nothing in the Bible that could be interpreted from.
There is nothing in the Bible that says innocent until proven guilty. Nothing.
But it's the characteristic. It's not the literal words. It's the characteristics of Jesus.
Not only is it not in there, but it speaks against it with concepts like original sin, where you are literally guilty just by the sins of your forefathers, which I thought you were against.
I am definitely against that. And again, the characteristic of Jesus...
But the Bible speaks against that. The Bible says that you are responsible for the sins of Adam and Eve, and you said you're against the sins of your forefathers. How can you...
How do I have to keep explaining... Like, you seem to... It's an incredible that I have to keep explaining the exact same thing. Are you ready? Let me explain it again. I do not take the words literally.
Saying you don't take the words literally.
And if you say, but in the next page it says X, I say, okay, I don't interpret the words literally. I say that the characteristics of Jesus, the idea of telling the truth, of doing what's best for society, of not judging people, of sacrificing for the greater good, those characteristics are what I try to live my life as. I believe that there were probably, not very religious, I believe there were probably a bunch of various people that included what they wanted for political reasons in certain books of the Bible when it benefited them. That is not the character that I have identified with. It is undoubtable. You could say whatever you want. It is undoubtable that people of a Judeo-Christian faith created English common law and cited their inspiration of such being the Bible. It is undeniable.
What I'm saying is that...
You're saying they falsely interpreted the Bible to get that system. Okay, I don't care. The Bible led to whatever the words were... Whatever the words were in that book, it led to that creation.
If you're going to base a legal system off of the words or the teachings or the traditions of a particular culture, those words, teachings, and culture should actually exist. I would make the contrapositive case. I would say that most of the values that we find in our country came from the Enlightenment and did not come from traditionalist Judeo-Christian values.
The English common law that was the basis for our legal foundation of our system came from people that cited their inspiration.
English common law was majorly based from the Enlightenment after Greece.
But also was... I'm not up on the Enlightenment. I know what the Enlightenment is, but I'm not sure the religious beliefs of many of the founders of the Enlightenment. But again,
most of them are Christians. I mean,
right.
most of them are Christians, but they were reforming. Like, do you know the split between Catholicism
Yes.
and Lutheranism?
Yes, yeah, yep.
Like that general area. And the only point that I was making is that Christians ceased reading the Bible literally, kind of like you did, and started using their own intuitions about what is right and wrong. Like, for example, no longer having slavery, no longer having stoning people in the streets, no longer having sodomy laws in some instances. They moved away from what the Bible actually says in favor of my moral system, which is humanism, what's best for human beings.
But they still, but they moved towards, but they didn't totally throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like our founding, if you're right, then why does the Declaration of Independence say that we're created equal under God?
Why does it say that?
Yes.
Because the person who wrote the Declaration of Independence thought we were created equal under God.
Do you think that others that signed it agreed with that statement?
Probably, I don't know.
So the system that is the best system in the history of the world...
Which, by the way, we also weren't created under God, and we also weren't created equal. I mean, of course we're not created equal.
So the system that's the greatest system in the history of the world, our Constitution, which is my belief that it's the best system in the history of the world, started off under a declaration that we are under God. It was started by people of Judeo-Christian faith. Their interpretation, regardless of what you find your literal interpretation of the Bible to be, and I don't deny, even though I'm not a scholar on it, and I'm one of the weakest people with citing verses or anything like that. Again, I take the characteristic of it. So I will totally concede that I'm not claiming that you're misreading the Bible as far as the literal words you're saying. I'm not claiming that, right? But what you can't get around is the people that founded this country founded a great foundational document, and that their inspiration for such was their Judeo-Christian belief set. Now you might say, well, they inaccurately interpreted the Bible in a good way. Okay, it was still the inspiration for them creating that legal system, which is the best system in the history of the world. Certainly at the time, and I would argue still to this day. They understood, and the reason we got into this debate was they understood that it was important because of religious persecution that they said that there needs to be a separation of church and state, but they also understood the importance of allowing people to worship as they see fit. That would include the common practices of the time, which certainly was gathering to worship with people that agreed with you, which is why the First Amendment and the freedom of religion implicitly shows that you have a freedom, especially when taking in context, you have the right to peaceably assemble, which is also in the amendment, that you have the right to gather, which is a right that was taken, or to gather at church, which is a right that was taken away during coronavirus.
Stop. Right? You tend to go to multiple points in a single string. So I still disagree. I don't think that it's the case that the founders were basing their thoughts on any form of Judeo-Christian values that I could recognize. And I don't think that there's any scriptural basis for this, and I think that almost every serious Christian scholar would find issues with everything that you just said. So either way, even let's throw that off to the side for a moment. Even if that wasn't true, you're making the case that Judeo-Christian values influenced the country, and the founders wanted to give religious people the ability to freely assemble, and that right should never be infringed. All I'm saying is it doesn't feel particularly compelling to me that one of the rights included in the Constitution is what my church just did last weekend, which is hold a barbecue that I didn't attend. I still actually go to my church. I still go there. I like being at worship and reading the Bible because I like asking questions.
Sure.
When I go to church, or when I go to church barbecues, I know my church for this entire COVID-19 cycle has been doing online service. Everyone's got online, they've had social distancing service, and everyone's still loving the Lord. What I'm saying is, even in Christian theology, the church is not the building. It's Christ in your heart.
Right.
It is the gathering of Christ in your heart, and it's the gathering of everyone together through Christ. That doesn't have to be in a building. And in the context of the pandemic, many churches have made it very clear. God is not home in the church, God is at home in the heart. And making the case that freedom of assembly applies to going to a church barbecue, to me, is not only not what the Constitution says, but it's also against Christian theology itself.
Well, that's not true. It's not true at all. Like, the idea, first off, it talks about peaceably assembling, so even without the religious part, why would it not be peaceably assembling to go to a church barbecue?
I didn't say it wasn't. What I'm saying is that you're trying to make the case to me that the reason why it's specifically important for religious people to be able to go to church is because they have a right to peacefully assemble. I'm saying that the right to peacefully assemble is clearly, at least as far as I'm concerned, can be adjusted, changed, whatever you want to call it, when we have threats to public health. If we were to have, like, let's take it to 100. If we were to have a plague happening, like Black Plague style, like total like freak show, right? I don't think it would be a fair argument to say I want to hold a church service, and if that means that I infect the rest of the congregation, it's not really my problem.
Okay.
And most pastors disagree with you.
Okay.
They say I'm not going to hold church.
Okay, so but first off, it doesn't matter what most pastors say. The Constitution didn't say, here is the interpretation of how you can express your religion. Here's the acceptable people that can talk about that. That's something that each of us could make up for themselves. So I can certainly find pastors that feel that they do find it necessary.
Pastors know more about Christianity than you do, right?
What doesn't matter? What if my religion, Christianity is not even said as a freedom of religion? I could have my total own religion. So I know more about my own religion than you do, and I say that I want to gather. And it's important for me to congregate with people. So the idea of who's more Christian or knows about Christianity is irrelevant in this context. But even still, going with this argument, it's still, I don't disagree with you, that in times of crisis, we could take rights away. That's what you're saying, right?
I'm saying that rights can absolutely be limited based on the situation, of course.
So your rights were taken away, which is exactly the statement I made. That's exactly the statement I made.
For example, you cannot defamation in the United States is illegal. You cannot defame somebody. That's a restriction on the First Amendment that's existed for the longest time.
You still have a right to free speech, correct?
No, because you can't defame somebody.
You have a right to free speech.
No,
there are
because you
just
can't
certain
defame
restrictions
somebody.
placed on it.
Exactly, and you have the right to assemble,
those rights
but there are some restrictions placed on it.
Right, and so that's a right. So that's part of your right being taken away in a time of a crisis. Which was my statement. You said what rights were taken away.
Do you think that defamation laws are taking away from the First Amendment?
There are restrictions that we put on it. Yes, they're taking away your right to total free speech. Yes.
Okay, so but are you against defamation laws by any chance?
No, probably not.
Okay, so if we're for defamation laws, we understand that there are instances in U.S. law where those constitutional rights can and are restricted. Like, for example, you can't open carry an AK-47 in a school.
Right.
Right. So it's not in fact the case that you don't have any rights if they're restricted. It's also not the case that you lose your rights when it's restricted. You still have that base right, but there's restrictions placed on that right that give the overall scope of the right to a smaller area. So what I would say is to say that you should have an unlimited right to assembly is completely ignoring the nuance of the issue.
I didn't say that. I've never said that once. We had a right to assemble.
Is there instances where you can't assemble?
Yes.
What's one?
If, for example, like I said this at the start of the outbreak, if an outbreak hit and 50% of people in New York City died within a week, I think that absolutely the government, for the greater good, would have the right to take our rights away and say that we need to temporarily...
Well, why though? I mean, it's still their right to go to church, right?
It's still taking their rights away to take it away.
But
it's just necessary to come. See, the problem is, I know what you're doing. The problem is, you did not hear what I said. You were fundamentally wrong in your statement. Rights were taken away. We have had the right to go to church to peacefully assemble. Those are rights guaranteed to us. It was taken away. There are times when I accept the government has the right, because it's for the greater good of the country as a whole, to do that. But it certainly was rights that were taken away. And I said that through this virus, we had rights taken away. You said, no, we didn't. Yes, we did. Now, that doesn't mean that the government's never justified.
Nothing changed about the fundamental right to assemble. Nothing changed about the fundamental right. All that was done is restrictions.
There was something that was changed. about the fundamental right to assemble. For example, we arbitrarily decided where and when we could assemble based on no scientific backing whatsoever. You could be at a casino, but not a church. You could be at a 50,000 person Black Lives Matter protest, but you can't go to a specific work.
By the way,
so we fundamentally changed the nature.
I agree that you shouldn't be out. I think the government should have had a sweeping stay-at-home order, and you shouldn't have been allowed to go out to casinos. You shouldn't be allowed to gather in mass protests. I agree.
Okay, so then we can see that the fundamental definition of the right to assemble was changed, right? Because before, what we interpreted as the right to assemble was you have a right to peaceably assemble. Hear me out. You have a right to peaceably assemble, except when it's a danger to society, and then all of that right would be taken away, right? So, for example, if there's a war, you don't have the right to peaceably assemble anymore because there's a war and we need to protect, and it's a time of war. Something like that, okay? Got it. What we've changed is now fundamentally different that says, no, the leader in charge can arbitrarily decide which venues, based on no scientific data, that's not just Donald Trump, it's Donald Trump isn't in charge of the states. And he's allowing the federalist process to go for each state to decide where and when they think that you should have your constitutionally guaranteed right to freedom of assembly. So we changed the nature. Now it's not that you're free to assemble with the implicit understanding that in times of grave emergency that could be restricted. Now it's changed to you have the right to freedom of assemble. You
definitely weren't allowed to assemble wherever you want, even before coronavirus. You definitely were not allowed to assemble wherever you want.
Yeah, you are. I mean, of course there are reasonable limits.
You can't go on private property. You can't go into school zones.
There are reasonable limits that are placed on it that we all understand, most of which were specifically outlined in law. Like private property, you can't go on government property that you need certain clearance for. You can't get, there's all sorts of things that we reasonably understood. But basically with public property, your own property, and places that you want that invited you in, you had a right to go. The government did not have the right to tell you, you can't go set foot in that restaurant. They didn't have the right to tell you that, right? But it was implicitly understood that if there is some sort of grievous emergency, those rights can temporarily be limited or restricted. But what is brand new is the fact that now, based on no scientific data, they can arbitrarily decide, one, based on your political beliefs, and second, based on the building that you seek to enter, what you're allowed to enter or not.
Political beliefs.
Yes.
I don't know. You mean like based on your political? Are you referencing the fact that you can protest for Black Lives Matter but not go to church?
Yes.
Which is it's like the normie right wing meme kind of thing. Like I can't go worship God, but they can go loot and riot.
I don't go to church. I'm more concerned with I can't go to visit my grandma.
Even though we both agree that looting and rioting is against the law anyway.
Even aside from looting and rioting, they're allowed to go protest.
Yeah, and okay. I thought I made it very clear. I don't think we should be protesting in a pandemic.
Well, that's fine. You made that clear, but that's not what the governor said.
And I'm not the governor, and I'm presenting my opinion, not the opinion of those.
So they've arbitrarily taken rights away. That was my argument. You said they didn't.
Arbitrary is a tough term because arbitrary means without reason.
Okay, then they've, with bias, restricted rights.
With bias restricting rights? I don't know. I mean, I'll grant it to you. Sure. I mean, I'll grant it to you.
Okay, well, when you said what rights were lost, I thought it was evident.
Well, no rights were lost. They were restricted.
Well, there was a temporary... It's a semantic argument, but you still lost your right to peaceably assemble as it was before the restriction.
Yes, which is a restriction, correct? We agree.
Right, but it's a net loss in right. I mean, it's clear that this is the biggest infringement on our rights that we've seen in my lifetime, and I would guess your lifetime.
Biggest infringement. What about the NSA spying act? What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, but here's the difference. Yeah, that is terrible. The Patriot Act, the NSA spying act, all of that stuff, ridiculous.
I agree. The Patriot Act was absolutely disgusting.
Like, I view this, by the way, as just another form of the Patriot Act. It's something I've been saying to left-wing people all along. If the Patriot Act was the restriction of our rights and the loss of our rights based on an unseen threat, if we don't do this, terrorism will kill us all. And therefore, we saw how it was exploited.
Based on an unseen threat, yeah. That's where we're gonna disagree. And I know you have to go to bed, and I think I'll make this my last thing. Okay. Like, based on an unseen threat, I mean, yes, agree. The NSA thing was an unseen terrorist propagation threat by people who wanted to make money off of NSA spying equipment. Totally, I think we'll agree there.
Right.
What I will say is a small anecdote, and then I could call to the data on this. We have a bunch of COVID deaths. I personally lost my grandmother.
Okay.
And I would say that it's it's not the case that it's an invisible threat. And I appreciate your time, and I hope to be back on another time. This was a really fun conversation.
Real quick, I lost my grandma to influenza years ago.
I'm sorry to hear that too.
Okay, but so what's the point? So did that justify the restriction of rights because of that? The unforeseen nature of the unforeseen nature.
You agreed.
No, wait. The unforeseen nature of the threat was
you agreed that influenza was a problem, right? You think that influenza wasn't an unseen threat?
But the unseen threat isn't that I don't believe it exists. It's that I don't believe we knew what the threat was to justify this. For example, I could say, you could name any disease. You could be like Creutzfeldt's Jacob. Of course, it's a threat that we could see, but the unforeseen threat is how much damage will it do? And that was unforeseen at the time. I'm not claiming that I didn't know that COVID existed or that it wouldn't kill people. The question is, we cannot enact laws or enact restrictions or shut down the economy based on preventing any one death. We understand that there's inherent risk in life. And so that's why it was up to the government to argue what the threshold was for the threat that they foresaw that justified the restriction or the taking away of rights and the shutting down of the economy. That's what was unforeseen.
175,000 deaths. At 175,000 deaths, is that enough to shut down the country?
Well, we have to prove that the lockdowns were successful in preventing that. If you were following earlier, you saw that I showed evidence that we could see that only. What was it? It's 90% false positive.
Before we get back arguing, I really have to go before we get back arguing because we could go on this forever, man.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. But all right, we'll talk to you later. Yeah, come on some other time. I enjoyed talking.
I'll come back. I'll come back sometime. I
will say this. I apologize that I don't have a schedule, so I don't know when I'm streaming. But if you see them on, and I'm not, no one, it's not a show or anything like as far as other guests, feel free to come on. So.
Would you be terribly against me linking my YouTube channel in chat?
No,
for a second?
Not at all. Not at all. In fact, yeah, right, you could link it in the chat.
Everyone in here who's annoyed by my liberalness, come watch more liberal content on my YouTube channel, because I just love espousing.
I actually thought you were very well spoken, and look, and I want to be clear on the question of religion. Like, I'm just saying that it's important. I could talk more about. I was talking about this the other day about the importance of when we look at what was perceived. The reason the word under God was put in the Pledge of Allegiance, for example, was kind of in response to communism. And so there needed to be a unifying principle that we need to come together as a country, but there needs to be a higher order. But I truly believe, I don't care how you get there. Like, if you're an atheist or agnostic or Christian or Muslim or Jewish, I don't care. I just think that you should develop these principles. I personally got there through a way of Christ. But that's all I'm trying to say. And I'm sure there are way better people to talk to that know more about the Bible than me. I'm not going to claim to be able to keep up in that debate as far as the specifics of the Bible says. But it's okay for me because I'm not coming through my code of ethics through a specific interpretation of the Bible. But that's all I have to say about that. But I thought that you were very well spoken with it, and I didn't think that you were offensive or mocking me or any way. I thought it was a good conversation.
Me too. I'm assuming you were also an ex-policy debater, based on how you were keeping up with that. But I mean, two policy debaters going at it is always a treat. So
yeah, I had fun.
I appreciate you having me on. I'll stick around and chat for a little bit.
Okay, and did you need me to link, or can you link your chat there? If you just tell me your channel, because I'm on Twitch.
I linked it up above.
Oh, but I'm on Twitch
linked it up above in chat.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, because I could put it on.
I'll just kind of repost it one more time, and that'll be that. But thank you again.
Oh, no problem. I had fun. I thought it was good. It was way better than it was a different topic, which I appreciate. So yeah, link it again because I didn't see it, and I'll post it. All right, but yeah, we'll talk to you later.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Rob.
Yep, no problem. Let me get a drink and I'll finish up. I gotta be done by 2. Damn it, I was supposed to be in bed hours ago. 1 second. Oh, okay. So yeah, did you see? Did you see where he posted? Did you post it in Discord? Maybe is that where he put it? Damn. Well, hopefully you all see it because I don't. Christian. Tell him. But I would, if I had to say, there it is. There we go. And then I'll put this, there you go. No, he seemed well-spoken, and I enjoyed him. I would definitely talk again, but religion's not my forte. Yeah, I found it. So there you go. Religion's not my forte. Here's the deal. I'm not heavily religious. I'm really not. I was an atheist for a large part of my life, but then I started to think that it was kind of, I don't want to say an arrogant position, but I wasn't certain enough to be an atheist. So then I would have considered myself agnostic. And then throughout, in a time in my life where I thought I needed kind of guidance and a direction to go in, I interpreted, not through a preacher or anything like that, not through a church, but I interpreted the characteristics of Christ that I thought were most important to amplify, and that's how I came to the system I have. That's it. And I do think that there's some tenuous nature of where you get a code of ethics if you don't feel, if you could come up with them yourself. Even if you have the strictest rules impossible, or strictest regulations as possible, oftentimes we've seen throughout history people that they could make, even with Christianity or Islam or Judaism, whatever, people are able to shift the definition to meet what they want. And so if you don't think that there is a higher power, at least if you think there's a higher power, you're like, well, look, if I shift them, I could ultimately be right or wrong and be judged for that. If you don't have that, I just don't see how you come to the conclusion that something is the actual truth. You could come to the conclusion of what is best for society, the best way to behave in society. I think that's true. But I don't know how that you can come to the conclusion that it's behaving what's best in society is moral without a higher code. But it's not an argument that I care deeply about. Half Christian, maybe that's the way to look at it. I really don't. And look, and if you don't agree with me, I had some Christians that bailed on me that said they weren't happy with my stance on gay marriage and stuff. I don't look at it dogmatically. I really don't. I had some bad experiences with people I thought were preaching stuff that I didn't like. I'll just say that. I wasn't like assaulted or anything like that, but yeah, that's yeah, no, I thought you did great, Christian. I really did. You know, I would have liked to have talked more about the riots, which I thought, you know, was going to be the focus of what we were discussing. And I still don't see, I don't see the case for why, even if you would think that like Trump could have done better or that he somehow took part in an establishment that I'm claiming that I voted for him to bring apart. You know, I didn't get to talk the specifics of really wanting to talk about that, but the first part, just real quick on that, is it doesn't matter if Trump truly is trying to dismantle the system or not. The fact of him potentially being an outsider has forced the system to show their hand and to show the actual people that you can see with your own eyes how corrupt they've been, such as the coup against him, which is undeniable that we can see through the IG report and other documents that have came out since then, including testimony like Rosenstein, like I was talking about. But just on the level of who's more responsible for the riots, like when we talk about problems of systemic poverty and things like that, I actually think it's a worthwhile discussion, and I really appreciate that level of discussion because I think that those where we should be focusing problems, and I talk about all the time. I think that I don't care what you think about, you know, focusing on race and things like that. I heavily disagree with it. I think that it almost always is worse. Thomas Sowell just put on Twitter today that we'll come to heavily lament viewing everything through a lens of race. Our children's children will realize what a crisis it was. I agree with that. I think it makes things worse. However, I would be hypocritical of me to say that I find it unjustifiable because I also advocate for what I perceive as my community, which are working class Americans, particularly rural Americans, because that's who I know. Now, that's not based on skin color, and I think that's a better way to go about it. But it would be hypocritical of me to say if I primarily focus on one community that other people don't have the same right. I just think that the oversimplification of just saying systemic racism is bad. But, you know, an olive branch that I'll reach out is, I also think it's terrible that when I talk to Republicans in positions of power, I say, what are you doing to reach out to the inner city black community? And they say, oh, they're not going to vote for us anyway, so we just go after our base. That's a huge mistake. And if I was someone who was black and in the inner city, and I knew that the Republicans weren't even going to take the time to reach out and try to ask me about my situation, I probably wouldn't vote for them either. Even if I think the Democrats have been a disaster for the inner cities in the first place, which I do think that they've been. I think that they exploit it. I think that a lot of their policies are terrible. But I certainly understand there are real problems. right? And I do know that people get shady. The 1350, I think that maybe Christian misunderstood when he heard it discussed before. It does not mean blacks commit 50% of crime. It means that blacks commit 50% of violent crime. And that's not actually always equal either. Usually the metric that's used is homicides, which it usually almost year to year, it's like 50% of homicides. But it's not all crime. Black people tend to, like, there's less white collar crime and stuff like that occurs in the black community. But it is violent crime. And that's the metric that matters when you're talking about violent altercations with the police. Because if there's communities, which again, I don't think it's a skin color thing. I think it's a cultural thing and a community thing. And when you have communities that are really dangerous, regardless white, black, Asian, whatever, and cops go into there, there's more likely that there's going to be both justified and unjustified use of violence from the police. Now, it so happens that many of those communities are predominantly black neighborhoods. But the difference matters, just like when we're talking about affirmative action, right? And that's why I think it's hypocritical to just focus on this as a black problem. Because with affirmative action, when we look at affirmative action based on race, what ends up happening is people are lost in the margins, and the race becomes the factor. Well, what we're really, the problem that we're isolating, what's up? Yeah, Big Ten football, BPW, thanks so much. Big Ten football's canceled. So thanks for this, where I can be part of the crowd. Keep it up. Yeah, BPW, maybe you would be more qualified to talk about religion than me. I think that you have more of a background in that. Let's see, am I missing anything? Sorry, I'll check the chat out here in a second. Yeah, Republicans are waking up. I agree with that, yeah. So I'll check the chat here more in a second, but just to finish this point. So what we do is we say, well, what's the problem, you know, like Harvard? Why aren't we getting as many black students? And the reality is it's like, well, because education opportunities in high schools are poor, and it may have something to do with economics, right? So, but the problem is the poverty, right? That's the problem. The problem's not the skin color. It's just the skin color is more likely to lead to, and Christian would know what I'm talking about, the impact. That's a word we use in debate, right? So then why wouldn't we solve the impact, which is poverty? Because what happens is when you focus on the link above it, which is, well, if you're black, you're more likely to be poor, you end up then having policies that, because they're affected on race, it causes division based on race and animosity, and it ends up affecting black people that otherwise wouldn't need those programs, such as black people that may not be poor, plus it marginalizes people that might be poor but aren't black. Whereas if you have the policy that with affirmative action that was just to help the poor, and it's true that blacks are disproportionately poor, then that policy would disproportionately help blacks, which is great. That's what we're doing. But instead, when you focus on race, there's all other sorts of things that come with it that's baggage. Like then we have this constant narrative that it's systemic racism and the country's out to get you and it hates you and it's not your fault. And, you know, things are different for you, and which leads then to more detrimental things such as, oh, don't, you know, getting educated's for nerds. You don't want to do that. This is the type of culture that we have, you know, it glorifies violence and things like that. But I think a lot of that stems from the idea that we're focusing on things based on dividing on race, which I think the people that lead this country exploit that. I really do. So by the same token, I'm not looking at the problem with the 1350 statistic to say, aha, black people commit more crime. That's not my intent. I'm doing this in response to the idea that there are violent altercations with the police. So the problem is when you just cite a statistic, when you just cite a statistic, like you say, blacks are 2.5 more times to be likely shot by the police, you have to look at what the potential reasons for that. Racism could be one of the potential reasons. But it seems like the clearest reason would be cops are probably more likely to be in violent situations where the community has violence. And so because the majority of those communities are black, that might explain a large reason of why there's a discrepancy there. However, I would love to see the data. I don't think that that data, for example, violent crime would match up well with like blacks that live in rural areas or blacks that live in suburban areas. I could be wrong, but that's my guess. But I don't know where to find those stats. I've really tried. And so then it would be the problems more that area, that inner city, where a lot of blacks happen to live, as opposed to blacks. Keep pushing that Reaganomics like a heroin addict. Yeah, we see how well the war on poverty did, right? It's funny. Trump was slashing regulations, was encouraging pro-worker policies, in a way similar, Reagan-esque, a little bit. And black unemployment rates and other things were increasing to levels they'd never been seen before. But nope, let's go back to the Obama-era policies. Those went really well, right? So, remember, it was the Democrats that outsourced the working class. Not just them, the establishment Republicans as well. But through free trade policies, NAFTA, TPP, things like that, that they were outsourcing labor to their Chinese overlords so that they could get personally rich. And it used to be the Democrats were against those sort of things. They were the pro-worker party, pro-union. They were against those sort of arrangements. But it was Bill Clinton and others that ended up pushing it. Obama pushed for the TPP. Modus says, got to go by per capita numbers or a percentage of population. When I'm talking about violent crime statistics, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Blacks are 2.5 times more likely to be involved in a violent altercation with police. They're also right around 2.5 times more likely, and these are per capita numbers, to commit a violent crime. So the numbers correlate very closely. And one's a little bigger than the other, I can't remember. But it makes sense. That's what I'm talking about per capita. Just like on average, blacks are 47 times more likely to commit a violent crime against whites than vice versa. That's per capita, so per individual, yeah. OG says, LOL, and your point is, liberal thought was about offering more education and training funding to assist displacement issues. Republicans shut that down. No, liberals offered an incentivization for single parenthood. Liberals also are devastating when it comes to the education system. So, for example, one, undoubtedly, all these cities have been dominated by Democrats for years. And so at the local level, any policies they wanted to institute, they absolutely had the ability to do. So if that's the case, is the argument that the federal government that's gone 50-50 between Republican and Democrat, the 50% of the time that we had a federal government that was led by Republicans was enough to cause the continued detrimental of inner city schools and situations? That seems like nonsense. If the problem's getting worse and worse, or at least not getting better, and it's dominated by people of one political party, why would we assume that one political party was going to do a good job? Furthermore, when you look at things like that are supremely beneficial to inner cities like charter schools, we see over and over, overwhelmingly supported by Republicans, but the Democrats and the teachers' unions are completely against them. Loring Hooker says, most of the people that I've spoken to about their support for BLM, it's not just black people, but also the subject of police brutality and accountability, be it a lot of states, a lot of them see too often cops are given either carte blanche, or they sometimes oppose even a modicum of accountability or change in policing guidelines to build rapport and then regain the trust in the communities of police. But that's okay. That's fine, right? And I actually agree with that. And here's the problem, right? There is a problem. Now, how big of a problem is that? I don't know. But it's certainly worth mentioning. I don't know if I would call it a major problem, but it's a problem worth mentioning. And I think that there was growing movement in this country before Trayvon Martin, that at least circles I ran, like I was on websites like Above Top Secret, where there was growing movement for people. There was actually a forum for police brutality. It was called Posse Comitatus. And it was about law officers breaking the law and not being held accountable. People of all colors were outraged about. But the problem is Black Lives Matter came around and I believe misidentified the problem. They said, well, it's about systemic racism. But I think that this forms of brutality or poor policing was occurring to people of all communities. Disproportionately against some communities than others, but it certainly was occurring against all communities. For example, it depends on the study you read, but a 2015 Harvard study suggested that actually being unarmed, you are more likely to be shot as a white person than a black person. Now, there have been studies that countered that, but certainly it's not as clear-cut as you would have believed. And so bad policing is a problem. There's all sorts of, like I said in my discussion there, civil forfeiture laws, ridiculous. I think that police are treated as a revenue stream in many communities, particularly small communities. You see that a lot, as opposed to an effort to return to community policing. And I think there is sort of this thing, like there are often times where a bad cop does something like the old Serpico problem and other cops don't speak up or don't face justice. That stuff's all true. But then along comes Black Lives Matter and they're like, well, the problem's systemic racism. And it's like, well, wait a minute. I can point to people, Hispanic people, white people, black people, Asian people, that have had detrimental situations with police, and It's certainly not all police. There's certainly things that have been getting better with police and other things like that. No, it's all systemic racism. And then it leads to like these nonsensical answers by Charlemagne the God. What can we do to solve this? Dismantle the systems of white supremacy. What does that mean? Capitalism. That's what it means. Get rid of capitalism, which is an unmitigated disaster. So the idea is, if the organization is misidentifying the problem and the solutions they're offering are going to make the problem worse, like defunding the police or dismantling the structures of the nuclear family, what's my incentive to embrace it? And I'm certainly not racist for opposing it. Even if you come to the conclusion that I think Rob's economic policy or his policies that he issues that thinks would solve these would be completely wrong, it doesn't make me unethical for believing that. I'm under no moral obligation to assume that Black Lives Matter is a moral group. And I believe that many people that support them, many people have good motivations. But the more we push this systemic racism and this white privilege narrative that goes along with it, the more division we're causing. Until we see crazy riots and people being murdered and things like that. Right, BPW says police reform's a treacherous road. And here's the thing, we have to be honest about it though. Right, on one hand, there are many, many things that we have to be critical about policing. But we also understand the difficulty of the job, and they don't get paid that much, particularly the ones that work in these really difficult areas, and they don't get trained much. Many of them end up with forms of PTSD. That doesn't excuse when they behave heinously, don't get me wrong. But we have to acknowledge that there are other problems in that level. And we have to acknowledge that it's a two-way street. That we can't continue to just say, no, it's just police's fault. It's systemic racism with police. And not acknowledge that we have a culture that encourages people to not comply with the police. And so when you have a group of people that have been taught their whole life that all police are racist and they're all out to get you, which then encourages them to not trust police and not comply with their orders, which causes resistance, which is just a self-fulfilling prophecy that leads to more conflict between police and people in the communities. So stop debating it, debate the solution. Well, the first thing you need to do to solve anything is to stop what's causing harm. Black Lives Matter is causing the harm. So that's the beginning of the debate. Get rid of Black Lives Matter. Their solutions of Marxism, of defunding the police, of dismantling the nuclear family would devastate all of America, including inner city America. And the stats bear it out. We see that crime and homicide and shootings, particularly in inner city neighborhoods, are going through the roof since these riots. I thought Jocko Willink had a great solution. Talking to Joe Rogan, that said as a Navy SEAL, you basically spend 40% of your time training and 60% of your time on a mission. With police, it's more like 1 or 2% of your time training and 98% of the time in the field. We should make it more like the SEALs. But that would probably mean an increase in funding of the police. I think we need to get rid of bad laws. I would be for getting rid of most of the war on drugs. I would be good. I think that, we need to encourage more police getting out in the community as members of the community. One of the things that's worked with me was dealing with people with autism. The police didn't know how to deal with people with autism. They're not trained. And if you're not trained, a lot of the stuff looks incredibly dangerous or threatening that you might see an autistic person doing, but maybe it's to them just a communication issue. They're not implying a threat. It's just the way they communicate. But I think my police locally have done a great job of getting to know some of the people I take care of, and it's really helped out in a lot of tough situations where otherwise, a person that doesn't have autism would have behaved in a certain way that maybe the police would have been like, we're tired of this, we're just going to handcuff you. But they were more understanding because they got to know the person that I work with. I did read the statement. In fact, I might still have it up. I'll read it for you. Oh, geez, I don't. Oh, boy. I had it at one point here. Yeah, it says they want community. Wants to dismantle the Western idea of the nuclear family. First, that's kind of going against the rules. Like, that's more of the Enlightenment and the Western idea of philosophy. When they're talking about going against the Western ideals, that's part of their critical race theory crap that they're pushing all the time. But the second thing is the idea of community family is a disaster. A strong nuclear family is very important. And the fact that they just they want to dismantle that and be like, well, instead of a mother and father, we'll have a village that has kids. Right, we've got the it takes a village mindset from Hillary Clinton. It's an unmitigated disaster. And I love how it's always funny to me how we're like, this seems to be an argument I see from the left all the time, that we're not supposed to take their words literally, right? So when they say defund the police, and I showed you the order, abolish the police, abolish prisons. No, that doesn't really mean get rid of them. Okay, death to America, they chant. No, that doesn't really mean death to America. Or what Joe Biden said, I said fire them or you're not giving the money. No, don't believe Joe there. That wasn't really a quid pro quo. Like, this is constantly the case. They talk about dismantling the structures of the nuclear family. No, they don't mean actually dismantling the structures. Do I have a podcast? I do, but I never... A joke is different, and that's another... OMG Sticks, that's a great point you bring up. He says, well, like when Trump's joking, don't take his word. Yes, that's exactly right. There's a difference. Someone saying death to America isn't a joke. It could be. Like if I'm watching Dave Chappelle and he's dressed up as something saying death to America, I'm not taking him literally. It's clear in that context that he's joking. 700 people marching in black bloc gear, trying to prevent cameras from filming them chanting death to America while they burn an American flag. That isn't a joke. But yes, the left has lost their mind and their ability to understand when something's a joke. When it behooves them, so when someone says something literal, they say, well, you can't believe that if it came from the left and we think it harms our cause. But when someone says something that's a joke, that's obviously a joke, they take it literally. So no, when Trump said, Russia, if you find those emails, could you release them? He wasn't asking Russia on national TV to spy on Hillary Clinton's campaign. He was making a joke that the corrupt FBI left Hillary off the hook and left her delete 30,000 emails and then claimed that they couldn't find them. That's what he was doing. And he had been joking all along that our enemies like China and Russia no doubt had hacked Hillary's server because she had it in her bathroom. And so the joke was at the expense of the FBI saying, oh, you guys couldn't do it. Probably Russia has them. That was the joke. If Trump was seriously asking Russia to cooperate and break international laws and to break our election laws, I doubt he would do it on national television. It was clearly a joke. Yeah, I'm on iTunes. I never put them up anymore, but I was on Spotify, yeah. Spotify, iTunes, and another one. Oh, I see you, T3PO, and I probably could see. The problem is I get to ranting and I don't look at the chat. But yeah, you don't have to join Twitch for that, man. You can go back to DLive. I see them there, too. But how's it going, man? Go ahead. Let me know if you wanted something specifically for me to hear. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm terrible with it. I get ranting and raving, and then I forget to check the chat. So, let's see. I do have to go to bed soon. What is it? 15 more minutes of this. Well, and I mean, that's the truth, tactical, that we know what happened. I mean, everything about this. No one ever wants to talk about that with me. I would love to have an in-depth conversation with a Russia gator. Would love to. Absolutely. So everything about the FBI investigations. Remember, the FBI is basically engaged in almost simultaneously the investigation of the Democratic candidate for president and the Republican candidate for president. And in every single instance in both of those investigations, they treated them completely different. The Trump investigation went similar to how you would expect, which went something like this. Leave no stone unturned, go after every person that's associated. Like, it was almost like they were going after a mobster. Go after every person associated with them. find any petty crime they committed, grill them, turn the screws on those petty crimes, do whatever you can, throw them in solitary confinement, get them to say anything about the boss. Start flipping people and get them to say anything about people that go higher up. Now, regardless of the ethical nature of if it was correct in this specific time and the specific things they did, that's kind of what you expect of law enforcement. Trying to get a drug dealer, they get the low guy in the street, they charge him with the crime like of selling weed or something that they could charge, and then they say, hey, we're going to give you 5 years unless, right? That's how you expect law enforcement to work. That's what they did in the Trump campaign. Brutally. Went after everyone for crimes decades ago, or years ago. Then with the Hillary campaign that they're running almost simultaneously, how did they treat that? They gave everyone immunity. They offered to smash any incriminating evidence they had. They allowed them to violate the terms of their immunity, which said that they had to have full cooperation, but then they deleted subpoenaed emails. And then after they did all that, they're like, okay, y'all have immunity. We deleted all the evidence. Now, do you have anything you want to say? Would you like to flip on anyone? Say anyone's guilty? And they were like, no. Yeah. No, none of us did anything. And they were like, good enough for us. Thank you very much. Even though FBI agents said that they thought it defied credulity that Hillary Clinton told the truth when she told FBI agents that she thought the C at the top of documents was alphabetical order as opposed to classified. So she lied, and the FBI agents thought she lied. See, with Flynn, the FBI agents didn't think he lied, but they charged him. With Hillary, the FBI agents did think she lied, and they didn't charge. And then with Mills and Abedin, we could prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that they lied. Because we have the transcripts from Peter Strzok's interview of them where both of them said they were unaware of Hillary's server until after her tenure as Secretary of State. But both of them have emails from 2009 before she was Secretary of State talking about her private server. So we know they lied. They didn't get charged. Yeah, Loring Hooker, take it easy, man. Thanks, Modus. Yeah, I have D-Live. I'm Normal America on D-Live. But they never talk about that, man. No one wants to talk to me about that. They just ignore this coup. Right? And now it seems like small potatoes. But I assure you, the issues are the same. So it's like, coup, there's riots occurring every night. Who cares about the coup? Well, it's the same problem. It's that these unelected leaders are unwilling to respect our decision on who we elected as president. They feel that we're just stumbling blocks or pawns for them to achieve power. And how dare we not go along with the program? So we will be punished, whether it be through abuse of the highest levels of the intel agency and law enforcement to go directly after Trump and his team, or it be through biasly enforced lockdowns that collapse our economy, or be it through endorsement of riots and the cancel culture against anyone of conservative tint. Milton Friedman, yeah. I'm a fan of Milton Friedman. Well, OMG sticks, let me throw you a bone here. I don't know that I would say the FBI leans left. They lean Democrat, but the question is, are the establishment Democrats left-leaning? In a way, yes, they want bigger government, but it's a question of how you define left and right. Listen, I don't know if it's obvious from the way I'm talking, but I don't think people are immoral that have positions that are disagreeing with mine on the left. I think communism's an abomination, but there is certainly room for left-wing politics. We need at least 2 vibrant political ideologies, maybe more, right? My contention is at the establishment level, the left and the right are the same party. They're not principled on anything. Their only principle is maintaining power. That's it. And getting more of it. And so they'll just say what they want about abortion or gay rights or immigration or whatever. They don't care. As long as it gets them more power, they'll pretend. The FBI, you know, the poster child for that stuff, though, was people like Obama. And all of these agencies under Obama, Brennan and Clapper and Comey, all of them, they knew They were all one big corrupt team. That's what they were. Trump was perceived as an outsider. So they went to work. Saying, like, it's hard to imagine the FBI being left-leaning. Like, yeah, it's hard to imagine the FBI, like, sitting around, you know, listening to the Grateful Dead, smoking weed or something. But that's not what's going on. They're neo-libs, like the neocons. Take it out, Pufferfish. Nice talking to you, man. But there is a difference now between the parties. And the difference is that the mask has came off. The Republican Party largely is a party of cowards. They're afraid to be called racist. They're afraid that the cancel culture or the mob will come for them, so they just shut up and do nothing. And the Democrat Party is the party of racial division, globalism, collapsing the working class. I don't know what's worse, to be honest. No, yeah, there are establishment people on the Republican Party that are right there with the Democrats. But that's exactly what's going on. No, LMG sticks. I'm not talking about just the time of Trump. The FBI's been horribly corrupt for years. Years. It's just under Obama, they all, like, Obama was the establishment candidate, right? Like, for example, let me put it this way. So you had Bush. Bush, I think, was more of like a place. Bush was kind of like Biden light. Like, ultimately, I don't think Bush was an ideologue. He just kind of listened to what he was told, right? What seems to be my interpretation of Bush. Obama was right there, though. Obama was with it. He's an intelligent dude. He knew what was going on. And he played that game with those establishment people. But the FBI had been corrupt for years and years. Absolutely. The difference was they didn't have to be corrupt at such a superficial level because they always had two candidates they could trust would allow them to continue their corruption. So McCain, Obama, yeah, we're good. Romney, Obama, we're good. Kerry, Bush, no problem. Gore, Bush, good. So they could go unimpeded. They could do what they wanted. But Trump and possibly Bernie was the first two times. And you see it, by the way, it's not just them. Look at the leaks that came out against Tulsi Gabbard. She's left-leaning. How about Jill Stein for the Green Party? They smeared her with the Russian crap. And I have no love for Jill Stein, don't get me wrong. But it's still not right. It should be up to the American people to decide who they want to vote for. And if they choose to vote for someone that I think has terrible policies, that's the system. But we don't have that system. We have unelected bureaucrats and intel agencies that are running the show. Those same people and the people that are supporting them are the ones that are making COVID policy that is arbitrarily enforced. Those same people are the ones that are embracing the riots. Yeah, Piffer, I would love that, man. Yeah, definitely. So, okay. Well, special thanks to Christian that called in there. I thought he handled himself quite well. I think both of us were at times talking about subjects that we didn't know the most about. Like with religion, it's not my strong suit. And trust me, as someone that was an atheist for a long time in my life, because I really wanted to be a Christian, but I was in a bad church, and I think it really negatively influenced me. But then I started... all right, 1 second. OMG, I'll get you. But like I said, I've changed my beliefs and just believe in being Christ-like, but I'm non-denominational. Normal America is my D-Live name, without the Robert Miller. So it's just Normal America, one word. OMG6 says, then I'll ask you, what are your solutions here? You're arguing about the dance that it seems you're saying that they want you to argue about. No, I'm not. No, I'm not at all. How is pointing out the corruption of the FBI what they want me to talk about? In fact, they've done everything they can to silence it. Yeah, I agree, Pifferfish. Like what? Yeah, my name's Rob. What's up? Rob Knorr's my name. I use my real name on it. That's why it's Normal America. You see. Yeah, it's a pun. Yeah, like, Pipper, I thought that we were talking past each other on the idea of, like, he keeps saying, but the literal word of Jesus says X, Y, and Z. I'm like, I don't care. Like, the best I could look at it's like a comic book character or a character in a novel. But comic books is the best example because you have different writers writing the same character. And sometimes when you read a comic book, you're like, I don't know, is that what some Batman would say? And it's like, well, when this guy writes Batman, that's something he would say. But not necessarily when this guy writes Batman, right? So, like, I, in my head, have what the character of Jesus is based on my readings of those stories and taking the parts that I like. I'm not denying that, right? So that, I get his frustration. It's like, well, then it's hard to pin you down. But it's like, but exactly. But I'm not saying that I interpret it literally. I'm saying it was an inspiration to me on how I developed my code of ethics. That's it, Yeah, it is tough. I get threats for putting my name out there. Whatever. I haven't had any physical threats, just threats to get me fired and stuff like that. Just ask Batman. That's a good show. Yeah. Yeah, I know. The live's pretty good though, Artillery. So far they haven't. Oh, what's up? Nice to see you, Noam. Yeah, follow me on D Live if you have a problem with that. I would imagine my times on Twitch is short-lived because, unbeknownst to me, there are certain things I can't say on Twitch. Like, there were certain things that was suggested that talking about trans people that I could get kicked off Twitch, even though I didn't say anything remotely controversial or bigoted. I just said issues of sexuality are different than issues of identity. That's it. I went out of my way to say that, I guess the fundamental, I would love to have a good faith conversation with someone that's trans, because I kind of was shocked by the answer. I thought to be trans meant that you felt as a person that your body wasn't the identity, it didn't look like the identity that you were expressing. Or that you felt you were. That's what I thought being trans was. But she said no. Because I thought that, then that's different than a drag queen. Which a drag queen's just someone that's like, I'm not saying that I feel I was born in the wrong body. I just like dressing a certain way. Which, by the way, it doesn't matter what I consider the morality of these positions. And this is part of me saying what's Christ like. Like Christ, right? Well, how would he? He was like, I'm not going to judge. Now, I do judge if it comes to sexualization of children, but that's of any gender, But anyways, that's it. That's all I said. And I had people out the wazoo saying, oh, you just got reported. I'm like, for what? For what? That? So, if Twitch is that kind of platform where left-wingers are just going to be looking for a reason to report me, whatever. That's fine. And I think that it was, I was transphobic, yeah. I thought that, to me, it was funny because it's like, you have to understand something. A lot of people that tune in to shows like this, I think my audience is great, but a lot of people that tune in, they want to see differing viewpoints. Even if they're even if you totally agree with me, there's a lot of people that want to see me debate someone because they're like, yeah, I get to cheer for my side. Like a team event or something, right? So when someone like Dylan reaches out to me, Dylan's highest rated episodes are usually when he has competent conservatives on. Why? Because it gives the left-wing audience something to complain and yell and cheer against. I didn't want to do the debate. You heard me talk about this all week. I'm tired of these 8-person debates. I'm just tired of them. It's too much. One, I don't like how some of them were moderated, though I think Dylan does an exceptional job. But second, even with no bad faith, it's hard to have a serious discussion. Like, imagine that discussion I just had with Christian with 6 other people. It'd be a nightmare. Like, we're talking past each other half the time anyways. You throw 6 more people in. So it's just like, just not my style. Don't want to do it. It's not that I'm afraid to do it. I just don't see the productivity of me engaging in it for me or for other people. But if Dylan asked me, was like, hey, I had a last-minute dropout. Well, actually, I reached out to him and said, if you have a dropout. And he was like, I do. Okay, I'll do it. Dylan disagrees with 99% of what I say. But he asked me to come on because it helps his show. And he enjoys the back and forth. So I don't know why a bunch of Dylan's fans, presumably on Twitch, would be like, let's get this guy kicked off. Unless I'm like saying something really heinous. But I wasn't. So it's like, if I get kicked off Twitch, it's like, that's fine. I could care less. I got a couple subs on Twitch. I would happily refund their money. I don't even know how I get the money. I just became an affiliate the other day. It's like, it's no skin off my back. That's fine. But it just seems dumb to me. Like, why would you do that? It's just, you're like, the people you're fans of, like Dylan and Prime K's and Demon Mama and all the ones that they're watching their show that are on the left, you're just screwing them over in their channel. And eventually it'll just be a bunch of people sitting around agreeing and they're going to lose viewers. But if that makes you feel good, okay. Like, it's fine by me. I don't know Salty Cracker, no. Yeah, I agree, Chris Neu. I thought that her answer was disingenuous about that, too. And again, that's one thing, like, I dislike, like, the idea, like, especially if you're talking about an issue that's so close to you, right? It's one thing if you're being a little disingenuous talking about some policy idea. But if you're literally like, I'm personally offended, right? So you've made it personal now, and it's like, okay, what's going on? You better be genuine, right? Like, because that seems very unethical. And I don't know. Look, I would assume being trans means something different to everyone that's trans, and they would all have their own definition, I guess. But I thought that was dubious, but maybe I'm wrong. The idea that it has nothing to do with feeling like your body doesn't match your identity. I don't know. I thought it was dubious. That's all I'm saying. I was like, but there's this idea, what I was trying to say is, I'm not saying it's a mental illness or a physical, I don't know what to call it. I'm not an expert. I'm just saying, I know other people that have things that make them different. Like bipolar or, whatever, being morbidly obese or whatever. Like, I don't treat them like crap because of that. I know someone who's schizophrenic that hears voices. They're one of my favorite people. But I'm not going to be like, yeah, the voices are real. And, if you keep yelling, tell me the voices are real, I'm not going to be like, okay, they're real. It's like, no. And it's the same with the trans, like with the trans thing. It's like, I just don't think that if you're a trans man, you're not a woman. It's something different. That doesn't mean you're a horrible, evil person or anything like that. It's just something different. If you're white and you seriously think that you're black and you darken your skin to become black, you're still not, that doesn't give you the lived experience of a black person. Like, your genetic makeup's still not that. And I don't care. I'm not treating you like crap based on that. I'm not. But I just don't, if that's enough to get you censored, so be it. I'm not going to change who I am. It's not something that I'm deeply talking about. I think there are political issues with it, like when you start to talk about athletics and things like that. But it's not something I'm overly passionate about. But I challenge anyone. Like, I don't think I'm crappy about it. I don't. Well, I don't know. Right, and then there's a greater question of identity, right? Which just has nothing to do with trans. Identity is different anyways, right? So we could leave I won't get in Twitch trouble for this. You're just leaving the idea of trans out of it. It was the question of, what is your identity? Who gets to determine identity? Well, I don't think that we get to determine our own identity. Identity is kind of a implicit agreement between us and society and the people that we associate with, For example, if I identify as the smartest person in the group, but the group's just like, dude, I'm hanging out with a bunch of physicists, and they're like, shut up, you're not the smartest. You're the moron, I don't get to be like, no. I identify as the smartest, therefore I'm the smartest. They'd be like, that's not how it works. The group dynamic determines your identity. You don't get to pick your identity. It's just not the way it works. You could say, I'd like to be called X, and people might say, okay, we'll call you X, but they might not. That's the way identity works. It just is. And it's not a bad system. It's not. Now, it could be cruel. People could be cruel. Certainly. But we can't legislate. That's when that question of trans issues came up. It's like, well, schools should teach people that there are trans people and how to deal with them and have relationships with them. No, they shouldn't. That is not the role of schools whatsoever. I don't want schools teaching my kids how to have relations with anyone. And I don't mean relations just sexual. I mean like interactions. That's not the role of school. That's an organic process. Parents could be involved with that or whatever, but it's organic and it's between people. You can't legislate that stuff. You can't teach that stuff. And it would just be a disaster. It would be patronizing. Chris Mayo identifies as an NBA superstar. He says, F you, pay me my next max contract. Yeah, and you won't have to play either. Yeah, I'm still awake. I'll be going to bed here in a minute. And look, TJ says he earned his identity. I worked hard, or she. I worked hard, went to gyms, invested. My identity is that I have my stuff together. If people don't have it together, they can identify as someone who does. Take it. Hey, thanks for being here, OMG Sticks, even if we disagree. I appreciated it. Come back anytime. Yeah, I'll be wrapping up here in a minute. But yeah, and there's this evolutionary and societal reason that that's the way identity works, right? Because you have to understand that your place in society is determined by your interactions with others, and that's a large part of what your identity is. So, for example, if you look at children, if we just say children have to learn to get along with each other, to share, how to interact socially, they understand that their identity in that group is affected by how they act. If you just say, no, I get to pick my identity, then you lose that ability to interact. And I don't think it's an accident that many people that talk about wanting to demand people adhere to the identity they want, whether it be trans issues, other issues, many of them act in ways that don't seem societally beneficial as far as, positive interactions. I'm trying to say it politely. They seem rude. And it's like, oh, yeah, it makes sense. If you think that your behavior allows people to interpret what they think of you as an identity, if you don't think your behavior has to do with that and instead you just get to pick it and force that upon people, then maybe you lose some of that ability to understand that relationships are a give and take and that you have to be polite to people and you have to give some and take some. You lose that because you're like, no, this is what I am and you have to agree. So, Yoshi lover. Oh, boy. I will raid Tiberius when I go off. Absolutely. He's a great guy. Do I support Trump? Do I think he's an intelligent man? Yeah, I support Trump. Yeah, I think he's an intelligent man. I don't think he's playing 4D chess. I think he's been real dumb at the people he's put around him. But I think he's an intelligent man. Yeah, and I support him. All right, let me see if I can figure this raid thing out. I did it once before. However, I've heavily criticized Trump on many things as well, so. Okay. All right, I'm going to try to figure out this raid. So I just want to say here to end up then, thank you, everyone. I think it's a shame what happened with the Democrats pushing for this violence and riots. I think it's a shame. We talked about the COVID stuff and stuff like that, and then I was happy to have Christian on, even though religion's not my forte. I thought it was an okay conversation. I apologize to those that are maybe more religious that were like, why didn't you cite this verse or whatever? I know almost no verses in the Bible. It's not something that I've studied heavily. But I do understand the importance of the founding fathers and their interpretation of what they perceived as the Bible and why that's important to our country. I understand those issues. So hopefully I purported myself in a way that's okay. I apologize to those that were really upset that are Christian, that think that my stance on gay marriage or something's untenable. I disagree. I don't mind my stance on gay marriage at all. Okay, so, all right, I'll be heading out. Just real quick, I'll say my spiel real quick. You think his tweets reveal his nature, a bully, a narcissist, a moron. I think he probably has some narcissism. I don't think he's a moron. I think that that's just objectively not true. I mean, if you think he's a moron, what's that say about the people that he defeated that had every advantage over him? Like, the entire media and academia apparatus that was geared against him. Plus, they were getting the bulk of the funding from wealthy people. So if he's a moron, what's that make the left? A bully? I don't know. Yeah, he's a bully in a sense, but he also bullies people largely that deserve bullying. You know, like his bullying of the media is much deserved because they're some of the biggest bullies out there. But yeah, oftentimes he says things to people that I think's punching down that's ridiculous. So, right, those seem like normal traits for a president. So, hey, if you like, please like and subscribe. You can follow me on YouTube, DLive, or Twitch. I'm gonna raid on Twitch my friend Tiberius's channel, so you can check that out if you like. And yeah, also I sell life insurance now. If you need life insurance, let me know. I haven't been doing that much lately because my other job's been taking up all my time. What's up, Kim? Unfortunately, I'm about to head out. I'm raiding my friend Tiberius's channel, so thanks for being here, Yoshi. Though I appreciate it. Thank you to everyone else. Anyone who I donated to me, I didn't see because I was missing most of the chat during the discussion and stuff like that. But yeah, if you need life insurance, hit me up. My email is rob.noor@gmail.com. And if you think you need life insurance, you probably do. Here's the deal with life insurance. It will never get cheaper than it is right now for you. It's always going to get more expensive. And if you're someone that believes in kind of the ideals I do, that, you know, it's important to take care of your family and family is the most important thing, you understand that if life throws you a curveball, you could work a second or even a third job. That's what I'm doing. But what you can't control is if you're no longer here. And you don't want to leave your family in a position, whether it be your family now or 40 years from now, your grandkids. You don't want to leave them in a position where you're a burden because you left and these debts weren't paid. So, yeah, you could lock in cheap rates now and that'll be good for the rest of your life. So, all right. Thank you all so much. Please email me, if anyone has any reason to email me, life insurance or otherwise. Thank you so much. Thank you for donations. And, okay, I'm going to try to raid Tiberius here. See y'all in just a second.
Price of a New York the only product coming from leftists from the West Coast would be acid wash jeans and microbrews.
Rob Noor, thank you for the raid.
Wait, hey, just wait, let them keep on riffing. I can listen to this till we're done.
Channel, is this an application for Fox News or am I in the wrong place?
I don't watch Fox News.
All right, guys, I'm out. Thank you so much. We'll talk to y'all soon. As always, have a good one.